this men's 4x100 metres square opportunity to get the top quality race in a local venue. And Cardiff going really well there, led by there up in that Commonwealth stand at 41.8. They've closed in Craig Duffy against Jeremiah Azu. And it's Azu from Cardiff who have it at the moment. So now Alex Azu up against Mark Smith out in lanes 5 and 6. And it's the Cardiff team who have it at the moment. And they've got a really good change over there. Joshua Brown, they closed there by Bori Akinola. Every strike, Bori Akinola is the track going to come to the finish line too quick. And indeed it was Cardiff with Joshua Brown. Take that. Not just to be stopped there, so fix that finish line as soon as we can.
I know, I don't know how, because I have too many things while you're phoning me. Well, there's no point in phoning. No, I phoned you so I know where you're from. You're from in the background, by the way. Oh, is that right? Oh, well, obviously I know. Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck is he texting me? I was like, he's never texting me. I know, maybe I'm still where it's illegal. Thank you. Right, see you later.
So the track will start again with our international women's speed estimators at 12:10.
Yes, that's the word that you get it told. We're going to walk up. How's that ball? Don't move till I come down again. That's all right. Thanks a lot. Old fella. Nice weather, isn't it?
Absolutely, you know.
The sun is a bit strong.
Yeah.
For the photography, but
But last year was a bit strong as well.
at least it's a bit raining.
Last year was a bit strong as well.
It's alright, yeah. Here in Ireland, I think I started nice picture. It's okay. Good luck.
stream go switching between the Nikons and the Canons because they turn different complete off. So like with the Nikon, I'm going like, right, zoom in, like, oh god.
That was the shopping centre.
How are you doing? Ready to go here, Mary Peters Stadium.
Yeah, we're in the picturesque Mary Peters track here. The best track on the island.
Yep. Lovely grass. So here we are for the Women's International 3K here at the Belfast Classic.
Yeah.
In association with SportsShoes.
Are you?
I don't think so.
No, you're not. Okay. We're not able to put the live winning time on the clock either. There's something going on here. Have you a walkie-talkie? No.
No, but we'll call it as it's going over the line, and then we'll get on the
You're
results.
happy enough with that?
Yeah, we can run in and out anyway and get some times, yeah.
Yeah.
If I can get you a walkie-talkie, I can
Yeah, exactly,
call
yeah.
running time down to the announcer, so you know you can maybe listen in on that.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Cheers, thank you. Sorry there.
Yeah, there's a lot. You say there's a lot more people than the last.
Yes, I was watching the 1984 YouTube Olympic Marathon in LA, and there was a little bit of this live chat, and somehow it actually went off screen on the ads. and you could hear them having that little rustle around chat like we were having off the air. So it was kind of entertaining, asking for a hot coffee and is this really exciting or not?
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that would get us cancelled if we hadn't already been cancelled. We're actually only we're still cancelled in the Republic. We're not cancelled up here in this jurisdiction.
Exactly. Okay, cheers. Yeah.
Remember what I said, Cara? Positive.
It's all in the tone, isn't it?
Oh, she's a absolute hero for just doing the first round problems. That makes sense. She's a good athlete. Yeah. Just has to be able to have fun athlete. Like she'll come to train and be like, oh, I drank a beer of water today. Like,
It's still a decent field. I think the field itself is better than last year by back in the time. The men's field could be. Like the 15th going to be one of the best. Hey Mark, how are you?
well, you what?
Someone could get the European.
Already? Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to move it further down just so that that's her. Good man, thanks.
What? It's all right if you're there for 5 hours, but you won't be.
You'll never know. You'll see how much good action you'll see.
It's not bad. It's not bad everywhere. Was it the brand? We'll see you soon, no doubt.
Couple of minutes before the start.
So we're here at the Belfast Classic, opening up with the women's international 3K. So the Belfast Classic is in association with SportsShoes. We've got a brilliant 3K international women's race lined up for you here. We've got Cheryl Nolan from St. Albans, Sarah Redmond, Lisa van der Vels, Fanny Zalaki, Zoe Tolan, Lucy Jones, Philippa Bowden, Lisa Rooms, Lauren Church, Carmen Kern Jewell, Rosie Roberts, Katie Pye, Hannah Galland, Niamh Carney, Percy Foster, Fiona Everard, Isabel Holt, Orla Duffy, and Ellie Carney. This is scheduled for 8:50 pace, and Michelle Finn, who's going to be joining us later on commentary, is pacing this one out, and she's gone to the front there. You can see her in the blue shorts and white top. So brilliant field assembled here for the Belfast Classic. We've got, first of all, a duel here between the two Belgian athletes, as Michelle Finn has already kind of gapped the field a little bit, so they'll take a little bit closer order and make sure that they're on pace for her, and they're just closing that there now with 7 laps to run here, so it's 7.5 laps for the 3,000 metres. We've got a battle here between Elise van der Vels, the 2021 European Indoor 50-minute champion, 2-time Olympian. She does not hold the record for the women's 3K in Belgium. That is held by Lisa Rooms, who's also in this race. So she's around 8:47, and Elise has around 8:50, but she's around a 14:45K. So those two will be battling it out, hoping to break the Belgian record today. And as well as that, in this race, we have plenty of fantastic athletes in this. Kern Jewell from Sweden, silver medalist at the 2025 edition of the European Junior Championships in not only the 1500 but also in the 3K. And I've got Katie Pye in there as well, the European Under-18 Junior 3K bronze medalist. So a brilliant field here in this one. Joined here by Phelan Kelly as well, of the Dublin Track Club, and he's coaching Michelle Finn, who's pacing this race here at the front.
Yeah, she got out hard enough early on, looking for 70s, but it didn't look like anybody wanted to go with it, so she used her experience there, had a little look around, and now is just towing them along. She looks like she's dragged it out again, might have slowed a touch, but I think it'll be perfect for most of the field anyway, that they can close on a hard 1,000 rather than a strong finish and a strong fade.
Yeah, I think with all these you can blow up a race in the first couple of laps, and from a pacemaking perspective, whereas the experience there of Michelle, who's done plenty of pacemaking at high levels like this Continental Tour meet today, she had that experience just to allow them to get back onto the train there. So they really have almost pretty much single file all the way there to the back. There's a little bit of a group there in third and fourth, but bunching well there. Fiona Everard in this one as well, 2-time national cross-country champion from Bandon AC, so she's hoping to revise her 3K bests. She's ran 9:09, but we'll be looking to run under 9 minutes today. So it's been paced for 8:50 pace today.
I think a winning time of 9:05, I'd say the field would be happy enough with this year.
We've actually had a faller there in that. Too sure exactly who that was, but clipped there. I think it could have actually been Fiona Everard who was clipped there coming around the corner, so she'll be hoping to plenty of time to get back into a running there, a little bit of adrenaline, no doubt.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a wind here today, but we're still in the alcove of the Mary Peters, and that is Fiona Everard moving back up. Looks like she has a mark on the hip, but again, every time Michelle Finn picks up the pace, they seem to back off, then she's slow just to kind of try and drag them back into it. So again, probably going to be a hard last case. So when they're running in now, they're running into a reasonably strong headwind here now down the back straight.
Certainly, and for a lot of these athletes it will be an opener for the outdoor season at least. So a lot of people will be going through quite heavy training, so you might see some people struggling a little bit with the early laps, but also some people raring to go and maybe will have a serious jump of a personal best today.
So round 6 back, Cheryl Nolan has been in the top 3 in this race and won it in previous editions. She's there in the black shorts and the white St. Albans singlet with the green, white and orange stripes on it, and Michelle Finn really is kind of doing a good job here in terms of towing the field. We're 4 minutes into the race, probably pulled to the side after this one. She's got to pace the next 3,000 as well.
Certainly, but an excellent field here. It's assembled, and they are rolling really nicely here and moving through really, really well. And Kirsty Jones there is up in second place for us. Sorry, Lucy Jones, she's at 15:44, one of her best, and she's around 9:04, so she's just sitting in there behind Michelle Finn.
Yeah, so Michelle's still dragging this out. She's going to bring them to the mile mark anyway, and we've still got a blanket full of athletes there, around 10 athletes in the mix there.
Yeah, really, really strong field there. You see Fiona Everett 4:44 just moving up there on the left hand side of your shot in the black crop top. She's getting herself, keeping herself in touch with that group there. Michelle Finn has stepped off after at the mile marker, and they've really, you can see that the pace has been starting to put on now. These athletes trying to move away. Fiona Everett there in 4th place, trying to hang on gamely there. She's closing that gap with those 3 athletes.
So 4:55 through 1,600 metres, as Fintan Riley, our infield announcer, has called out as well. So here we go, Duggan there, well stretched out now into the single files, now into the hurt locker. Has the altitude training kicked in or kicked out?
Yeah, and it's certainly, that little bit of wind there is kind of causing issues on the back straight. You can see them starting to struggle a little bit more there and taking almost a break then when they come into the second half of the race, second half of the lap.
Yeah, so nicely strung out now. The moves are going to be put in as Cheryl Nolan just seems to be dropped off the back of that.
Yeah, 4:36 is Lisa Rooms there, the Belgian national record holder at the front. So she's hoping to hold off her Belgian compatriot who's directly behind her. They're battling out for that Belgian record. Lisa Rooms will be turning to Lisa and saying, hey, there's not enough rooms here for the 2 of us. No, the commentary we have to be paid for, but the jokes are for free.
Yeah, I think the Belgian record is off the cards here for the moment as well. As our sheets bluster.
Belgian bragging rights, perhaps, Philip.
Belgian bragging rights. And some Belgian chocolate. So, who's going to be sweet enough here now and have the finish the last few laps now as we come up to 2 to go? I'll call out the next lap split here. It looks like 3 kind of getting away. Fiona Everett's hanging in gamely there. That's a 72nd lap there, so it's winding up nicely. Zoe Toland and Abby Sheridan. Zoe was second in the indoor 3,000.
Yeah, no, she's going really, really well there. You can see the 4:38 there then as well is Carmen Carnjul, the Swedish athlete, set silver medal at in the 15 and the 3K at the European Juniors just last year. So she's at 9:05 and 4:10 girl at her best, and going really, really well here, just in 3rd place. Fiona Everett, they're still hanging on, so it's a really, really strong group there together, rolling really well. So still Rooms, Van der Lest, Kernjul and Everett.
Yeah, they're coming around now. I think the lap count was just mistaken there, but they're going to have 2 to go. All right, I didn't think. We'll see now. They're coming down to 1 to go. Actually, yeah, she's getting ready to switch it. We'll give you the next lap split again.
Yes,
ready for the bell.
4 of them here moving across Fiona Everett just behind, but it is Kern Jewel there, the Swedish athlete moving up just on the outside there. She obviously with the 1500 metre under the fence there, she'll have that kicking speed there, and it is Rooms got in 2nd and Vanderbilt in 3rd, Everard in 4th. So these 4 now together. Kern Jewel, the Swedish athlete, he's hoping to get away from Rooms here, but Rooms is still hanging on. It looks like there's a little bit of a gap there back to Vanderbilt, the 14:40 5K athlete, so she should have the strength, but she's not able to hang on to these 2 speedsters at the front. Everard has been dropped by this group, but is still hanging on for a really, really strong finish here. But it is Kern Jewel, the Swedish athlete here, the 1500 metre and 3K silver medalist at the European Juniors last year. She looks like she's going to try and get away from Rooms here, and it is the other Belgian Van der Lest is going to miss out on those Belgian chocolates at the end of the race, but she won't get the chocolate medal That's going to go to Fiona Everard in 4th place there. But it is Kern Jewel entering into the home straight. Kern Jewel with 100 metres left to run. She's opening up now, and she's going to try and get herself over the line here and away from Rooms. Rooms and Vanderlest going to battle out for that 2nd place. Vanderlest is coming back at Rooms here, but it is going to be Kern Jewel with the win here in the Belfast Classic International Women's 3K. First race of the day. This is up 9 minutes, 8:57, 8:59 in 2nd place for Rooms, and Vanderlest in 3rd place at 9:01. Everard's going to get up and for a personal best, just 9:04. Great run.
Yeah, 63.85 last lap for the Jewel in the Crown there. Yes, the running clock runs on. It's not stopping on the winning time, but we'll be calling out the times to get the official results. So coming in at 9:20, 9:22.
Yeah, so loads of athletes coming over the line there together, Phil. And if you want to check out the Belfast Classic Facebook page, you'll find the live results link as well, and we'll be able to follow any results that are coming through today. But brilliant race there, in fairness, Phil.
Yes, Orla Duffy comes in to finish, and Halla Gilliland is coming in, former Raheny 5 mile winner. She's going to round out this women's field.
Yeah, really, really positive start there to the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes. Brilliant start there. Kern Jewel with the win and a sub 9 minute clocking. It is a little bit windy, which might affect the layer on the back straight, but it is a very nice dry day here in Mary Peters Track here, and conditions are good for running. Not so good for commentary with a little bit of wind.
Yeah, there's a bit of wind here, but it generally doesn't overly affect the results in Mary Peters here compared to other venues, as we have the kind of famous historic backdrop oval of the green, giving it that amphitheatre effect.
Yeah, it is probably the most picturesque stadium, athletic stadium on the island of the world. Very impressive. It's always a beautiful. Always seems to be a lovely day up here as well. I've never actually been here in bad weather.
I think Eamon orders the sun in as well, our meet director.
Yeah. I think it has been excellent weather here, and it is excellent weather here every year. The weather in Ireland is always super for any international athletes looking at the stream thinking, hey, could I go out there? Yes, you could. And having gone through the start list over the last few days, Phil, the amount of athletes who set their personal best here at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes at the Mary Peters Track. There are quite a number of them that have their personal best from here. So up next we've got the women's 3,000 metre A race. So it's 7.5 laps. It's going to be starting over there on the back straight. We'll get you that field here now shortly. So on this one we've got Niamh Carney, Dervla Allen, Holly Carroll, Isla Duncan, Eve McEnany, Josie Wren Golder, Adele McCreary, Rebecca Wallace, Georgia Wright, Emma Landers, Greta Strumkaika, Aoife McGreevy, Serena Tuffy, Lucy Foster, Joanne Mills, Amy Green and Ellie Hartnett. So I think Ellie Hartnett was on my previous sheet in that other race, but she's now down in this A race and will be, I'm sure, amongst the leaders in this one. I believe you're telling me as well that Miss Finn, who's meant to be commentating with us today, is refused to have mid-race, she refused to be mic'd up mid-race here in a kind of footballer-esque fashion.
Yeah, that'll be for next year.
Or like the mid-match interviews they do in rugby now, where like 20 minutes into the game they interview one of the coaches while the match is going on, and they kind of half talk and while half watching the match in a terrible fashion. Could we have that for Michelle today?
I think we'd have to increase the budget as part of that.
The budget is unlimited here at the Belfast Classic. Unlimited. Do you think I get out of bed for less than 10 grand? I'll get out of bed for anything.
Monopoly money. So, yeah, the women's 3000A will be next. Then we'll be going into the sprints, so the half lap, 200 metres. Men and women, A and B. Then it'll be the 3000 metre international men's race at 1 o'clock. So we'll be back into 7.5 lap action for around a half an hour, plus 3000 metre international B and A races as well, followed by that. Then into the 400 metre race, of which we'll have a plethora of them, and then into the international 1500 men's and women's races at 2:30 and 2:38. So we've got a mixture of distance and sprints for the next hour plus, 2 hours.
Yeah, it's enough to whet the appetite, all right. Plenty of action there, and there's some really high quality athletes throughout the day there. Jeremy Azu, who ran just before we came on, it was on the stream, but before we came on commentary, he ran here as part of the Cardiff selection in the 4x1. So he's the 2025 world indoor champion and also the European indoor champion over 60 metres. So quite the coup to have him here today. Yeah. And he's running in that 200 metres later on, so that'll be a very, very exciting proposition. So plenty of action to come. I know Phelan, he's a distance man, so the half lap, as he calls it, it's merely for repetitions, is it? You don't even think it's a race.
Yeah, well, it's going to go for the 220 yards. I hang around with a lot of older athletics aficionados, and they be calling it the 220 yards an old half lap, but sometimes when you're doing a variety of coaching for different levels of athletes, you have to describe it in a half a lap, a full lap, a quarter of a lap. But yeah, we are at
to the cone and back. Yeah.
So we are at our Belfast Classic International, so we should be able to use the correct terminology, as it were. So 3,000 metres again next, 7.5 laps of the track, and then back to the half lap, 200 metres, half a lap.
Yeah, so we've got plenty of athletes in this one, as I said, kind of a selection of, I suppose, younger athletes and athletes who would have been maybe a little bit disappointed not to be in that international race. Would have been hanging on there to try and do as well as they possibly could at the back of that race. But it was a really, really high standard of that international women's race. And as I said, you can get your live results. They are starting to be posted there on. If you check the Facebook page, you'll be able to follow those provisional results, and we will keep you updated throughout the day as best we can on as many of those as we possibly can. So the 4x1 race earlier on won by Cardiff, 39.87, and the Irish under 20s unfortunately did not finish. They were looking for the European standard for themselves. So we've got our camera on our start line there, as you can see there. 7.5 laps from that point. So when they get around then to the home straight and cross that line, they'll have 7 laps to go. So 3,000 metres, just shy of 2 miles. I have to say that for Phelan, for in the old money for Phelan. Just shy of the 2 miles. And these athletes will be well versed, and it's kind of a great meeting point of 5k and 10k athletes, and then also 15 and 800 metre athletes stepping up for a bit of endurance work. In that last international race we had a marathoner, Philippa Bowden, who's ran a 225 marathon down doing a bit of speed work, and we had 800 metre athletes then up doing their long distance work. So it is really a meeting point of the speedsters and the distance. We're ready to go here now again. So Niamh Carney, Derval Allen, Holly Carroll, Isla Duncan, Aveen McEnany, Josie Wren Golder, Ellie McCreary, Rebecca Wallace, Georgia Wright, Emma Landers, Greta Strimkaika, Aoife McCreevy, Serena Duffy, Lucy Foster, Joanne Mills, Amy Green and Ellie Hartnett. And we're on the line there. Michelle Finn is the pacemaker just on the left hand side of your shot.
Yeah, so in our pacing kit, supplied by Amy Christian SportsShoes, in the purple, and away she goes again, getting out sweetly. See, can the other runners just settle in? Sometimes we see some of the runners all bunch up to get into the leading 3 or 4, but then don't want to do anything with the pace, so generally best to relax, and it looks like it's a nice single file. So a good national level 3,000 here with Derval Allen. It's been good at the steeplechase, running at underage international competitions, and as you mentioned, in the yellow, just behind Ellie Hart in the yellow of UCD, that's Greta Strimkaika, who's won a world title at the Paralympics, 4th in the Paralympic Games, and multiple European champions. So she's holding, and then Niamh Carney in the purple will be looking to move up as well.
Yeah, certainly a strong domestic field here. A couple of athletes from abroad as well. Josie Wren Golder is in there from Stirling University as well. So not too much of a trip across the water for her, but Michelle Finn there in the city of the purple is leading this one out. She's about 2-3 metres in front of the field there, so they'll be looking to kind of close that gap there, but you can already see a little bit of a break between the front of the field there. There's a little bit of a gap back to, I think, Aveen McEnany of Mana and Phoenix there in the green. just right of your shot there. Greta in the yellow of UCD there is just hanging on well at the back of that group there. Just behind Ellie Hartnett. 460 is Lucy Foster there at Candor Track Club. Just there in the black on the left-hand side of your shot.
One of multiple Foster sisters. Kirsty Foster, I think, is in Providence College. So it's 74-75 seconds through the first 400 metres, and they're settling in nicely. Some of them will be looking just to run around 10 minutes or so. Looks like Niamh Carney is actually pacing Greta Strymon-Keating, trying to probably help her to a sub-10 clocking or so. So running well there as Ellie Hart just packs up the back of that leading pack, led by Michelle Finn.
Yeah, Ellie Hartnett, a very coy racer now. You expect her to sit there, and then every time someone drops off, I don't think it's going to be her. She'll be just moving her way up there and making sure she's in the mixer at the end of this one, which maybe 600 metres left to run. So still really strong running here by Michelle Finn at the front of this row, but just behind her Lucy Foster there in the black of Candor Track Club.
So 230 through 800, so 307 we'll see for the K. So again, around 921, 925 would be good for some of these young athletes, including Derval Allen, who's gotten on it early doors.
Yeah, Derval Allen, and we got 448 there, just the left-hand side of your shot there in the blue. That's her, just making her way up there on the outside, getting around Lucy Foster, and just behind that then 462 is Amy Green of Finn Valley, just in the full blue singlet, and just behind that the Lagan Valley athlete, who I don't have. Oh, there I have Rebecca Wallace, 454, and Ellie Hartnett just behind that. Another Candor athlete is Aoife McGreevy, then 458, just having to work a little bit harder than she'd like to try and hang on to the back of Ellie Hartnett there, who's moving up again, is now in 5th place.
So as you said, yeah, she'll be looking to fill the space. As they say in football, the pockets of space. She'll be looking to fill those pockets of space. As you mentioned, Candor Track Club, they have a lot of athletes competing here throughout the afternoon for the rest of the day. And Michelle Finn doing a nice job of stringing these athletes along. Amy Green, as you mentioned there in the blue and white of Finn Valley, is a multiple European cross-country representative. Dabbles in the steeplechase as well. But Foster is looking nice there. But as you say, just at the moment anyway, Ellie Hartnett looks in a menacingly good position as Derval Allen, another good steeplechaser. She's just dropping off the pace a bit.
Yeah, she does have that kind of. She's just been sitting at the back there, just behind Rebecca Wallace at this moment in time, and the Finn Valley athlete then Amy Green then just in front of that. So they are gone into single file now, and to be fair, all looking like they're working well here. There's nobody flagging too much, but we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of it now. We're coming towards the mile mark, and this is where these athletes will. The race will be won or lost over the next 2 laps or so. How much energy will be used, and can anyone make a little bit of a break? Michelle Finn, I would be assuming, is going to step off the track here at the end of this straight, and we'll see who then can take on the pace. Then after that, will it be Lucy Foster, or will it be Amy Green, or will it be Rebecca Wallace? Ellie Hartnett's lost a little bit of ground there, but presumably closed that gap now.
So a nice 2 by mile effort so far, but she's looking pretty good. So she's kept going, so around 5:01, 5:02 through the 1600 metres. Went through in 4:55. So Ellie Hartnett now has actually been dropped a little bit, so that stinging pace has had an effect. So again, so it's Foster, Green and Wallace.
Yes.
Foster and Allen.
Yeah. Michelle Finn is like the student in your class or person in your class in school who was like, no, I've no work done here now. No, I'm really nervous for this exam, and then comes out and shoots the lights out. I was chatting to her beforehand. She was like, I'm not feeling great now. I'm not feeling great about this. I don't feel like I'm going to be able to hold on to that pace. And now she's just still going, still flying.
It's the classic runner though, especially when you're pacemaking. You're always going to feel a little bit better when you're pacing, especially when you've got that option at all times to pull the parachute and step off the track. So again, doing a great job for these young athletes, so it's great to see.
I remember a young Phelim Kelly in Nijmegen in 2011 having to run a 52-second first lap and 1500 metres, and then hold it together to run a 152 total behind some lunatic Belgian 400 metre runner. and poor Nick McCormick. If anyone on the stream can remember those names, you held on just about to get the time. Michelle Finn just stepped off the track there, but you were tempted, I think.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was at least 40 seconds through the first 300 metres, and then I knew I was in trouble. But we kept it together. But we were just talking about that on the way up. Sometimes the pacemakers do a good job, but then it's also the subsidiary, or who are the athletes that can push. And as you mentioned, Nick McCormick, whose name escaped me on the car journey up, was one of those runners that you could rely on if you're running a race, that they're going to really push on the pace, which really makes the races. So sometimes it's the brave runner that really makes a race, not just always the winning runner, as Foster Wallace just is trying to figure out with 2 to go, should she move into the front, and she does. Amy Green again would want to start moving. She generally doesn't have a massive kick, but does have great strength.
She looks like she's running very relaxed there. Wallace does as well, but it was a little bit of work getting around Foster there and getting into that lead, so she didn't exactly fly by her. But Green straight away, your football analogy earlier on, she was like Pep Guardiola's Barcelona. They're on the ball in 3 seconds. She was on straight on to the back of Wallace and has followed her incredibly closely there. So it is Wallace, Green and Foster. Foster's trying to hang on there, but you can see that wind is blowing harder into her face there, and she's trying to hang on as much as she possibly can. But Wallace and Green here, with 600 metres left to go, have made a little bit of a gap on her.
It looks like the wind has shifted a bit more so into a type of a crosswind, and young Foster looks to the ground for some inspiration as she tires. But again, once that bell goes again, I think there could be a little lift again, and she'll have a bit of foot speed to perhaps get herself back in the game. But it's Amy Green having to make a push now for home.
It could be like the German cyclist Jens Voigt, and she could look down and go, "Shut up, legs." As Green here has made a push for the finish. As you said, maybe not have that closing speed, but she's made a little bit of a gap on Wallace here with a lap to go. So it is Green with maybe 2-3 metres in front of Wallace. It's going to be a really interesting back straight there. She's gone a little bit earlier than I would like. But she's very, very brave to do that, but she is starting to move further away. I think she made a little bit of another metre there, but will Wallace close that gap now in the wind up the back straight and then hope that she has it in the home straight? So it's Green followed by Wallace, and Foster still hanging on their game lead, Hartnett in fourth.
Yeah, Amy Green's going to have to really push. She's made the right move. There was 8:19 at the bell. Again, trying to push gamely now, pumping those arms hard as we come up to 200 to go. 8:55, 8:56. Can Wallace muster anything in this last 150? Foster looks to the ground again as well. 9:04 on the clock with 150 to go. Looks like Green has this all sewn up though now, as she'll come around the curve and will have a bit of a wind on her back. But we've seen them close before.
Certainly, and things can fall apart there. She looks relaxed over on the shoulders there, and she's still pumping the arms, and looks like she's got it under control. Nice little gap here between these three runners in the end. And Foster is making a bit of a close there on Wallace, so Wallace wants to be careful in the dying embers of this race. But it is going to be Green from Finn Valley with the win, 9:34, and Wallace second place, 9:37. Foster closing well, 9:38. In fact, Greta Strunkaika got over the line there with 9:43, which I think would be a big personal best, perhaps. Looking at Phelan here as he does the hand motion to say, I'm not 100% sure.
Might have a 9:40 from previous memory indoors, but that is still a very positive run for her there, well under 10 minutes, so she'll be happy as Dervlan just nips under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and certainly 10 minutes, I suppose, Phelan, would be the kind of the standard here for domestic athletes. You can get into the 9s, then you're going reasonably well. 4:53 here coming over the line is Adele McCreary from Redfarnham, and 4:61 is Joanne Mills of Unattached crossing the line as well, and excellent time, 10:21, and it's Mana and Phoenix's Georgia Wright then getting up for that 10:26 to close out the fields, with a few athletes pull out in that one. But an excellent finish to that one from Amy Green, Finn Valley. Good closing 600 metres or so.
Yeah, I think both of those races were expertly paced, as we say, by the self-doubt but self-execution there in the end from Michelle Finn, the pacemaker, and she'll be joining us shortly now for some commentary.
I was winding her up about being the pro athlete now. She'll probably have to go for a 20-minute cool down and 101 other things, and maybe a nap perhaps before she comes back up. So we're on to the men's 200 metres now shortly. So this is one of the races of the day. So we've got Harry McIlwain from Letterkenny AC, Adam Murphy from Tinryland AC, Sam Gordon from Wales, Jeremy Azu from Wales, Krishan Aiken from Scotland, Alex Azu from Wales, Craig Newell from Ballymena and no, it's just Ballymena AC, isn't it? I was going to go Ballymena and Antrim AC, but it's not. And then Josh Brown from Wales. So an international field here in this one. Jeremy Azu, the 2025 World Indoor Champion over 60 metres and the European Indoor Champion that year as well. Then we also have Krishan Aiken, the Scottish athlete, 10:34 at his best over 100 metres, and Alex Azu, a 10:40 over 100 metres as well. The other Welsh athlete in this one. So really strong field here. Jeremy Azu, of course, the pick of the bunch for sure, but an athlete that over 200 metres is a little bit more of an unknown quantity. He'll definitely get out quickly and fly around that curve, but the speed endurance, and for all the distance athletes listening in, yes, there is endurance in the 200 metres. That last 40-50 metres or so is going to be tough for guys jumping up from the 60 metres, and it will be no doubt a difficult end to that race for the Azu athletes there from Wales, Jeremy Azu and Alex Azu. We've got better known over 60 metres. Sam Gordon in that one as well, 21:35 this season, is the Welsh. My apologies. Yeah, the Welsh athlete just on the inside, in the inside lanes there. So he'll be certainly in the mix there as well. That 21:35 was in Cardiff only a few weeks ago. So certainly one to watch out for. And he's ran 21:11 in the past couple of years back in Gainesville, Florida, where many Irish athletes have been over the years and ran some spectacular times in the early season as well. So certainly a really high quality field here in this men's 200 metres. It would certainly be between those those middle lanes: Sam Gordon, Jeremy Azu, Krishan Aiken and Alex Azu. So those athletes will be on at 12:40, which is exactly now, but we are talking about sprinters here, so there will be a little bit of faffing about for a few minutes. They're tightly coiled machines and need to make sure they're fully warmed up and ready to go. So we've got a couple of domestic athletes in this as well: Harry McIlwain, Adam Murphy, Craig Newell, and we also have Josh Brown there on the outside. We have not given his dues to. He is a Welsh athlete as well, and over 200 metres has ran some excellent times, which I'm about to get off for there now shortly. But he's just going to be in the outer lane, so really strong field in this men's 200 metres. After this we'll have a couple other 200 metres as well, and then afterwards we'll have that men's international 3k. So Josh Brown, 10:75 at his best over 100 metres, and 6:82 over 60 metres, and 21:73 but way back in 2018, which seems like an awful long time ago now. Josh Brown there on the outside lanes over 200 metres. So good strong field with the Jeremy Azu being the pick of the bunch.
He certainly is the pick of the bunch.
Craig Newell in this one as well, and I'm pretty sure every time Craig Newell, I'm assuming he's going to look the exact same and will have never aged, and maybe part of some sort of program where they just recreate him every year, and he's just getting possibly even younger.
He's got the secret serum. I think he must be doing the grounding in the morning with the bare feet.
I think he's literally been running. I think this track wasn't here when he first started running. He's an impressive individual.
Yeah, I think he's not sure if he's still coached by Ian Neely, but he's on the outside. He's a great bend runner. He's done some good jobs pacemaking, run some brilliant 200 metres, 400 metres, great leg speed. And as I said, an ageless wonder. He could be easily 22, he could easily be 33, 43. He's not 43, he's younger than me. But
Sorry, Lisa Rooms from...
That's not very helpful though, at your current age. He's actually much younger than we think. He's only 29. He's just been around for an awful long time.
29 is he's had a good.
I would have said
he's been on the scene since at least 17, 18 at underage. Championship. So here they are settling into their blocks, Ronan.
Certainly, yeah. So we've got Harry McElwain, Adam Murphy, Sam Gordon, Jeremy Azu, Sean Aiken, Alex Azu, Craig Newell and Josh Brown. And Craig Newell, of course, with the 21.78 performance over this season, and a 21.41 man on his best. So a really silky runner, particularly around the bend. So we're going to be showing you that picture now very shortly as they get into their blocks.
So first part 2 men.
They are absolutely flying around here. Craig Newell, Jeremy Azu is gone around them very quickly here, and Alex Azu there on the outside. As you can see, Jeremy Azu, the centre shot flying up the home straight. Alex Azu on the outside, and just inside that is Sam Gordon. But it's going to be Jeremy Azu, the 2025 World Indoor 60-metre champion, and 20 points, we reckon, under 21 seconds there, which would be a personal best. An incredible run there from Jeremy Azu. A really impressive run. Alex Azu just on the outside there in second place. Sam Gordon then finishing up third. Really impressive run from those boys. You can see there in the centre of your shot.
So we'll get you an official time now just shortly. Just the clock is on a running clock at the moment, so it doesn't pause. It would have been under 21 seconds, but we'll get you that official one now when we get it.
Yeah, Jeremy Azu, of course, has gone under 21 seconds before, but only just so. Hopefully, we see a personal best for Jeremy Azu, with 20.73. So it is a personal best. 27.7 is his personal best indoors. So definitely going to be an outdoor personal best, but also an overall personal best here for Jeremy Azu, a 9.97 man at his best over 100 metres. So. Incredibly good performance there. Personal best for Jeremy Azu. So we're going to try and get hold of those official results for you. But of course, if you are following on Facebook, you will find those results coming up on the live results page. And hopefully we'll get as many of those to you as we'll get those to you as best we can. So next up is the 200 metre A race, and that'll be coming on very shortly. And we've got a high quality field in there, and after that then you're looking at the two men's A race, an A race and a B race, and then our women's A and B 200 metres after that. So really high quality into the men's 3K then. So plenty more, 3 more 200 metre races, half lap of the track, followed by the 3,000 metres of international men's race then after that. So that winner there, of course, Jeremy Azu. I think we've got an official time on it now of 20.73, which would be a very slight personal best. Of course, now that we're down in the sprinting, we may need to look at the wind gauge as well, which I haven't got. We have one, of course, but we don't have an idea of what the wind is at this moment in time, or if it even would affect those results. So it'll have to be under 2.1 metres per second, and it is a bit of a crosswind, so I'd imagine we should be safe enough. But we'll find out whether Jeremy Azu has got his personal best, the 2025 World Champion. So this men's B race here now is another high quality affair. We have Jack O'Connor from St Michael's College AC, Billy Ryan from Cork Track Club, Ewan McDonald from Orange Grove Athletics Club, Arnor Brynjarsson from Iceland, Leon Ewer from West Coast AC, Jack Hickey from Nina Olympic, and Conor Adair from North Down AC, and Ola Tumbi Aya Rinde from Reading AC. So a really high quality field. You'll see there on the back straight, they're just getting into their blocks and settling into their blocks here over at the 200 metre start. We have this field: Jack O'Connor, Billy Ryan, Ewan McDonald, Arnor Brynjarsson, Leon McGuire, Jack Hickey, Conor Adair, and Ola Tumbi Aya Rinde from Reading AC. And they're off over here at the 200 metres start. Absolutely flying out of the blocks there is Liam McCreer. He is tearing around the bend there, right in the centre of your shot. Liam McCreer from West Coast AC, but just inside him from Orangegrove. Ian McDonald is holding on strong as well, and Arne Brynjarsen, the Icelandic athlete, who I think is in City of Lisburn AC as well. He was in second place, so it does look like it was Liam McCreer from West Coast AC with the win in that one. So those three athletes in the centre of your shot there now, were very much amongst it there in the final metres of that race.
Yeah, we'll get you the official results there now shortly, and the official result on the previous race. So Jeremy Azu ran 20.73, followed by 21.12, 21.33, 21.51, 21.71, 21.90 and 22.10. So the winning time there was 20.73 in the international A race 200 metres.
So I was talking to him there about the potential wind factors, whether or not with the crosswind it should be okay in terms of is it going to cause any issues for the wind gauge, because that would be a personal best for Jeremy Azu, and hopefully we'd be able to get him back to the Belfast Classic here in association with SportsShoes.
Yeah, we've had multiple excellent athletes enter the years. Gabriel Debus Stafford was one of the highlight athletes here last year, Canadian international. So there's always a few stars, and then where stars are made type of effort as well, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly a really, really high quality event here, the Belfast Classic. And up next we've got the women's A 200 metres. We've got Janine Boyle in this one from Finn Valley, Anna McCauley from Northern Ireland in this one, the pentathlete, Emma Lynn from UCDAC, Hannah Breer from Swansea, and Loughborough students. I always say Loughborough and then I correct myself. And then we have Rachel Bennett, the GB athlete, in lane 5, Lucy Fraser from Scottish athlete in lane 6, Erin Friel from Letterkenny in lane 7, and Katie McMonigal in lane 8 from Finn Valley AC. So a top quality field here again. And this women's A2 or B 200 metres? A 200 metres in fact, sorry.
Yeah, Loughborough made famous, I suppose, by coach George Gandy, RIP, and obviously Sebastian Coe, one of his pupils there, but a great tradition there in Loughborough, and they have their BMC meetings there throughout the summer as well.
I suppose it was the strength and conditioning. George Gandy strength and conditioning was the kind of he was one of the precursors of weights. Who knows? If you make them stronger and more powerful, they might run faster. It's ingenious, really.
It was, yeah. I think he had they used to do some of the old school circuits, wasn't it? Climbing up the rope pull and all the rest, as well as just your general Conor Gardner weights and Olympic lifting. I think Seb Coe had a great power output as well, compared to his lithe, lean frame. Another man is probably good with a bit of boot polish though too. He's a semi-ageless wonder like Craig Newell, but I think he has some assistance from some boot polish.
Well, we're looking at this 200 metres. Hannah Breer, the centre lanes from that Swansea and Loughborough students we were just mentioning there. 23.16 she's ran last year, but just outside here that Rachel Bennett, the GB athlete, 22.87 last year, which is an incredibly fast time. She's in lane 5. You'll see her probably just on the right hand side of your shot there. That is a Sale Harriers vest there, so just I think that is her there, centre your shot, 22.87 Rachel Bennett, and Lucy Fraser just outside her, the Scottish athlete, then 23.64 as a season's best. So really strong race ahead of us here. The athletes to watch: lane 4, 5 and 6, Hannah Breer, Rachel Bennett and Lucy Fraser. Those three athletes will be under 24 seconds.
It's generally a safe bet, isn't it? Watch lanes 4, 5 and 6 in a sprint event.
Don't let people peek behind the curtain, Caleb. So we're on our marks here. And out hard on those blocks there, that is Hannah Breer there, I think, just in the pink outfit there, just in the centre of your shot there. She's absolutely flying it coming into the straight. That is 24 sorry, 36, my apologies. Hannah Breer, yeah, the Swansea athlete. And just outside her, number 37, is that Rachel Bennett. She's gone sub 23 seconds in the pass along. Levers there and tearing over the line. It is Rachel Bennett with the win in that one. The GB athlete in the, that's a Sale Harriers vest. And she gets the win with Hannah Breer there, the Swansea athlete in the pink vest, coming in second place. So we did not have Lucy Fraser, I don't think, in that one.
No, some more good running there. So have no fear, all the results will start pulling them through as well. It's just one of the laser beams in terms of the clock stopping on the finish line for you to see on the screen. The results are still coming through, so we'll get the official results there, as we saw the Sale Harrier win there. And yes, on occasion some of the athletes like the outer lane. Karsten Warholm likes it, and also in Lausanne, amongst others. I think Xavier Carter and some of the guys back in the day used to like lanes 6, 7 and 8 on the wide.
Well, you're starting ahead of everyone, like, you know, you're already ahead psychologically, getting in the brain. But sorry, we did in fact have Lucia Fraser, Scotland. She was there, centre your shot there. That is her there. She was in that one as well. So I think she was in fourth place there, and Anna McCauley as well, the heptathlete in the mix there as well. That she's there in the red one piece there, number 34. So she's around 24.98. So she'll be looking to try and get that down a little bit further as she takes on the combined events throughout the season here, the Northern Irish athlete. So in our next race, women's 200 metres, we will get an official time on that last A race. Won, of course, by Rachel Bennett. The favourite for that race has come out and dominated the final 50 metres. So she had a little bit of trouble with Hannah Breer coming around that bend, but the superior speed, endurance and long levers got herself over the line over that last 50. The Sale Harriers athlete. This women's B 200 metres has Alicia Hagerty in it from Middleton AC, Laura Frey from Lagan Valley, Brynja Brinjdottir, the Icelandic athlete of I believe is also with she's City of Derry AC Spartans as well, local athlete here, but competing for Iceland. Ellen Daly from Kilkenny City Harriers, Catherine Hempton from City of Lisburn AC, Martha Orr from Orange Grove Athletics Club, and Sophie Parler from Olympian YAC.
Yeah, I'm making a wild guess here that Ellen Daly is Molly Daly's sister, who competed in the World Relay Championships, compete at the first time at 3 generation athletes have competed internationally. Her mother Fiona Norwood, and I think her grandfather before her there, so that was a bit of athletics history there for you now.
No pressure on Ellen Daly here. Is that what you're saying? You're putting a lot of...
No, we'd never do that.
But Brynja Brinjdottir, her brother, ran in the 200 metres earlier on and was in the top 3, so she'll be hoping to do the same. And we will hopefully see a strong performance here from these athletes. They'll be getting into their blocks now very shortly. A couple of jumps in the air to activate the nervous system, activate the muscles.
And settle the nerves. I've seen it being done on TV, so I'll do it myself.
Exactly, yeah. Well, you know, fake it till you make it.
I'm living that life.
When are you going to make it, Bill? When did that part start? But it is, in fact, Alicia Hagerty, Laura Frey, Brynja Brinjdottir in lane 4, Ellen Daly in lane 5. And we're off, and it is Daly there in the centre of your shot in that black and amber vest of Kilkenny that's got out strongly, with Brinjdottir just on her inside going well as well. And on the outside is, I think, Martha Orr, the Orange Grove athlete there. In fact, it's Catherine Hempton just inside her, who is leading this one into the home straight, chased by Daly and Brinjdottir. But it is going to be Hempton who's going to get over this line, chased really gamely there by Daly, and Brinjdottir in fourth, and it is Martha Orr in fourth, and then in final place it's Alicia Hagerty, the Middleton SC athlete, crossing that line, or Laura Frey, the Lagan Valley athlete, my apologies, crossing that line in the Lagan Valley vest.
Excellent. Yeah, it looks like Daly nearly could have caught and then was like just holding it together and then slowly coming back to her, but tidy run. All the results are coming through live on the Facebook page as well.
Yeah, they certainly are coming through on the Facebook page, and you can follow the start list there as they come through. But really positive run there from Hempton. over 200 metres, and the wind plus 0.8, so we're in the clear, hopefully as well, for that Jeremy Azu run from earlier. But you can follow Belfast Irish Milers. You'll find the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes on there, and if you flick down, you will find the live result link is the third post, so you can click on there and you'll get your live results throughout the day. So that women's A 200 metres, Rachel Bennett of GB 23.53, Hannah Breer 23.75, Lucy Fraser third 24.27, and Anna McCauley fourth in 24.61. Had B results from that 200 metres are down as well. 21.97 from Sean O'Donnell, Anya Brynjarson, the Icelandic athlete 22.15, and Ewan Donald, Orange Grove AC 22.20. So really strong performances there in that men's B 200 metres. And now we are through the half lappers. The 200 metres, the 220 yards is done and dusted, and it'll be the men's international 3K now.
2 mile, 3K, yes.
Deuce, yeah. The 2 mile.
7.5 laps of the track.
7.5 laps of pain and misery for these boys, but they love it. So really strong field for these boys here now in the men's 3K. So we'll get a handle on those boys very shortly. You can see them there all getting themselves ready. We've got I see one of your athletes there, nice new singles though, film, but one of them is that David Troy wearing a cap, always controversial.
He likes his cap.
So we'll get you this field now very shortly, because I've clicked off it and I now need to go and find it. So here we are. So we've got Michael Murphy from Tullamore Harriers, Gavin Curtin from Dunor Harriers, Finlay Prophet from Great Britain, Istvan Zoigi from Hungary, Sebastian Lorstad from Sweden, Sam Serrano from Belgium, Matthew Ramsden is now his Great Britain and Blackburn Harriers, but I believe is of Australian extraction. Henry McLucky, who might...
No, he's not. He's the same name.
Oh, same.
Matt Ramsden from Australia had to reply to a story once on Instagram saying, "Not me, but good job, mate."
Keep up the good work. Ben McMillan from Scotland, Callum Morgan, Jamie Battle, David Troy, Tony McCambridge, Ravi Clark, Quinn Neil Ingram, Jack O'Leary, Dermot Fagan, Dylan Casey, and Chris Fielding.
Yeah, so Jack O'Leary fourth in the European Cross Country Championships. This is his. Bumped into him earlier, as he said, just get the rust underway, get the season underway at some stage. But in fairness, as I said to him, it's still early doors for a long summer ahead, with Birmingham hopefully on his horizon at the European Athletics Championships.
Yeah, he'll certainly be looking to take that on after that fourth place in the Euro Cross. Is an incredible run, and he'll be eyeing that standard as well, over 3,000 metres, but really strong field here. Sebastian Lorstad, the Swedish athlete, 7.52 at his best. Sam Serrano, 8.02 at his best. Finlay Prophet, who sounds like it should be like a, some sort of accounting firm, 14.35 at his best over 5k, and Sebastian Swogi from Hungary, 7.53.
Istvan Zoigi, yeah, he's at best of 7.46. As our fly carb men come out, part of our sponsors here at the meet with the Belfast Classic with Eamon Christie as meet director. As Michelle Finn is coming up to join us post pacemaking, as we have our drone underway here, as Jack O'Leary is straight on the pace as they go through in 30 seconds through the first 200 metres. So it's a quick enough pace. Some of the guys at the back will be just looking just to relax a little bit and just hopefully come through.
Yeah, certainly a really positive start there. Jack O'Leary just in third place behind the two fly carb athletes there, 1 and 2 at the moment. So
just need to relax a little bit there on 7.30 pace. They're going to probably go through in around 60 seconds through the first 400 metres, or just a bit less, so 60, 61, kind of really a 59, 60 with a jam on the brakes to make sure it's only a 60 type of effort.
Yeah, that's certainly obviously a great shot here of how quick these boys are actually moving there from the drone. But Jack O'Leary in third place, he probably would have been around 60, 61. So a little bit, if there was rust there, it's certainly blown off now with that first lap. But we can see really, really strong field here throughout. 4.71 there, just behind Jack O'Leary, or 2 shots behind Jack O'Leary, is Henry McLucky.
He'll be one of the race favourites, yeah. And then 2 back in the orange is the local favourite. That'll be Callum Morgan. So a big gap then, and then Ishvan Sogi kind of leading the second pack.
Yeah, but certainly with that fast-paced film, it may be for the best that athletes have sat a little bit further back in that field, as it was particularly quick there over the first 200 metres. But O'Leary is looking really strong here in third place, and behind him Henry McLuckie.
Yeah, so 2 minutes 2:02 through 800 metres. So this second pack is still 2:06, which is still good. Good running there from that second pack. So again, will they start getting the chase on? So there was a lot going on there for these athletes to try and get their pacing right.
Yeah, a lot of experience in this field though, so these athletes will be happy to sit in there. 4.68 just behind there is Sebastian Lorstad, the Swede there at the very back of that group. So an international field here at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes, and a particularly quick 3K lined up here. Callum Morgan just there in the orange vest at the back of that leading group there, looking particularly comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, so they're rolling now. Even the second pack was 2:40 through the first K. As we have our arms striding out, trying to hang on and pull this out just for another little bit. So we have our cameraman, one of the cameramen, just standing in the way of the clock.
And we have photographer here. But we have Matthew Ramsden, non-Australian Matthew Ramsden, British Matthew Ramsden, sitting there in fourth place. So a group of 5 here, and obviously the first athlete there is our pacemaker from Flycarb, who's rolling really well here and keeping this pace, going coming up towards the mile very shortly. So going really well here, this group. Jack O'Leary there in second place. We have Henry McLuckie just behind him, and just behind him then Matthew Ramsden, and we have Callum Morgan then sitting in just behind that. Sebastian Lorstad in there as well. So a good strong pack here at the front of this field. So when we have our 3:52 through the 1500 metres, and our pacemaker starting to make his way to the outside there as we come up towards the mile. O'Leary takes the lead now as our pacemaker pulls out. The Flycar boys are done. Henry McLuckie just sitting in behind him. Matthew Ramsden in third, and Callum Morgan in fourth place. So those 4 athletes have made about a 20-30 metre gap on the rest of the field, but it is O'Leary, the 4th placer in the European Cross Country Championships, running really strongly here. He's also gone well over the Martin Games as well, over 5,000 metres, is a particularly impressive 5,000 metre PB. So he's well capable of leading this one out and is strong enough to lead. Henry McLuckie in second, Matthew Ramsden in third, and Callum Morgan holding on really strongly there in 4th place.
Yeah, he's been running well over 10,000. He's been having a good season, so for the last 12 months plus or so. So he's looking to keep progressing there. Jack O'Leary is leading it out, but I think McLuckie still be the favourite here at the moment. But there's no stopping Jack O'Leary himself the last 12 months.
Yeah, O'Leary has been absolutely flying it and would have no problem leading this. In fact, would relish the chance to try and put a little bit of dirt behind him and try and push the lads away, push away from the lads here with going through 2K. Really flying it there, 5:15 or so through that 2K marker. So really going well here. O'Leary still in the lead, McLuckie in second, Ramsden third, and Morgan just sitting incredibly pretty there at the back of that group, not doing any work whatsoever. Sitting in behind the wing. McLuckie's just taking the lead there, gone around O'Leary, but O'Leary won't take that line down. He's going to try and hang on to him. There is a little bit of gap now back to Ramsden and Morgan in fourth.
Yeah, coming up to 2 laps to go. McLuckie's making a move as they're well spread out. The pack are spread eagle. Can they get themselves together with 2 laps to go?
Yeah, McLuckie there is just opening up a little bit of a gap on O'Leary and striding away. You can see the really silky smooth run of McLuckie there onto the back straight. He's made 2-3 metres on O'Leary and he's made it look very easy, but O'Leary won't take that line down. He's a dogged athlete with 600 metres left to go. He won't let him go. And in third place then it is Matthew Ramsden, and Morgan is just sitting in just behind him, and as we come around to 400 metres to go, Morgan will surely take a shot here and try and get up to Jack O'Leary, but it is McLuckie coming into the home straight for a penultimate time, Phelan.
Yeah, he's looking good. Coming up to the bell, for whom the bell tolls, probably be around 7:40 or so, just a shade over 6:40 rather, 6:41, 6:42. So can he get a sub 60 as he's driving into the wind? Callum Morgan is coming back into the contention for the top three. Jack O'Leary still looking to hold out, but it looks like McLuckie has this all sewn up as he comes down the back straight with 300 metres to go.
Yeah, McLuckie is absolutely full of running there as he enters into the back straight. He looks like he'd run 2 or 3 more laps at this pace. He's flying down there, full of vim and vigour with 250 metres left to run. O'Leary running strongly as well, but Morgan has made a bit of a burst for it on the back straight. It's gone around Batcher-Rampton. He's going to try and catch up to Jack O'Leary, but McLuckie is home and dry. He's got the smoking jacket on. The cigars are being dropped to his table with 110 to go. He's absolutely flying here. He's going to get up in around that 7:40 mark, but Morgan is chasing O'Leary here. Morgan's going to come into the home straight and just try and go around Jack O'Leary, but as you can see there in the back of your shot, McLuckie is home and dry, but Morgan there, you can see the battle on between Morgan and O'Leary for second place, and Morgan is flying by, and the winner, Henry McLuckie, 7:43, a fantastic time and a brilliant run from him. Morgan in second place, 7:47, O'Leary in third, 7:48, and his Matthew Ramsden, 7:50. Incredible run.
Yeah, so looks like Dermot Fagan coming in for another good run here. This could be a massive PB, all right. 8 minutes, 8:01. Looks like a big PB for Fagan.
Yeah, Ben McMillan there, the Scot there, coming up to 5th place. Sam Serrano then in 6th place. So really strong international field here, and loads of personal bests, I'm sure, in the later ranks there. Really strong field. We're still at 8:20. Even for these athletes here, like David Troy coming over the line there in 8:21, so real strong performances throughout. The winner, Henry McLuckie, we get an official time on that. I think 7:42 was it?
I would have thought 7:43, but we'll be getting them up live now shortly.
We'll round down, as our friend Cahalini would say. So up next is the
3,000 metre B.
3K. So we've got 2 more 3Ks to come, and then we're on to the 400 metres for international women. So a couple of 3Ks, 2 3Ks to come, A and B races, and then on to the women's international 400 metres at 1:38. So it is like clockwork here. We're flying through it. So really positive race there from Henry McLuckie. Centre your shot there. He's been running really well this season, and certainly ran well in that race there with 2 laps to go. Flew through that field there. Jack O'Leary having to lead after the pacemakers dropped out, but he was going really well there, and getting himself over that line with maybe 500 metres left to run. Made a bit of a break for it and put Jack O'Leary under serious pressure. Impressive run. This men's B 3K. We're going to go for the B 3K first. So we've got Aaron Rush, Adam Foy, Mark O'Callaghan, Anthony O'Brien, Stephen Lunn, Rory Hollywood, Ethan Dunn, Matteo Ursacci, Evan Costello, Malcolm Kiplagat, Jack Garvey, David Wadrick, Alistair Roger, Kevin Finn, Kieran Considine, Charlie Taggart, my apologies, Mark Cornett, Noah Watt, Cormac Lenny, James Traynor, Riley Connolly, and Jack Donnelly. Riley Connolly and Jack Donnelly, no relation.
So there's a few caps on. There's another cap merchant on today. The Denora Harrier there has his cap on.
Yep. My ears are far too big to wear a cap, unfortunately. I wish I was cool enough to pull it off as well, but certainly not.
Fantastic international men's 3,000 metres in 3rd place.
So this men's B 3K, Aaron Rush, Adam Foy, Mark Callahan, Anthony O'Brien, Stephen Lunn, Rory Hollywood, Ethan Dunn, Matthew Ursacci, Evan Costello, Malcolm Kiplagat, Jack Garvey, David Wadrick, Alistair Rogers, Kevin Finn, Kieran Constantine, Charlie Taggart, Mark Cornett, Noah Watt, Karen Lenny, Cormac Lenny, James Traynor, Riley Connolly, and Jack Donnelly. So you can see the centre of your shot there. You've got Henry McLuckie, and we've got Jack O'Leary there in 3rd, and the local man Callum Morgan there getting up for 2nd place in the latter stages. And our meet director here at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes, Eamon Christie, just on the left hand side of your shot, making all this happen.
He's been doing a great job now for a number of years. Great at kind of the meet made its name on the 800 metres, the women's 8, as the lads are lining up again. Our fly carb lads are on a quick turnaround from the international 3K to the B3K.
How do they do it, Phil? Do they do it through the use of fly carb, perhaps?
I think
our donations to Dublin Track Club and to myself for the park run.
yes, the old sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah, certainly. I know they've got a stall here today as well, so if you're here, checking them out. If you're here listening to us, watching it on the screen as opposed to watching it live. And we're off here in the men's B3K, so 7.5 laps for these boys. The fly car boys go to the front there to pace this one, and we'll be looking for a slightly more relaxed start to this one than the 30 seconds in the men's international race.
Yeah, the 2 minutes dead 800 would be probably looking for a little bit more relaxed, but which they are doing.
Yeah, it's certainly an easier pace than this one, but Rory Hollywood there, the Lagan Valley athlete, in second place. Hollywood by name, Hollywood by nature, he's gone to the front of this field, making a name for getting on screen.
Yes, and the clock is a little bit off there.
Yeah, we will get all of the results, of course, on live results here. Check it out on the Facebook page. The Denor Harriers athlete Adam Foy there has gone to second place. You can see a great drone shot here. Plenty of crowds here at the Belfast Classic, and a fantastic shot of how relaxed those athletes do look here on the back straight, and they are rolling really nicely here. But a lovely scene here at the Mary Peters track.
Yes, picturesque, isn't it, really? That was Adam Foy there. He's in the old Dave Wattle white cap as per David Troy in the previous race. So Jimmy Gressier kind of made it very popular as well.
And you have to say, Philip, some fantastic club names here in this one as well. We've got Keeper Lit from Charlie Taggart is running for Keeper Lit, which I thoroughly enjoy.
Yeah, we saw a young athlete in the opening race in the underage 1000 in the Keeper Lit. I can't see the Keeper Lit singlet here. There though, I can see the North Belfast Harriers though, Annadale Striders singlets, and the Lagan Valley. So a lot of the local athletes who'd be training here throughout the year are running in this B3000.
Yeah, you'd have to think that those athletes will know every little crack, and they get like a basketball team at home. They know the dead spots in the track, they know the dead spots in the court, they know exactly, they'll have around this. It'll be like second nature to them. But it is still Rory Hollywood, the Lagan Valley athlete, at the lead of this, just behind the pacemaker, and Adam Foy then in second. And we'll get an idea there of our third place athlete. It looks to be Mattea Versace of Clondalk Harriers, 6'1", 3, I think, Phil.
I don't see Matei there, but yes, Foy is there. Hollywood, that used to be a great nickname in the football as well. Doing the Hollywood on it, taking too much out of the ball, but he's striding sweetly here as the clock is back on in sync. 2:55, 2:56 through the first 1000.
It is in fact David Wojciech of Port HAC that's there in fourth place in the red singlet, just in front of our second pacemaker. So those three have a little bit of a gap to that second group, and great to see. And at the Belfast Classic here we have two pacemakers in this field, so two athletes helping with the pace all the way through, and I suppose in a 3K film you can have that where you've got maybe groups running at just slightly different paces. The pace might be a little bit too high just at the very front, but at the moment not a huge difference between the two groups.
No, and the second group is kind of nearly going to close in, so it's a little bit like a bike race. They let the Tête de la Course, they let the few lads go down the river, and they're just going to slowly wind them back in. Giro d'Italia started there yesterday.
Yes, yeah, the pink jersey, the Maglia Rosa. But yeah, the breakaway has gone away for them, and the peloton are going to chase them down. But I don't know. Crosswinds as well always cause trouble in the bike races, but less so in the running.
Yeah, so it looks like some great pacemaking being done here by the fly carb lads, and that second group, it just looks like it's running nice and smoothly. David Wajrak, as you mentioned in the red there, he's kind of closed in nicely there. Hollywood still ultimately the virtual leader, as it were.
Yeah, and the star of this race, perhaps. I believe he's been shouting Hollywood on the back straight to people, so puts a little bit of pressure on himself with that, but certainly he's paying his dues here. He's sitting in behind the pacemaker here. Adam Foy then in second, and David Wajorek, the Portlaoise AC athlete, there in third place, and stood fourth on screen, but third overall in the race.
Yeah, so 4:43 through 1600 metres, so in or around 8:45 pace, potentially a close.
Yeah, certainly a really strong effort here from these boys. Under 9 minutes for domestic athletes is always good running, good benchmark. So if they can get that 8:43 instead of conditions a little bit windy, we'll find out what it's like. We're obviously up a little bit higher than most. We'll find out in a few minutes from Michelle Finn what it was like down on track.
Exactly, on track side. Yeah, she's just come back from her pace and duty. She's going to be linking in now shortly.
She also ate the last of that chocolate bar, and I didn't see anyone getting offered any. I kid. David Wezorek, the Portlaoise AC athlete, has gone in there in second place, and Rory Hollywood is now gone into third on screen, second overall, and David Foy then, or Adam Foy, my apologies, into fourth place on screen, third place overall. The flight card boys there at the front are your pacemakers, your pacemaker, and you've got a secondary pace group then just behind that, just off screen. You can see there you catch that second group there on the drone shot. So 2 pacemaker groups in this race. So really that second group we're trying to break 9 minutes, which would be a nice benchmark. But David Westwright, the Portlaoise AC athlete, there in second place on screen in the red signet.
Yeah, he's striding sweetly there. He's moved as well. He's run this race particularly well, and yeah, as you said earlier, the 10-minute mark for the women is a great benchmark for the national club level, and again 9 minutes for the boys, and the men is also another excellent marker. So they're going to have 2 laps to go, 6:30 on the clock. The arms start moving.
Yeah, so 2 laps to go. The race, the hard work has been done here to be starting to sniff home here. David Wajorek has made a bit of a gap there, maybe metre, 2 metres on Rory Hollywood, and Adam Foy then is starting to get dropped a little bit by Rory Hollywood there from Legan Valley, but he's starting to look back, which is always a sign of a man in a little bit of trouble, and he's been chased down then by the Annandale Striders. The Stags are on the move, and Wajorek there with 600 metres left to run. Portlaoise AC athlete has made a little bit of a gap, but not enough of a gap that Hollywood, who I'm sure would like a spectacular finish, as his name is Hollywood, he'll certainly try and hold on for dear life there.
Some of the famous athletes from Portlaoise down to the years include Anne Keenan Buckley, and now more recently the Mulhairs, Michael Mulhair, David Mulhair, and Mary Mulhair, exactly, and there's multiple others, but it's Wajorek now representing Portlaoise with pride here as he's going to come into the bell lap.
Yeah, 400 metres left to run, 2 half-lappers as Phelan would say, and they have our clock 7:41, so trying to get in around 65 seconds or so. We get an 8:50, which would be a lovely run, but he's full of running here with David Wajorek. Rory Holland then in second place, Hollywood in second place, and Adam Foy in third. I'll get an idea of the hard finishing young man there from North Belfast Harriers in the yellow jersey. David Wajorek on the back straight.
He is rolling now. 2:50 to go, 8:10 on the clock. So we'll see, can he run a 30-second last 200 for an 8:45? Might just be a little bit out of his compass, but you don't know. Hollywood in second. Foy coming back into it a little bit in third with his cap on, as the young North Belfast Harrier has a look at his clock, but he's going to have to pump it up a little bit as Foy looks back. The young and the old, but it's Wajorek now with 100 metres to go, 8:35 on the clock. Probably be looking to get under 8:50 if he's lucky. Hollywood is coming back at him, but he is going to run out of track. So can he just get under the 8:50? Looks like he's just going to be a shade over 8:50. Hollywood next, followed by Foy, and our young North Belfast Harrier coming in.
I think it's Conrad Lenny or James Trainer. I'll get an exact idea of him there momentarily.
So followed by Annandale Striders, then we have Dunleer AC coming in, as the rest of the runners are striding in. in our penultimate 3K, and then we'll have our
women's international 400 metres very shortly.
We've one more 3K.
Oh, sorry, one more
3K to go. This is our penultimate one, and then 3008. Then back into the international women's 400. You might bring Michelle Finn in here, and you can ask her a few questions on what it's like trackside and get her into the mix.
So we're going to be joined here by Michelle Finn, two-time Olympian and two-time pacemaker here at the Belfast Classic with SportsShoes. And she's going to be joining us very shortly, giving us an idea of what it's like on the track. As we mentioned earlier, she refused point blank to mic up for the race, which was a disappointment to many. But she's going to be getting on very shortly here for this men's A3K. I'll bring you through that field as we get her set up here. She's got hair and makeup. Phelan doesn't have enough hair to go through hair and makeup, so, and we didn't have enough makeup for Phelan. But the men's A3K here, we've got Adam Plows from 361 AC. We've got Oisin McGloin, Stuart Spencer. Stuart Spencer has joined us from Puerto Torrevieja, which is a athletic club in the south of Spain. I've actually ran on that track with Juan Carlos Aguero, the Olympic fourth pacer from Beijing.
Have you? Very popular training destination too, I believe.
Yes, a lovely track, and very random that he's here. Yeah, quite the...
Sure, where else would he be?
That's fair point. It's the biggest race this weekend, the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes here at the Mary Peters track. Owen Smith also on that one, Callum McLaren, Tom Breslin, Noah Kavanagh, Conor McGurk, Jordan McDonald, Johnny Spratt, Cian Law, Shay O'Donnell, Darren Maloney, Dylan Wright, Callum Little, Frank McGrath, Sean Henry, Luke Merrigan, Michael McCarthy, Darren Mulrooney, Rhys Johnson, Joseph Nevin, and Pádraig McGettigan. So a really strong field here. They'll be looking to get under 8:30 in this men's A race and get down towards the 8:15 mark at the very front of the field. Michelle, what was it like down there? It's a little bit windy up here. Less windy down there?
Yeah, it's not that bad. I thought it was going to be really windy, but it's actually pretty comfortable. A little breezy more than windy. So, still a good time. Good weather for running fast, I'd say.
Excellent. We were a little bit concerned from where we are up here, but it's certainly good to get that info. Men's 3K off and running here. The flight cab boys are back. They just keep respawning there and going out again. So really, they've done 3 in a row pretty much there. So it's an impressive day for those boys. Good session done. You were our most impressive pacemaker by far. You've done 2 races in a row, but the flight car boys have done 3. How do you feel about that?
Oh, they had to outdo me. The flight car must be working.
So they're out and running again, so fair play to them. 5:03 this there. In third place is Rhys Johnson of Dunor AC, not Dunor Harriers AC, but Dunor AC. So he is in the yellow kind of fluorescent vest there in third place, and your clubman Luke Merrigan then in fourth place, the Leave LAC athlete. And Michelle is showing her age there and has no idea who Luke Merrigan is. Poor Luke Merrigan.
Of course I do. I'm panicking. Dougie's doing such a good commentary job here. I'm afraid to come in and say anything and disturb his flow.
That's a complete lie, but
we're shouting for Luke Merrigan though.
We're Team Merrigan here, the Cork Mafia up here. We've got rid of Phelan, we're out of the dub, and we're kind of like on RT when we have Sonia Sullivan, Dermot O'Rourke and Robert Heffernan. That's kind of the Cork Mafia, but this is like the bargain basement of Cork Mafia instead. Michelle, we spent all the budget on Michelle. I was the free gift on Temu.
You're running the show, don't worry.
So we have just on the left hand side of the shot there, speaking of mafias, we have the Lagan Valley troop here, the 3 of them together there, just on the left hand side of your shot there. And they're making their way up, swimming around the outside. And we were talking about cycling earlier on with the Giro d'Italia starting today, and those 3 are kind of like an echelon there up on the outside, working together on a team time trial, the Lagan Valley AC, that wonderful kind of sort of zebra, would you say zebra or zebra? Zebra type outfit
zebra.
there. Who knows? I think all are acceptable. So on the outside there, those athletes have just made their way up on the outside. We're coming up towards 800 metres there. They've gone through in 2:14, so really strong pacemaking here at the front. Lovely drone shot of the lads here to come crest that bend and come into the straightaway. So you can see there the athletes are moving really nicely there at the back of that field. Kilkenny City Harrier athlete Callum Barron there as well. So an impressive field here. They are rolling really well at the moment. As I said, trying to get down in towards that kind of 8:20 mark for these boys would be really, really good running. And as Michelle tells us, we're going. It's quite a nice track to run on, and it's not as it's quite breezy up here, but it's not remotely breezy down on the track. So those athletes are primed and ready for some personal bests here.
Very nicely.
In terms of that women's international 3K, Michelle, some really positive runs at the front of that.
Yeah, they were great. They gave me a nice job as well by not going with the pace. So it was a nice, comfortable run pacing them, but they warmed it up, obviously. So good to see. Good to get the season going for a lot of them, I'd say, as well.
I suppose you could probably give us a little bit of insight into what it's like. You've done a good bit of pacemaking, and obviously you've been a pacemaker yourself, so it's quite difficult you can kind of ruin the race as a pacemaker if you were to fly off and you're not actually doing anything there, whereas you kind of sat back and allowed them to kind of reattach when they didn't go with that pace. What was going through your mind at that moment when you were kind of go? Did you make the decision to sit back with them?
I did. I figured there's no point running out front by yourself. You're not doing anything for anyone, so I just pulled it back a little bit, tried to get them going again, but I think they were set on the pace they wanted to go. But it's good to have a race as well, an actual race, rather than, wind it up, get going later on.
Exactly, and they still ran some impressive times there. And Kerjul with 8:56 and Lisa Rooms 8:58 and Van der Les then just behind her 8:59. With Fiona Everett with a brilliant run there, best of the Irish there with 9:04.
Oh yeah, really good.
So personal best for her?
Yeah, good for her. She's really good. I feel like it's good to see her try the shorter distances as well, because she's ran a really, really, really good 10k and cross country. So get a little speed in, bring the 10k down 10k time down again.
Exactly. I've spoken like a true distance runner there. 3k is speed work, but yeah, certainly
feels like it, I'd say.
For a lot of athletes, it certainly is, and that's the thing about anyone listening in that's maybe running in school, that kind of stuff. The longest distance in school for on the female side is 3k, so that might feel like a short distance for a lot of athletes, and you could see athletes that come through and run in the marathon and run half marathons, 10Ks that maybe didn't really feature in their teenage years.
Yeah, and sorry, speaking of schools, I can see Tom Breslin from St. Aidan's down there, past people of St. Aidan's, so we'll give him a shout. Hopefully he's right with Luke Merrigan. Give them both a shout together.
Yeah, Tom Breslin there, the Clonliffe Harrier, and he's in about 9th place there. But we're still coming up towards, getting down towards that mile marker now for these boys. So pacemaking has been going really, really well here, and you can see there's a wonderful drone shot. You can see there's a big crowd here, particularly on the back straight. But 4.86, that is Owen Smith from Tara AC. He's been followed by the Lagan Valley athlete, 2 Lagan Valley athletes who we'll get a handle on now very shortly. They're coming around now, but it is still Owen Smith there in the lead now. Pacemaker's dropped out, so he has to lead into the wind here. We were talking earlier on about the pacemaker, it brings you so far, but then you do need that next athlete when the pacemaker drops out to really take the bull by the horns and push the race on, not unlike Jack O'Leary in that international men's 3K.
No, it's good, and sometimes I feel like when the pacemaker drops out, you're almost ready to start winding, so it's like a sign that the end is coming. Kick on.
That's very true, yeah. You nearly want the pacemaker to get out of your way and open the floodgates for you so you can get going. But Frank McGrath there is in 2nd place, and he's sitting behind Owen Smith from Tara AC, so those two are locked together there in 1st and 2nd. Owen Smith just at the all blue the best of that Tara AC, and then just next to him then Frank McGrath then is sitting in. Frank McGrath making a bit of a jump to get up into that group there, but with in around say 600, a little bit longer to run at this moment, but these two athletes are rolling really, really well there. It is still Owen Smith leading this one at 600 metres left to go, 6:39 on the clock, so these boys will be a little bit outside 8 minutes, but certainly rolling really well there. You can see Frank McGrath trying to almost get around Owen Smith as they come into the home straight for the first time. There'll be a little bit of adrenaline starting to pump here as they hear the bell very shortly. 500 metres left to go. Owen Smith sitting there just behind, leading Frank McGrath. Frank McGrath has made a burst for the lead here. He's going to hear the bell. It's going to drive him on. Going to get the adrenaline pumping. Hear the bell. 1 lap to go. 7:12 on the clock. So they'll be hoping to try and get under that 8:20 mark if they can. And we're getting on to our third and fourth place athletes as well. We'll get you very, very shortly. But it is Frank McGrath there striding away from Owen Smith down the back straight. Owen Smith is going to try and hang on as best he can, but McGrath looks like he's full of running with 280 metres left to run. McGrath, the arms are pumping, the head is starting to rock a little bit. But Owen Smith, can he try and eke out those yards and try and get back up onto the shoulder of Frank McGrath? Frank McGrath, 200 metres left to run, the Lagan Valley ACL. He'll know every inch of this track. Smith is trying to hang on to it, but I think his day is done. His shoulders are starting to tighten up, but McGrath, 150 metres left to go. It looks like he's going to win this men's 3,000 metre race. 7:58 o'clock as he enters into the home straight. And as McGrath looks like he has it, but on with that shot, his face is starting to grimace a little bit, but he looks like he's home and dry here. It is going to be McGrath. Will he break 8:15? It looks like he'll be just thereabouts. 8:16 for McGrath with the win. Smith 8:17 in second. Kieran Malloy then in third place, might have just broken 8:20. And then our Lagan Valley SC athlete who I'll get for you very shortly, I think it was Noah Kavanagh there in fourth place. Another very positive run as well. So lots of really good runs there. Good few lads under that 8:30 mark as well, which will be very, very positive, Michelle.
Yeah, definitely. Great to see so many people with the same kind of time goals as well. It makes a good competitive race.
Yeah, it certainly it does, and it's all kind of well paced. Not necessarily well paced, but well placed in terms of those athletes being put in the right races together. Because in the vast majority of races, you've got nice groups kind of working together, particularly in the longer races. It's hard to be running on your own. Share
the work a bit.
The 3,000 metres, you're happy to see the back of the longer distance stuff, you know, and you get down into the 800s and 1,500 metres, and the 400 metres, a 1 lap race to come as well. So our international women's 400 metre race here is a very, very high standard. So looking forward to this one. We had very positive news last week at the World. Was it looking away from the screen there for a second? Frank McGrath was on the phone immediately after that race, which is, we'd love to get that back. You see him there, the laureate on the shot there. Surely straight on to the agent. Yeah, look, ask for more money. We want more money. It's an impressive. Where did he get the phone from? We missed that. Did he have it? Like, that surely slowed him down.
You should have mic'd him up for the race.
Exactly. It looks like he's straight onto the agent anyway, and make sure that only the red Skittles are in his dressing room. Did you have a dressing room? Did you have a whole setup as a pacemaker here today?
I had a dressing room, got a new kit, got a new everything.
That was a new kit, wasn't it?
Sorted out,
Did you have to give that kit back?
Well, I haven't.
I haven't yet.
I'm not sure.
So just make sure you have eyes on Michelle, that she makes sure to bring, as Eamon Christie comes up to join us here, the mention of that kit that you got on Michelle, and he's straight up to go, give me that stuff back.
Yeah. I know, Michelle's done very well anyway.
No, very positive run here, and at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes, we're on the women's international 400 metres is coming up now very shortly, so it's been a brilliant day so far.
A new stadium record there, broke Steve Ovitz 3K record.
Yeah.
Stood for 27 years here. Well, keep going.
So I'm not too sure you can hear that Steve Ovett's 3K record held for 27 years is broken here in the men's international 3K, so that was an incredible run. So we're on for this women's international of 400 metres now very shortly. Last week, of course, Michelle, we had brilliant runs in Botswana in the 4x4. We had the women's 4x4 qualifying for the World Championships.
Yeah, brilliant, and we had some new faces on the team, I think.
We certainly did.
A few different ones anyway.
We mentioned earlier on, we did obviously Charlene and Sophie there as well, but we had
Arlene Crossan
and
Jenna Breen
and one of the Dailies, like whose name?
Molly Daly.
Molly Daly, yes. I was going to say Molly Daly, and then I thought, was she not running earlier? It was her sister.
Oh, was it her sister?
Well, that was the assumption we made, which may be incredibly incorrect, but we've gone for it anyway. So this women's international 400 metres, we've got Natasha Harrison, Rachel McCann, Tess McHugh, Charlotte Henrik, Sophie Becker, Poppy Malik, Cliona Manning, and Georgina Adam. So really excellent field here has been displayed for us for the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes, and we'll give you an idea of exactly who we have here and the standards that we expect. After seeing the other races earlier, I'm sure we'll have a brilliant field here in the women's international 400 metres. Rachel McCann, as you mentioned earlier, is in there, number 66, so they'll all be getting themselves ready here on the start line. Obviously we've got Charlotte Hendrick there from Kent, 51.68 in lane 4, so one of the more impressive PBs in this field. Sophie Becker there in lane 5, 51.13. She's ran that was at this track here, the Mary Peters track, so she's one of the athletes that'll be happy to be back here and at the site of her personal best and hoping to break it. Poppy Malik, 51.82 back in 2023 as well, the Loughborough student out there in lane 6. So those three athletes will have the best personal best in this field, but as we know, that's not always the winner of the race, particularly in the shorter distances. We tend to see big breakthroughs, so hopefully we'll see some really positive runs here over the one lap race.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Sophie as well often leads the relay off, so she could have a good start, give us something to watch from the Irish perspective.
Yeah, potentially a little bit tired after the big trip back from Botswana.
Potentially, but no fear of her.
No, it'll certainly be on a high after such impressive performances down in Botswana. So hopefully we'll see an excellent run from her there. She is in lane 5, so you'll just see her entering into your shot there now, I think, very shortly. That's number 70 there, Poppy Malik there. Just on the outside, so you can see Becker there is beyond in the yellow top, and we should be seeing Charlotte Hendrick there just in that kind of purple and yellow top just on the left hand side of your screen. So really excellent field here, some good domestic athletes as well with Cliona Manning and Rachel McCann, Natasha Harrison there as well from Stockport, and Stockport AC, 52.61. She's ran her season's best 54.53 indoors, so she'll be hoping to revise that now very shortly. In true sprinter fashion, Michelle, there's a lot of kind of wandering around and getting themselves ready. You've no truck with that as a distance runner. Just get on the line, go.
Get on the line, go. But you know what? I cannot run for 300 what they're about to run for 400. So I'll say absolutely nothing. They can take their time getting ready.
You can't say absolutely nothing. You're here to commentate.
I know. I'm struggling. You're doing such a good job. I feel like there's, I'll chip in here and there, but you're...
Flattery will get you nowhere. That's not true.
You're nailing it.
So we're expecting to see lanes 4, 5 and 6, and also lane 3 there, Rachel McCann. Kind of with the north down AC, just on the left hand side of your shot there, you can see her. She's now actually in lane 2, and it'll be lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 then just outside her. Tess McHugh from Sale Harriers, 52.48 indoors this year, so she's in good shape there. See her there, number 67. That is Tess McHugh. So we'll be in the mix in this one. Just outside her then Charlotte Hendrick from Kent, and Sophie Becker out there in lane 5 will be one of the favourites for this one. I said fresh off a trip back from Botswana and qualification for the World Championships next year. With Becker there in the kind of purple you'll just see her just underneath that camera there on your shot. That is Charlotte Hendrick from Kent, 51.68 last year. An impressive 400 metre time for anyone, and she'll be hoping that this is her season opener. I think this season this will be a big run from her. They're into their blocks, settled in. A hush comes over the stadium. Our first one lap race of the day. Becker out really strongly there in lane 6. Henrik just inside her as well, going well, and Poppy Malik just outside that in the all black. Becker has already eaten up that stagger and has flown by Malik. She's been chased gamely by Henrik just on her inside, and Tess McHugh also running well there in the red. Rachel McCann will be expected to feature in the last 50 metres as well, because she's got a great finish. But it is Becker and Henrik leading this one at the moment. Becker absolutely flying it out there in lane 5. But Malik just out inside or outside her is struggling a little bit there as Becker goes by. But Henrik is up onto Becker's shoulder, and it's going to be these two entering into the home straight, with McCann also running really strongly in that last 50 metres. But it is Henrik and Becker duking it out for the win here. Henrik has made a couple of yards in there, but Henrik looks she's going to get the win here in this one, all the way from Kent. She gets the win in 51 seconds. Becker just behind that at 52, so really strong run there. And Rachel McCann, we said she'd feature well over that last 50 metres, and she did, the North Down AC athlete, going well there to get into third place. But really strong start there from Becker.
Yeah, brilliant. Great to see them back running an individual event to get the season going from a non-relay perspective.
Yeah, certainly, and I'm sure, as we mentioned earlier, might be a little bit tired from her exertions over the last week, even just the travel coming all the way up there and the long haul flights. So a really, really positive run there. I'm sure she'll be delighted with that run. Particularly strong start there. She absolutely flew by Poppy Malik, ate up the stagger after 100 metres, and was going really well down the back straight. But Henrik, you can see, had got out well as well, and with 150 metres after the run, she did get up onto Becker's shoulder and finish really strongly. Rachel McCann running well then to get third place. Third place from lane 2 as well, which is a difficult one. Michelle's looking at me going, I've never got into the blocks. Have you got into blocks before?
I actually one time did run the 100 metre hurdles in the leagues.
I'd say that was quite the sight. That should be on. We end your pacemaking, and we'll just get you doing random events.
Don't think you'd want me to.
Well, you can get over the hurdles in a steeplechase, you know.
I can get over the hurdles, that's why I did it, but yeah. The blocks is another story.
I also ran the 110 hurdles in the league back in 2007 in UL. So, and the fact that I remember that, you'll tell you all you need to know about it. It was quite the ordeal. It's a terrifying experience.
Oh, the men's are so high.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Incredibly high, and especially when you're in the blocks, because you're at your lowest, both figuratively and literally. And you get up and look and see that you're under severe pressure. But luckily, no hurdles here. Or certainly no ones on the track anyway. Maybe physically there'll be some hurdles in the last. You'll feel like some hurdles in the last 50, but certainly from Rachel McCann there in that lane 2 and lane 1 and 2. More difficult to run in, particularly at the speeds that these athletes are running at, and lane 7 and 8 then on the outside, maybe struggling a little bit in terms of not knowing what's happening behind you, because even in a laned race you still have an idea an athlete goes by you or gets up on your shoulder. I'm sure Poppy Malik, when Sophie Becker flew up on her shoulder over the first 80 metres, I'm sure she didn't relax instantly anyway. She tightened up a little bit and would have thought, I'm under a little bit of pressure here. But that's Charlotte Henrik there from Kent, with our race director here, Eamon Christie from Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes. So he's running the show here today, and what a show it is. This women's A 400 metres is up now shortly. Millie King from Ipswich Harriers, Molly Howerton from DSD, Darcy Coslett from Cloneckley in Wales, Sean Harry from Great Britain, Jenna Breen from City of Lisburn, Michelle Duggan, no relation, from UCD AC, Arlene Crossan from Finn Valley AC, and Molly Daly, the aforementioned Molly Daly from Kilkenny City Harriers. So an excellent field here, Michelle.
Yeah, really good field. I think Arlene Crossan, I'm not sure what her PB, but she ran a really, really good split in the relay, so I would not be surprised if she ran a PB, and hopefully she will. That would be great to see. Get it officially on paper rather than as a relay split.
Exactly, yeah, and look, coming off those relays, it's a nice way to start the season as well, and to run kind of a little. Well, obviously it's a world athletics relays and a major scene. It's still with the splits a little bit easier to kind of handle rather than starting the season with a out and out 400 metres. But she has ran indoors 51:12 this season, so her personal best, of course, 53:63 from Ordingham, and she'll be hoping to revise that today, so I'm sure that's well within her wheelhouse. 74 there, centre your shot, the DSD athlete, that is Molly Howerton, and just inside her then is Millie King, the Ipswich Harrier. So we've got a mixture of kind of athletes here that will be breaking out to the scene. As we said, Michelle said, we're starting to change those 4x4 teams, and kind of new blood starting to enter the scene, like Molly Daly as well. So Molly Daly is down as being in lane 8, but she is very much in the centre of your shot there, just beyond Darcy Coslett. So that leads now into their blocks. City Lisburn AC athlete Jenna Breen, they're out in lane 5. 1 lap. Molly Daly out strongly there. She'll have an excellent finish as well. And Millie King there in lane 1 as well, running well. And Molly Howard, the DSD athlete, shot out of the block. So Daly is already flying it there just inside her. And Darcy Coslett then as well, going really well down the back straight. So these athletes flying around that first curve and into the back straight. Feels like a long way to go for these 400 runners at the speed they're going at, but they'll with 200 metres left to run. The battle there is right in the centre of your shot in those middle lanes, and it is Jenna Breen there on the outside running really well. The City Lisburn AC athlete that knows this track really well. She's going to enter into the home straight first. Number 77 there, centre of your shot. Number 76 is Shauna Harry just on the outside running really well out in lane 7, and she looks like she's got a little bit of running left in her. Jenna Breen though is holding on, but we got a fast finish here from number 78, which is Michelle Duggan, the UCDAC athlete. That's gone really well, and just almost off Broadway there on Millie King on the inside lane from the Ipswich Harrier, who's out of it after 100 metres, got up there for 3rd place as well. So brilliant running there from Michelle Duggan, fast finishing Michelle Duggan from UCDAC. 2nd place Jenna Breen from City Lisburn, and on the inside lane Millie King, reminiscent of John Akabua in the 1972 Olympics, from lane 1 in the 400 metre hurdles, finishing really strongly there. Incredible run.
Yeah, so good. Really good finish from Michelle Duggan. I feel like I see her around UCD all the time doing kind of tempo type stuff, and I wonder if the little bit of distance running is helping her finish strongly.
That's you're really trying to get some association in there for Michelle, of course, working with what's your official title?
I'm struggling with the commentary. I'll stick to the pacing next time.
No, you're all over it. You've got what is your role in UCD? What's your official title?
UCD distance coach.
Yeah. Are you going to try and recruit Michelle Duggan to the 800 metres, perhaps?
I reckon she'd want to go to 800.
I think it's always difficult to approach 400 metre runners and ask them to move up. There's there's a very much a line in the sand. They'll go 1s, 2s, 4s, but up to the 800 metres they will not. I will actually have a quick look to see whether she's actually never ran here, according to this, over 800 metres. She's done a few 4x4 relays, but 400, 53.67 she's ran last year at the London Marathon Community Track.
I think she's been on some of the 4x4 relays, maybe indoors this year.
Yeah, there's certainly a couple down here, but
she looks like she'll be making a few more there now with that run.
And you'll have to go and have a conversation with her about maybe trip over the 2-lap tango. For the UCD distance coach here, yeah. A woman of many hats. So, into this next race here is the women's B 400 metres. So quite a daunting looking timetable in terms of the amount of races that you have when we were looking at it earlier, but we're actually flying through it here. There's plenty of great races, and we've got another one coming up here now with this women's B 400 metres. Emer Brennan from Clonmel AC, Aisling Stratford from Ratoath, Lauren Abbott from Elgin AAC, Cara Murphy from UCD. You're now working. I think we need to mention this every single time. You're trying to get some credit here. Do you get paid every time it's mentioned? Sinead Tracy from Crawwell, Roisin Murray from Bray Runners AC, Erin McGurk from Scotland, and Danielle Moynihan from Tuam Athletics Club, all the way up from Galway. So an international field here, this women's B 400 metres. So really, really positive performance here. And once again, if you are on Facebook, you can find the live results link. I think it's the 3rd post there, and you'll find all of our different results that are coming up. As mentioned earlier, we've got the stadium record broken in the men's 3K. An incredible time, beating Steve Ovette's time set 27 years ago, which is quite quite some time ago, let's be fair. Or sorry, even further ago. It can't even be 27 years ago, it has to be even further than that. Henry, 37 years ago, I suspect. Henry McLuckie, 7:43 for that meet, that stadium record, Mary Peters Track stadium record. So an incredible run from him. Callum Morgan was second in that one, and Jack O'Leary was a third overall. But back to this women's B 400 metres. We'll get your results from that A race very shortly. Official results. Officially unofficial because they're provisional, but official to us.
More official than our one.
So Emer Brennan, Aisling Stratford, Lauren Abbott, Cara Murphy, Sinead Tracy, Roisin Murray, Erin McGurk and Danielle Moynihan getting into the blocks. Would you, if you had your time again, could you, if you got to choose, would you rather be a sprinter?
Would I rather be a sprinter? Absolutely not. No, I actually have such appreciation because literally my 300 metre time, my fastest 300 metre time is
we're giving you like the talent of a sprint's talent.
Oh, do you know what I might?
Yeah.
A lot of warm weather training, drills, bit of gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Style's good.
Less wheezy.
And they're off running very strongly there in lane 6 is Roisin Murray from Bray Runners AC. As you can see her there, she's eating that stagger up very easily and she's flying down that back straight. And just on the inside there, I think that's Cara Murphy there, the UCD AC athlete, the yellow of UCD. She's flying it there as well. You can see on that drone shot there, some really speedy running there. It's difficult to even keep up with these athletes as they fly around here with 150 metres left to run. The lactic will start to build up here now, and they'll be getting into a bit of a skeleton dance as they get into the home straight. But on the inside there, the Retote AC athletes, Aisling Stratford, number 82, is entering into that home straight and absolutely flying here. Tall athlete, long levers, flying up the home straight. And outside that then, Roisin Murray, that Bray Runners AC athlete, just on the outside there. But it is Stratford way at home. She made up some amount of ground over that bend and into the home straight. Flew away from everyone and ran them in around 55 seconds. So an incredible run over that last 50 metres. So she's obviously got a lot of speed endurance because she blew away the field there over that last 50.
Yeah, probably the most decisive win we've seen in the sprints.
Yeah, probably about 30 metres there in the end, and considering she only took the lead probably entering into the home straight. So an impressive run from there, full of running from her, and I'm sure no doubt she'll be chomping at the bit and hoping to run more personal best. So trying to figure out what her personal best is, but I'm sure she wasn't too far away from it there. Incredible run from the Retote AC athlete, and Retote have been producing plenty of good 400 metre runners over the last couple of years, as well as middle and long distance runners as well.
Yeah, this kind of post 400 metre carnage is the type that might put me off wanting to become a sprinter. They're probably feeling a little sick down there now.
Yeah, no, they certainly they would be going again anytime soon. It is not easy. I think the rest of the lifestyle, you could be a sprinter that always pulls up and goes, a bit of a niggle, I'm not going to run. That could be your game. That would be a nicer lifestyle. 55.06 indoors is what Aisling Stratford has ran, and 54.56 outdoors. So she was very, very close to that there. So an impressive run from her.
Good sign for the rest of the season.
Certainly, yeah. And I suppose, like, from your perspective, you would have been in a lot of these races and this kind of level of racing throughout the years. Continental Tour, of course, here today at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes, and kind of bopping from one race to another. It's all these international athletes coming over, and you would have been at races internationally. What's it like to land at a race and then you might how many of these athletes are going to see Belfast? I suspect very few. What's your arrival into a race like if you're running internationally? You're going to Sollentuna in Sweden.
Oh yeah, you see very little. I feel like you see the airport, get picked up, taken to the track, maybe a little town, back to the airport, probably 3 a.m. for a 6 a.m. flight.
So it's not all it's cracked up to be,
Not all it's cracked up to be, but sometimes you get to see a bit. Hopefully they get to see a bit of Belfast while they're here, and at least they're getting a nice day. I feel like there's a lot of times when you can get we might have a little bit of wind here now, but it's nothing compared to a real Irish wind.
Yeah, and
so they're getting a nice day for it.
As you said earlier, down at track level, there's not as much wind, not much wind at all really, due to the way the the Mary Peters amphitheatre that we have here is structured, so it's not
Yeah,
as bad.
Yeah, it feels like more like a light breeze as opposed to a wind that you're fighting against. That's what I found anyway.
Well, you were out there long enough, you know. So we got the men's B 400 meters, and I'm gonna, you're gonna have to come up with the weirdest place you've ran, or I want something out of your international career here. Where's the strangest place you've had to go to run a race? Have a good think about that now.
Oh wow, that's really putting me on the spot, especially especially when I haven't actually raced internationally in a good few years.
You've got a long career there. I'm sure you can get into the memory bank here. We've got. Hopefully these athletes won't be spending too long out here in the men's B 400 meters. You've got Mickey Alling from M11 Track Club, Lewis Blinko from Metro St. Bridget's in Castleknock, Ben Ida from West Coast AC, James Armstrong from Orange Grove AC, Christopher Lynch from Clonliffe Harriers, and Luke Russell from Dromore AC. So a really high quality field. All these athletes will be looking to run in around 47-48 seconds. So we'll see how they get on now. We're missing one or two of these here. Lanes 1 and 2 and 3 are not here, so that needs to be moved out slightly further out. This men's 400 meters underway here, and these athletes are absolutely flying it into the back straight. Tall, long striding athlete there, I think is Ben Ida from West Coast AC. They're absolutely flying it down the back straight there, as well as the Orange Grove AC athlete and the Dromore athlete as well, Luke Russell. So coming in with 200 meters left to run here. Some long striding athlete there from DSD, who's now not on my sheet, but they're coming into that home straight. We'll see exactly who we have here. It is 109. So it's Aaron Keane going really well here as we get into this last couple of meters. We got Aaron Keane is the winner here in this men's B. He was actually on our A start list, but our men's B race here, Aaron Keane with the win on that one. I'm not too sure of the official time there, but I think there's been a few pullouts there, so we've got a little bit of change in that men's A's and B's 400 meters. So we'll have to bear with us there as we try and get a handle on exactly who was in that one.
Yeah, the start list can chop and change there, Ronan, and he was keen enough to get to the line as he was just getting close in the last couple of meters. As looks like you're trying to kick it down, but it's he who slows down the least and who's dying the most. Nearly kind of sorts out the finish of these races, and the odd thing of the contradiction of try less and you might actually do better, as big Jack Raftery is coming into the scene. He's got the shades on, but as the wind is kind of went for a little wander there, it kind of calms down and then it picks up considerably. I don't know what Michelle said on her pacing there, Ronan. She sits beside us. I could ask her, but we only have two mics here.
She was extremely positive.
Yeah,
as she often is.
I was going to say, as always, yes, pure pause at all times. So good field lineup here. Jack Raftery's run well here before. A lot of the Irish sprinters have excelled here at this meet and former guys of the meet. So there's a big history here, as we have one of the other athletes, Charlie O'Neill, has come to join us for a pre-race interview, I think. But we haven't done any interviews yet so far today.
I think we'll pass. So yeah, men's international, Greg Kelly from Scotland, Tom Evans, Evan Blackman, Sam Lunt, Jack Raftery, Joe Breyer, David Mannion and Hugo McGee. So these athletes will be lining up here in this men's international 400 metres. So we're scheduled to go at 2 o'clock, and it is in fact 2 o'clock. So things running incredibly smoothly here. So a couple of athletes due to get on the line. Looks like we're missing one or two from this international field. So that's number 100. Sam Lunt there, the Liverpool Harrier, in the purple vest. And just outside him then is that's Jack Raftery there, is it, in the Irish kit?
It sure is. It's Big Jack, as I mentioned him earlier. There's no missing Jack.
Is it Hugo McGee then just on the outside?
It is.
So we've our athletes appeared now from the mist. We were missing a few. Tom Evans in the Scottish vest there in number 98, just inside the Liverpool Harrier, Sam Lunt, and Tom Evans is then closely followed by Greg Kelly just there on the inside. So we're have the full complement, I think, at this stage. Lane 7 is currently free. That should be David Mannion of South Galway AC. So he's not there.
So men's international 400 metres in lane 1, Greg Kelly from Scotland. Lane 2, Tom Evans also from Scotland. Lane 4, Sam Lund from
Our two Scottish athletes are in fact there. That is Greg Kelly and Tom Evans. Greg has been moved out of lane 1 and is now in lane 2, so we've shifted people out, which is always good to see.
It's nice to see that adaptation rather than computer says no, even though there's empty lanes, so good to see them being pushed up. So as you said, lane 7 empty, the last minute stand behind the blocks before. Will we get a jump, or will they just step in behind?
I love a good jump.
Oh.
Got a jump from Jack Raftery, the Castleknock man.
Yes.
Raftery amongst the favourites in this one, as we mentioned earlier. 3, 4, 5 and 6, always a good bet in the 400 metres or any sprint race.
Generally the favourite lane, so he's fresh from Gaborone in Botswana, oft visited site, which was the World Relay Championships, which interestingly the World Championships aren't till next year, which I was confused about.
It's not often you're confused, Phil, as they get off really strongly here. The two Scottish athletes there on the inside in the blue vest, easily seen, but Jack Raftery is maybe not too fresh from his trip to Botswana, but he looks good on the back straight there as he's flying down that back straight. Hugo McGee, the Crusaders athlete, just out there as well, and Joe Breyer in the red vest of Swansea is running really well as well, but Raftery is starting to get into his running now. He's really flying, and Sam Lund just on the inside there as well. He looks like he's full of running, and he's put on the turbo blasters there with 150 metres left to run and is flying around the corner. But it's the two athletes from the UK here. We've got Joe Breyer from Swansea in the red and Sam Lund entering into the home straight, but Raftery will start to eat up those long stride, eat up the ground as well as Sam Lund, like he's going to get up to the win of this one. It's going to be Sam Lund from Liverpool Harriers with the win, Raftery in second and Breyer in third place. So really, really tight finish there between those three athletes.
Yeah, so a 45-second clock, and as we said, unfortunately the clock is running through on the live clock trackside, but the official times are coming through, so we'll get them as soon as possible. So whether it was 45 low, 45 high, we're not sure. Again, the athlete's looking for that clock, but it's ticking into the 70-second mark, so they were considerably faster than that. Jack Raftery, a strength 400 metre runner, always coming through well there. So another good time. The 3,000 metre men, I think, was a stadium record. I was talking to Eamon Christie earlier, getting the lowdown. So a lot of good running so far.
Yep, absolutely. That men's A 400 metres we had earlier. It was my error earlier. Aaron Keane got the win in that one, 47.76. Ben Heron in second, 47.86, and Adam Courtney from Ballymena and Antrim with a 48.42 clocking in that one. So a really strong A race. We'll get that men's international 400 metre race view now shortly as well when it comes up on our live results. Once again, you can follow that live results Belfast Irish Milers Facebook and go down and click the live link there to get those live results here of the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes.
The Google Docs, yeah.
So up next, Phelim, we've got that men's 400 metre B race. They'll be starting to get themselves out on track now shortly. And in this one we should have Mickey Allen, Lewis Blinko, Ben Ada, James Armstrong, Chris Lynch and Luke Russell.
Lewis Blinko, very good. There was an Adrian Blinko back in the day. He was a good New Zealand distance runner in the 2000s.
Unsure of their relationship, but you'd have to assume father and son, perhaps.
No, Adrian Blinko had an E at the end. I think he went to Michigan. They could be long distance relations, yeah, with an E missing.
Yes, actually, sorry, now that you...
But it's a rare name, Blinko. That's why it would have sparked the memory bank.
It's in there
of the early 2000s.
Yeah, actually, now that you've said it, the name does ring a bell. No bells in this one though, the 400 metres.
The famous 2005 to 2012 era.
The golden era, they call it.
And I had dreams that have vanished.
It's all got a bit dark up here on the live stream, but it's certainly all lovely down the track, light and breezy.
Yeah, we have
not breezy, as Michelle was telling us.
Light breezy.
It's quite breezy. It's a swirling wind as our next few 400 metre runners are coming out. Is that Clonlafarriers, Chris, former, well, once a Belvederian, always a Belvederian, but former.
Yes,
Belvedere.
it's like being an Olympian. You're always in the club. You have 2 Belvedere teachers here and an OB 2001 as well. So we can't get away from us, The Jesuits, they've it all sewn up.
Yeah.
As the immortal Father Ted line is spoken once again. But yes, Christopher Lynch there, the Clonlafarrier on the outside there in the sunglasses. Like 2 successive medals winning performances at the Irish schools, over 400 metres, so plenty of talent there. James Armstrong from Orange Grove AC just inside that. West Coast AC's Ben Ida then, just in the black and white vest there as well, and MSB Metro St. Bridget's Lewis Blinko in that fluorescent green vest, just there in lane 3. So 4 athletes in this one.
Blinko, and you'll miss him. Probably not in that high vis singlet.
Certainly, as we said earlier, the commentary is for money, but the jokes are for free. So yes, they're getting into their blocks here now. Blinko, Ida, Armstrong and Lynch. So 3, 4, 5 and 6. We've just gotten rid of the other lanes. We've had enough of 1, 2, 7 and 8. But these are the main men. It's men's B 400 metres. And Chris Lynch has a 48-point PB, so we're hoping to break that. It's a good day for running. Really quick start there from Ida and the Orange Grove AC athlete James Armstrong as well, going well and eating up that stagger on Christopher Lynch, who does have a strong finish, but it is Armstrong and Ida into those centre lanes. Ida running incredibly strongly there, tall athlete there in the centre of your shot there. I think up with 200 metres left to run. Lynch just there on the outside lanes as well. I said he'll come strongly over that final 100 metres, and it is Blinko from Metro St. Bridget's there making up this field, but it is Ida, the class of this field, entering into the home straight, and he is starting to tie up a little bit, but he's still running very, very strongly. And it is Lynch with that fast finish, as we mentioned earlier. Is he going to catch Ida? He might run out of track. It looks like he's going to, but it is going to be Ida from West Coast AC, 47 point, and Christopher Lynch just behind that. Armstrong in third, Blinko in fourth. So good, strong opening performance here for a lot of these athletes. Ida with the win, Lynch in second place. Very positive run there from the West Coast AC man, Ben Ida. So Michelle, I asked you earlier about the weirdest place you'd ran, strangest place you'd ran, and you forgot about the question I asked you.
I immediately forgot about the question. Probably Bandon.
That is. Did you run the 5K down there? Was it on during the week?
No, I've run a 5 miler there before.
Oh, you have, yes.
A good New Year's 5 mile, lovely. It's a good lovely course actually, hilly with a lot of downhill as well.
Yes, yeah. If what must go up must come down. Yes, the New Year's Day.
Yeah. It's been a while now, but
no longer takes place. There's now a 5K, and New Year's Day was always a struggle. I used to officiate at it and would not be at my best, let's put it that way.
I know the feeling, as in I know the feeling of commentating, struggling. Not my best.
That's not true. I think this is your best.
We love Bandon. You got a new track down there recently.
We did. It's not as spectacular here as the Mary Peters track. In fact, Mary Peters track is kind of sheltered from the wind, whereas the Bandon AC track is an incredible setup, but it's almost set up towards the wind to receive wind. It's receiving the wind the Mary Peters track is not getting.
Oh, that's a pity. But you know what? You've got some really good athletes from Bandon these days, especially over, like with Laura Nicholson and Fiona Everett. They don't mind the wind. They're hard enough, it'll strengthen them up. A bit of wind, they're like, nah, no problem.
No problem at all. I know, in fairness, it's we're producing plenty of brilliant athletes. Phil Healy, Nicola Tuttle, without a track, so
what are you going to do with the track?
People are going to talking that we're going to be the force in Cork athletics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Merrigan and Finn go home, the Leave LAC contingent. No, I kid. And of course, plenty more clubs. All other clubs are available in Cork as well.
Loads of tracks coming up these days. It's actually great to see.
It certainly is, and you can, especially not so much for the distance runners, but for the other events, you call them the lesser events, Michelle, I believe you've thrown around, but other events, particularly in the field, good to see indoor facilities been built, and all of the tracks been built all over the island, where we'll hopefully see an uptick in and we have seen an uptick in the sprints and the field events over time. We've always been a distance running culture, but certainly you can see an uptick in the sprints and the field events over time. So the addition of tracks has certainly helped that.
That's great.
It's certainly kind of more as a symbol as well as everything else to have a track in your vicinity, to know that you can go down and kind of it leads to people getting involved in track and field more than running, because I think the two are sometimes they're linked, but they're separated.
They're two separate things, but you know what as well, I feel like the general success, I feel like the standard of Irish athletics has gone up so much, even internationally, but as in not the standard of Irish athletics internationally, but as in the top Irish, but also down the levels, I feel like the standard has gone up.
Yeah, certainly.
Like here, A, B, C, D, and they're all flying.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And across the board here, not only in the UK, but in Ireland as well, you can see the standard, and you can see the standard even in American and European distance running and track and field has gone through the roof. So thank God I was forcibly retired from the sport. But yes, his men's C race is up now very shortly. We've got Kieran McCarroll, Conor McDonough, Patrick Layden, Sam Kiley, Alex Leonard, Killian McCabe and James Nixon in this men's C race. So from all over the island, you've got Finn Valley, South Sligo, Mullingar Harriers, Riverstick Kinsale, Donore Harriers, Red Farnham and Enniskillen. So a real pick and mix from everywhere. So we're missing lane 7 there. That's Killian McCabe, the Red Farnham AC athlete. Outside him then would have been is currently James Nixon. He's in lane 8. So they're on their marks. And the gun is gone and they're off. The Mullingar AC man, Patrick Layden, has got it really strongly there in that kind of mauve vest in the very centre of your screen. And then just behind him, then Conor McDonough from South Sligo. It's just pulled up there with a little bit of an injury. But it is still Layden, the Mullingar Harrier, who's absolutely flying it there. You can see him, he's eating that stagger up and he's leading this race with 200 metres to go. Donore Harriers man, Alex Leonard, is flying it there as well. And Sam Kiley from Riverstick Kinsale has made the long journey up from Cork, but is making it worth his while because he's entering into that home straight and he's absolutely flying it. But it is Layden still in the lead, but only just. And the Donore Harriers man, Alex Leonard, has taken the lead and is storming into the finish. And we haven't mentioned him, but Finn Valley's SC's Kieran McCarroll gets up there for a second from lane 2. So that was a brilliant finish from him. He came from nowhere over that last 80 metres. So it was to the Donore man, Alex Leonard, and then our man Kieran McCarroll in second place, Patrick Layden, the long-time leader, then third, and Riverstick Kinsale's Sam Kiley getting up for fourth place. So really positive run. Yeah, really close race as well. I feel like that was hard to call from maybe 100 metres to go. Yeah, certainly. And this is your first, you've done Dublin Marathon commentary with me for the last 2 years, your first track and field outing, which brings its own troubles. It's a learning experience for me. I'm sitting here absorbing all your knowledge and experience, so no hate, please. The hate. Please. No, you tell the haters. I'm saying nothing, so I can't be cancelled. I've been cancelled before, and it's not that bad. It's tough. Say nothing controversial and you're boring. Say controversial stuff and you're cancelled. Yeah, actually, I think you put a lot of pressure on yourself here. You know, you just call out some names. Take it in. Do you know what I am? We're being joined here as well by Shane Healy as well, 1996 Olympic semi-finalist, and a man who has a fantastic haircut. Must be said. Glad still to have hair. And off camera there, he said he's glad to still have hair, which I think was a joy by his friend Phelim Kelly. We're on to the men's D race here. Owen Devlin, Matthew Knight, Ruben Plunkett, Finn Riley, Jack Kelly, Wojciech Frajek from Middleton AC, and Thomas Montgomery from NDAC. So it's North Down AC's Thomas Montgomery in the outside lanes. Yeah, I'm watching, is it Conor McDonough from South Sligo, who pulled up in that last 400 with his hamstring. He's got some kinesio tape on the hamstring. I just hate to see it. Wouldn't wish an injury on anyone. No, and certainly when it's something like a hamstring, it's not, you know, there's certain injuries, you know, that might be a week or a few days, but you never know. Maybe he pulled up to save himself. Hopefully, yeah, we'll manifest it. But he, it's any athlete, you know, if you're injured, you feel like your whole world is a collapse. So not a nice sight. And the only thing is, it's so early in the season that he may get a little bit of time to recover and still get the most out of his season. So hopefully it's a short-term effort for him. But it's certainly always, Michelle, a difficult thing to deal with as an injured athlete.
It is not what you want.
Certainly not. But all these athletes stepping up today, they're having their opening races of the season as well. So it is certainly trying to figure out the transition from the heavy training for the winter and then getting into a little bit of speed work can often crop up. You can crop up with a few different injuries over this time across all the different running events as people transition into that type of training.
Yeah. I can't speak much for the sprint, but I know a lot of the distance runners are just back from altitude, trying to get the days right, trying to see who's peaked on the camp, who trained too hard, and who's ready to go.
And what's your experience of altitude, Michelle? Have you
Do you know, I actually don't have that much experience. I feel like I've done a lot of training at like half altitude. Do you know, like high but not high. So I love it.
Yeah.
I love the air, the mountains, the scenery.
It sounds like you just
The
went on a
good
holiday.
vibes.
So this D race here, the altitude training not necessarily needed for these boys, but you'd be surprised they're still running over one lap, and one of the likes of Jeremy Warner back in the day would have been well capable of running a decent 800 as well. So these guys will be doing plenty of endurance work. David Gillick's running his half-an-hour tempo runs and that kind of stuff as well. So 3 athletes in this one. We have our 2 North Down AC athletes, Matthew Knight and Thomas Montgomery, and 1-3-2 then in between them, Ruben Plunkett from Portlaoise AC. So these 3 athletes are almost in lockstep down the back straight there as the stagger starts to unwind, but it is the Portlaoise AC man, Ruben Plunkett, who is flying it there, but just inside him, Matthew Knight then running really, really well and making up this field. Thomas Montgomery then on the outside, the more diminutive athlete, but it is entering into the home straight, leading at the moment. Matthew Knight, a 1-3-1 there, flying into the home straight, and just on the inside of him then, or the outside of him, is the Portlaoise AC man. You can see lads starting to tidying up there a bit. The Portlaoise AC man, Ruben Plunkett, absolutely flying up in the home straight and gets by Knight and beats out Montgomery, our 51 or 50 point race here, and some real excitement there from Thomas Montgomery with his friend Ruben Plunkett from North Down, so possible PBs there, but certainly Portlaoise AT's Matthew Plunkett with a brilliant finish there, and looked in a bit of bother there with 100 metres to go, but
he held it together.
He held it together. Any recommendations for the last 50 of 400 metres?
No, you know my experience with the 400 metres and the last 50 of the 400 metres, and I believe you commentated on it.
Yeah, we've never really discussed that and how you would feel about that. I'm judging from your tone that you're not impressed that we made you famous.
Oh.
No? Hey, look, I didn't blow up. You blew up.
That was my first experience of lactic in my whole life. Coming from Joni Walsh's marathon coaching style.
There's a lot of blame getting thrown around here with Michelle. You just got to own it,
No,
take
do you
some
know
responsibility.
What? I'll own it. I took one for the team. I had a lovely scholarship from UL. If they asked me to throw a shot put, I would have thrown a shot put for them.
There you go. And has Philly ever tanked?
They'll never ask me to do the relay again. No, that's for sure. No, me and Phil discussed it many times.
Yeah. That's good.
Do you know what? We both got a lot of interesting takes from that, actually, because I had qualified for Rio at the time, and a lot of people were like, how did she qualify for the Olympics? And then Phil, on the other hand, I think got a lot of, what did she run? Was it 52?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and I think people were like, 52 is not that fast. You know, we both got a bit of...
You both got heat. And
I got both. We both got both, I think.
Yeah. The only man who came out, smelling of roses is Carl Dennehy. He's been living off it ever since. I'm sure he's listening in from somewhere in the world.
Yeah. Do you know what though? I loved it. The rush. There's a great rush from being absolutely hunted down.
By an actual sprinter. Yeah. Yeah, certainly. And Michelle, that is about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Crazy.
should try and recreate that. We should get everyone back. I want to get everyone back from that, and we'll have myself and Carl recreate it in at least at the sounds that maybe dogs won't start screaming at. So, for those of you who aren't, the younger generation, the 2016 Irish Universities Championships, you can find it on YouTube. and you can put Michelle through that again. And I'd just like to apologise once again for my part in that. So we're on to the women's D race here, and I have to say that the Belfast Classic should be running the trains. Eamon Christie should be running the trains in this country, because 14:21 and we're on track, and this will go off at 14:23 under pain of death. So he has the place running like clockwork.
No, it's good though, actually, because with the warm-ups and stuff, if people take caffeine, whatever eating you're doing, you can actually plan to your event and be ready.
Yeah, no, it's an impressive setup for sure here at the Belfast Classic, and we've got quite the day for it as well. So hopefully we'll see a very positive run here. We're going to try and find our women's D race here on the timetable. And of course, we are now struggling to find it on our sheet.
There's a lot of races on this sheet.
Bear with us here, our 400 metres D race is not on our sheet. After this, we're going to be having our men's 1500 international. So we don't have a start list for this one, so
we'll see how good Dougie really is on the fly.
We're really
see who we recognise
in this one. So getting on to the line here. They're off and running strongly here on the inside. Looks like City Lisburn AC athlete. Lucy McGlynn, from Tyrconnell. Running well. So now I have a name. We'll see here. We go into the back straight. 200 metres left to run. We've got some really, really positive running here from this women's race. In fact, here we have our sheet here. It was labelled incorrectly. We've got Molly Curran, Quiva Fitzsimons, Ellie Kate McRae, Lucy McGlynn, Mia Brett, Lauren Kilduff, Erin Han, and Quiva Rowe. And entering into the home straight, it is Lucy McGlynn, the Tyrconnell AC athlete, who's absolutely storming here with 50 metres left to run. On the inside there, it is Molly Curran, the City Lisburn AC athlete, who's trying to hang on gamely to her, but it is going to be Lucy McGlynn with the win in this one, 55 seconds. An incredibly good run there. Crawwell AC athlete Lauren Kilduff getting up for third place as well. And I printed off this timetable early in the week, and it's a D women's race, which no longer exists.
But look, we were just really prepared. We were so enthusiastic. We printed early.
Yes, exactly. So that is my error. Apologies to the women's C race. That was Lucy McGlynn there with the win. In that one from Tyrconnell AC, Lauren Kilduff was third, and City Lisburn's Molly Kern got up then for second place. So positive runs there for those ladies. Men's international 1500 metres is up now very shortly. So we're, as I said, flying through the fields here, running like clockwork. We're going to have the men's 1500 up shortly. That's never happened to me before anyway, that I've completely lost an entire race, so it was quite fun. Thanks for putting the pressure on me as well. You know. That was payback for the 2016 4x4.
Deserved.
You waited 10 years and took your shot. Fair play. So this race, we're very excited about this one, men's international 1500 metres. Chatting to Phelim on the phone, our other commentator on the phone earlier on the way up, and he had a good shot of the field here. A good section of this field was in the back of the car, so he was a taxi man as well today.
Bring him back up here. He's probably down there shouting though, actually.
Yes, Phelim is not a man who shouts.
Supporting, cheering.
Exactly. We see
encouraging.
Other members of the crowd are all, I'm sure, doing the exact same thing, and then we've got ourselves on screen, which is always positive. That's what the people want to see, really. Let's be fair. Yes, men's international 1500 metres up now very shortly. good field here. We've got Piers Copeland, Alex Malloy, Rowan Mel Ingram, Ben Pattison, Joel Doy, Isaac Camelli, Michael Robnes, Max Wharton, Philip Marin, Frank Buchanan, Oisin Murray, Tom Graham Marr, Cathal O'Reilly, Ted Higgins, Ben Brunswick, Mark Hanrahan, Archie Davis, Callum Elson and Colin Smith. And they are going to be on the back straight now very shortly for 3 3/4 laps. So a really strong men's international field here. And this one would 1500 metres. Maybe not your favourite race to run, but one of your favourite races to watch, perhaps?
Yeah, I like to watch the 1500. You never know what's going to happen. Be interesting to see if they go with the pace or if they run tactically or what the plan is.
And I suppose you're coming from kind of a distance, more of a distance runner rather than coming up from the 800, Michelle. So would it you'd rather hold off from the front in the first couple of laps yourself when you're running the race, or would you rather lead it from the front, push the pace? What would your go-to move be here for the 1500 metres?
My go-to move for the 1500 would be a hang on for dear life and try not to get dropped. And I absolutely would be dropped, but look, happens to the best of us.
Absolutely.
And the worst of us.
Mainly the worst. Yes, but an incredibly good field has been assembled here. You've got Isaac Camelli in this one, the Belgian, silver in the 2025 5K in Tokyo. He's running 3:36 at his best. He's dropping down here for a little bit of speed work. We've got the Polish athlete Michael Romzes. He's running 3:32, Olympic finalist in Tokyo. We have Ben Pattison, world 800 metre bronze as well. So he'll be stepping up in distance here, which is always a little bit trying for the 800 metre men to step up to almost double the distance. You've got Ted Higgins in this from Tonbridge AC as well, 3:39 at his best. Archie Davis from Brighton, 1:44 over 800 and a 3:34 over 1500. So he'll be very much in the mix on this one as well. And then Callum Elson from Great Britain, he's a 3:55 miler at his best. So really, really strong international men's field here. This is due to kick off at 2:30, so we've 2 minutes before we see these take on the metric mile. Do we know why it's 1500 metres, Michelle?
Do we know why?
Yeah. Just a bit of, every day is a school day.
No, go on, tell us.
So apparently it's because in France they used to run in velodromes, which are 500 metres long, so 3 laps was 1500 metres. And that's why we run the metric mile, the 1500 metres.
Okay. Thanks for that little snippet.
Yeah, there you go.
Noted.
Little tidbit, write that one down.
Little quiz question.
Yeah. Well, I actually don't know if you know, but there is in my local pub, the Laurels, Perrystown. Shout out. Okay, we used to go to the table quiz down there and won it, I think, 11 times and got a Christmas and summer big dinner out of the food vouchers that you win.
What did you get?
Used to win like €50.
But what did you get for dinner?
Oh, I can't remember. That's like something.
That's the real real question.
Yeah, fair.
How was the food?
The food is very good. I have to say that.
And the other question is, did you cheat on the quiz?
No. It's a very
good.
Very serious. It's a real meeting of the minds here. I think that's is that Juan Ignacio Pena leading this one out as the pacemaker. You all take him up in the car, so he's rolled out to the front there with sunglasses on, ready for the beach. So,
do they have 2 pacemakers? Looks like maybe just based on the outfits.
Yes, the outfit you still have and are refusing to give back apparently. Yeah, there are 2 pacemakers, so I suspect one will get us to 800 maybe or 700 and then one to a kilometre. So Juan Ignacio there is their first pacemaker and he's flown out of the blocks there very quickly, got it in around 31 seconds through 200. So 3:45 pace. So we're looking to pick that up a little bit, and it looks like he has already 42 at 300 metres. So well sub 60 seconds for these boys. They'll be looking to try and run in around the sub 3:40 at the very least for these lads. So a really strong field, but a season opener for a lot of them. And Michelle was saying, a lot of people dropping down from 5k or up from 800. So can often be a bit of a meeting of the minds here in the metric mile. But on the back straight there, all still locked together, all the athletes still in the mix, as you suspect they would be as they came through 400 and come through 500. They're now nicely bunched in this field. Just back there, Colin Smith, the Mullingar Harrier as well, so they're almost single file here, so excellent pace-making job from Juan Ignacio.
Yeah, looks like the second pacemaker, also Louis O'Loughlin, ready to take over from Juan there.
Yeah, certainly the tall athlete there, Louis O'Loughlin there, an 800 metre man, has dabbled a bit in the 1500 metres as well, but he's going well there at the front, and just behind him I think that is Ted Higgins and then Archie Davis, so really strong field here, and everyone's still very much in the mix as they come up here toward 800 metres. So Loughlin's with the watch, he's going to try and get to a kilometre, I suspect. He's come through in 1:58. So really strong run here. He's putting a little bit of a burst on there in the back straight, trying to pick up that pace a little bit, but feel all still well bunched together. But O'Loughlin looking around, he's going to maybe try and move off the track here and get himself out of the way and let the field at it. And the boys have taken it on here. O'Loughlin stepping off. Great shot there. You can see how quick these boys are moving, all well under sub 4 minute mile pace. So incredible running here from this group. That is number 350, so that is Callum Ellison, the man I mentioned earlier, the great British athlete. He's run at 355 miles, 346. Just behind him is Ted Higgins from Tonbridge, and we're all starting to bunch up here with a lap to go, 2:43 on the clock. We're going to see an incredible last lap here. I'd say there's 12-13 athletes in this field. There's a bit of pushing and shoving, a bit of argy-bargy there, and athletes' arms getting thrown to and fro here with 350 metres left to go, 300 now, 349. That is Archie Davis, the 144 athlete from Brighton. He's a long striding athlete, and he's heading up that back straight. It looks like Ben Pattison then just on the outside, the world bronze medalist over 800 metres with 200 metres left to go. He's full of running into the last bend, and they're flying here, absolutely turning on the afterburner, the turbochargers there coming into the home straight. 336. It is in fact definitely Ben Pattison into that home straight, and out with that shaved head, aerodynamic style, and he's tearing away from Archie Davis and Callum Ellison there, and just behind that I think that is Oisin Murray then as well getting up there. So really strong. Sorry, Frank Buchanan getting up there for 4th place. Really strong finish there with Ben Pattison. Like, it was like he was shot out of a cannon there with 150 metres left to run. Really incredible finish from the world bronze medalist over 800 metres. You could see he's kind of staccato style stride there in that last 110 metres. Really strong finish from Ben Pattison. Impressive running. So excellent race there, Michelle, from those lads. I'm not too sure of the time there. I was almost overtaken with excitement there in that men's 1500 metres. So hard to get a gauge on exactly the finishing time. But if you check the live results link, you'll be provided with that very shortly. So our finish line clock here is running through. So we're updating you to the live results link. So our winners are on in the women's A 400 metres, Michelle Duggan with that 53.59, Jenna Breen 53.72, and Millie King on the inside lane from Ipswich Harriers, that fast finish 53.77. We'll give you results as best we can as we come through the field and come through the different races. Up next we've got our women's international 1500. So starting on that back straight again, we will have that field. We'll give that to you now very shortly. Frank McGrath was the winner of that a 3,000 metre race, 8:15. Owen Smith second, 8:16. Darren Maloney from the Olympic, 8:20. So women's international 1500 metres is up now very shortly. So on this we're going to have Cheryl Nolan, Zara Redmond. Sorry, my apologies. We're not. It's like that. I was like, that's a tough day at the office for those girls.
Good double.
Hey, look, we can't all enter 2 races, you know. Like, you're a good self. In this women's international, we have Adele Monaghan, Niamh Carr, Leah Ryan, Emily O'Shea, Lucy Holmes, Amy O'Donoghue, Emma Hickey, Melissa, Courtney Bryant, Ava Lloyd, Anne-Marie Nissan, Emily Parker, Lorena Martin from Spain, Molly Hudson from GB, Taryn Rawlings from the US, Beth Ann Morley from Great Britain, Lila Belshaw from Great Britain and Colchester, Nell Vanol Baden-Pulst. I should have made you do that one. Emer Cooney from ACC, Kate Nurse from UCD, where Michelle is the lead distance coach.
Let's go, Kate.
Nessa Niafin from NS Track, and Pia Langton from Kilkenny City Harriers.
Yeah, Pia Langton just ran a world under 20 standard in Clonmel last week. Could be in the 800, I think, actually, but I reckon she could run under 20 standards in both events, 8 and 15.
Yeah, a really strong field, especially even in terms of the young athletes. You've got Emma Hickey in there as well, European cross-country bronze medalist. So really, really strong field here of all ages. And I'm sure we'll see a really strong performance here. What kind of time would these athletes be looking for, Michelle?
Great question. 4 minutes? Is that a bit quick?
It could be a little bit quick, but...
A lot of them train with Sarah Healy, or European indoor champion. They won't be running 4 minutes, but probably low. Under 4:10, would you say?
Yeah, from looking at the personal bests, we've got a lot of athletes in around that 4:05 to 4:10 mark. So
I'd say it'll string a long ways down, actually. There's a lot of people in there. 4:15s as well, probably a good few of them. 4:20 even.
Yeah, we've got a couple of athletes in around the 4:01 mark, but none under 4 minutes. Melissa Courtney Bryant is at 4:01 as we get underway in that women's 1500 metre field. We've got a little bit of pushing at the very start, but they'll all settle themselves down now as the pacemakers make their way out to the front. But yes, we have Melissa Courtney Bryant, 4:01. She's a Commonwealth Games bronze medalist back in 2018 and a silver in the 3K as a Euro junior. So she's a very accomplished athlete. Ava Lloyd, 4:06. Anne-Marie Nissen, the Dane, is around 2:01. She's the Danish national record holder indoors. Lorena Martin, 2 minute lady at her best over 800 metres, stepping up to the 1500 metres. Emily Parker, 4:09. Taryn Rawlins, 4:03. And that was in Trier in Germany, and she'll be really training today to do her best to win the race. And we have Neil van Persolt, the Belgian athlete, 4:08. So there's a lot of athletes in around that kind of 4:05 to 4:10 margin in this one as we come up towards one lap, and we're at 62-63. So that is a lovely pace, 4 minute pace for these athletes.
So I was going to say pretty good double here for the pacemaker Zoe as well, who just ran the international 3K. So that's actually her to run the full race and then come back and pace a very quick 1500.
Yeah, she is putting you to shame, I would say, a little bit. But no, certainly, a good day. You've done the same yourself, coming back from a full race and then pacemaking later on in the day. It's good to kind of get a session in as well, by getting that other run in. But she
ran a PB as well.
So she's full of energy and full of life today, running really well there, just in front of Melissa Courtney Bryant, the fastest in this field at 4:01, and that 8:28 3K as well, which is somebody running. She's plenty of strength there. She enters into the lead there, 1:54 coming through 700 metres. But it is Courtney Bryant, the British athlete from Poole AC, down there in the very south coast of England, and she is got 5 or 6 minutes to the good into the rest of the field. We'll try and get a clock there to get through about 2:11, 2:12 there through the 800 metres. So a little bit of a slower second lap, but she is got that 8:28 3K pace. She's flying down the back straight. She's going to try and get away from the rest of the field and put a little bit of pressure on them to chase her. And she has a huge group then lining up behind her. But she's got maybe 6-7 metres on the rest of the field as we enter into the home straight for the penultimate time here. But it's a long way to go here for Melissa Courtney Bryant. But she has that strength, and she is full of running in here as we enter into the home straight for the second and last time. 500 metres left to run. Just behind her, 2:85, that is Ava Lloyd, and just behind her then 2:86 is Anne-Marie Nissen, the Danish athlete there, has gone into second place overall, 2:89 then Molly Hudson from Derby AC. So a big group there behind, a lot of toing and froing and changes in that second group, but no change here at the front. Melissa Courtney Bryant, and no quarter given either with 300 metres left to run. She is storming into that back straight. There is a gap, and that gap is only getting bigger and bigger for the 8:28 3K athlete. She has got the strength, she's got the speed, and she is getting away from this field. But the Derby ACL Molly Hudson there has made a little bit of a break there on the Danish athlete Anne-Marie Neeson and Ava Lloyd there as well. Those three are kind of locked together in that second, third and fourth spots, but it is still Melissa Courtney Bryant here with 150 metres left to run. She made that gap at about 600 metres, and she has kept that gap pretty much the whole way to the finish here. 100 metres left to go. She'll be looking in around under 4:10 would be a brilliant result for her today. She's storming into the home straight here with 50 metres left to run. Really good run from her. And 4:04 at the finish. Molly Hudson in third, and I think that's Ava Lloyd there in second. Anne-Marie Neeson ran out of it then in the last 100 metres, but a really strong performance there from Melissa Courtney Bryant. Molly Hudson in third, and I think Ava Lloyd up for second place there. So
yeah, I think that was a PB for her. I'm pretty sure PB is 4:08, and it looked under 4:08 to me.
I think Ava Lloyd is a 4:06.
Oh, sorry.
According to my records, but certainly close to a personal best anyway, or first a good run for sure. Good opener.
Good opener, very good opener.
But yeah, Melissa Courtney Bryant there, that was a dominant performance.
That was. She's good across all the distances. Good over 3K. Good over 8 and 5 too, I'd say. Raced Sarah Healy for that European indoor gold. I think she was second that day.
What can she do? Yeah,
nothing.
Silver in the 3K in the Euros, yeah. Behind Sarah Healy, yeah. And Commonwealth bronze as well back in 2018. So she's had a long and successful career so far.
Yeah, it's class. Big fan.
Obviously showing a very positive start to the year. Her PB is 4:01, so to run 4:04 in early May is good running.
With a lot of laps by yourself.
Yeah, certainly, and that gap, she made that gap. It's probably kind of psychologically difficult to put that effort in to get away from everyone, and then you don't know, you can't see what's going on. There's no big screen here at the Belfast Classic. It's one of the few things that they haven't provided yet in association with SportsShoes, but yeah, I can't see the big screen, so how do you know where everyone is?
You just run for your life, I suppose. She got on the pacemaker, took the couple of laps and held it.
And do you find when you were in stadium to do a big screens, did you spend a lot of time seeing? Did you ever look at it, or you never look at it?
I don't think I look at it, but I'm never. If I'm in a stadium with a big screen, I wouldn't be the one who's winning the race. So it's not really. I wouldn't be needing that info, you know.
See what's going on at the front of the field, you know, from your position.
I don't need the screen. I can see it from the back.
Very good. No, in fairness, she didn't need a screen there. I think she knew she had 20-30 metres there at the end of the race, so, and a strong finish as well. She never lost that gap after making it, so a very positive performance there from Melissa Courtney Bryant. Ava Lloyd in second, and Molly Hudson in third. Anne-Marie Neeson was in fourth place for a long period of time, the Danish national record holder over 800 metres, but ran out of it then in the last 100 metres. Perhaps that step up to the 1500.
Yeah, still a really good run. It's a long ways over 800. I know people double it, but it is a long. If you're more of an 800 metre runner, it's almost double the distance. It's like people say about you run a good half, you run a good marathon. It's double the distance and it's huge.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But that's a really good run. She has some really good training partners that run the 15 as well, though. So.
No, it's definitely. You know a lot about that field well enough then.
I'd know them.
Yeah. Okay, so fair enough.
I do.
You really batted that one back at me there, you know. Fair play. You'd make a great criminal, you know that. You wouldn't give away any information.
Depends when you get me. You could get all the info or you could get nothing.
That's
Depends
fair.
on the day.
Well, hopefully you can give me some info on this next race. We've got the Women's International is done and dusted. We're on to our second half of our timetable there. We are flicking over to the men's 800 metres, even though we clearly have, the women's 800 metres. So we're on a 2:47 with the women's 800 metres. So we're going through about, it looks to be 800 metre races, and then we have a couple of hundreds, back to some more 800 metre races, and finishing off the day with multiple levels of 1500 metres, a mixed relay, and then the pièce de résistance, the men's international 8 and the women's international 800 metres. So women's 800 metres on track. So we'll get you that start list now very shortly. So, women's 800 metres, Maisie O'Sullivan, St Albans AC, Charlotte Buckley from Brighton AC, Natasha Wynne from Great Britain, Georgia Marsh from Great Britain, Jill Cherry from Victoria Park, City of Glasgow, Saoirse Fitzgerald from Lucan Harriers, Lily Saxon from SOLSH, and then Rena Crotty from UCD AC, where I believe, Michelle, you are the lead distance coach.
Well, Renee Crotty coached, I think, Adam McMullen, but she is the IUA indoor varsity champ. Also ran a PB of 2:06 in Clonmel last week, along with Saoirse Fitzgerald, who ran a 2:05.48 World Under 20 B standard. So it'll be interesting to see if she can run another standard here. You'd have to think she could.
Yeah, definitely within her wheelhouse, particularly if she's running that at the start of the season. You'd have to think that another race, particularly over 100, can really. I find the first one is always a difficult one. They are off here in this race, so you'll see just on the outside. Yeah, you have Renee Crotty there. On the inside, Maisie O'Sullivan and Saoirse Fitzgerald there, the Lucan Harrier there, the tall, long striding athlete there, kind of just left of your of the foreground there. Your shot 1:52 is her number. So she has gone into second place there, just behind. I'm assuming the pacemaker, but we'll get an exact. Yeah, it is in fact the pacemaker. Gone into the lead there. Saoirse Fitzgerald just behind her, and Renee Crotty there, UCDAC athlete, in third place. So they've gone through at a reasonable lick here. Coming through 300 metres in 46 seconds. So they're flying it here, looking for a time of around 62-63 at the bell here. So coming through 400 metres, and it is still Fitzgerald there in second place, Crotty in third. So really strong running here from those two athletes there at the front of this race. And we'll get an idea of the third best athlete there. I think it's Natasha Wynne, sitting in third there, but really positive run there after the pacemaker has dropped out. Saoirse Fitzgerald's gone into the back straight, and it is Georgia Marsh there in the grey outfit has gone into third place. And these athletes with 250 metres left to run. Renee Crotty is tearing after Saoirse Fitzgerald there, who has sat in behind the pacemaker and then led after that. So she's really gone for that world B standard again. Under 20 B standards, so she's really getting after it here. But it is Renee Crotty in second place and Georgia Marsh there in third place, also looking to get stuck in. Lily Saxon there just in fourth place is getting put back into the main group there, but it is still Saoirse Fitzgerald. Still looks like she's got plenty of running left. She's made 12 metres on Georgia Marsh there, who's getting up for second place, but it is Renee Crotty in third. Fitzgerald 2:04, I think, getting over that line. So really positive run from Saoirse Fitzgerald there. Georgia Marsh in second and Renee Crotty in third place. So very positive run there from Saoirse Fitzgerald, backing up that run in Clonmel last week.
Yeah, consistent and quick.
And she has been coming all the way through the juvenile ranks. You've seen her come through, so she's a very high class athlete, and over multiple distances. Over 8 and 8:15 and over 400 as well. So an athlete, a multi-talented athlete. Just in the centre of your shot there, Renee Crotty in third, the UCDAC athlete, and second place was Georgia Marsh. So that world under 20 standards was 2:06. So we reckon Saoirse Fitzgerald should be under that. I got 2:04. She got over the line there, but hard to. 2:05 is still well under that standard, so backing up that 2:05.48 from last week, so obviously in good form. We're joined again by Phelim Kelly, who will be joining us very shortly for this women's B 800.
Yep, came back especially for it.
Yeah, it's another excellent field here. We've got Zoe Ritchie from UCAC. We've got Outdoor varsity 800 metre champion. I'm reliably informed here. Hazel Hughes from Clones AC, Ava Diver from Beachmount Harriers, Faye Mannion from Ennis Track, Clara Casey from Foyle Valley AC, Charlotte Myers from Crusaders AC, Janet Richard from Athletics Malta, and Tara Rose Smith from Finn Valley AC.
The famous Athletics Malta. The old Zoe Ritchie information may or may not be the UCD coach having that information to hand as well beside us. Michelle Finn doing some coaching at UCD AC as well. It's part of our multitasking duties. So what was the winning time there? Sorry, for the women's 1500? I was watching from the far side of the track.
4:04 we think.
Good going.
But that race is multiple minutes ago, so it's already well out of our brains.
As we're set here.
Yeah, so we've got Zoe Ritchie there in the UCD vest on the inside of your screen there, the yellow vest. Hazel Hughes, Ava Diver, Faye Mannion, Clara Casey, Charlotte Myers, Jeanette Richard, and Tara Rose Smith in this one. It's a pacemaker there, centre your shot, and they've got out reasonably quickly, about 16 seconds through the first 100 metres. As the stagger starts to unwind a little bit, they've cut in and get up to the 200 metres here, coming through in about 28 seconds.
So a good race to the 200 metre mark as they come a cropper. It is a 2-lap race, I think, rather than a Chariots of Fire race to the 200. Get to the break and win at the 400 metre halfway split, but seems to be a little bit of Calamity Jane there, but it'll settle down here now. So that's Sarah Rose there from Sutton running for Finn Valley up in Donegal.
Yeah, good run there. It's come up towards the bell there. 60 seconds, and they were like scalded cats getting out over that first 200 metres. And 60 seconds is a fair old clip for athletes trying to run just under 2:10. So coming up onto the back straight, we could see, as you said, a bit of calamity here. They're all bunched together again, but it is a really, really good race that we're seeing here. Zoe Richard, the UCDAC athlete, is trying to break the rest of the field and try and move away from the athlete from Foyle Valley AC, Clara Casey. And battling together, and she's been overtaken now by Clara Casey and gone in with 200 metres left around 1:36 on the clock. It's going to be a great finish here, Philip.
Yeah, we'll look out for the red of Ennis there. Looks like my one to watch out for. 1:20 to go. There's a brave run from Zoe Ritchie all the way there, but here comes on the outside Ennis Track Club, listed as Faye Mannion. Looks like one of her former teammates, Gemma Galvin, as well. But Pat Hogan always has a great array of athletes in Ennis Track, and here she comes powering through into the finish. Probably on for a big PB. Might end up around 2:07. 2:07 and change.
Yeah, Clara Casey there in second place as well, but Faye Mannion looked like she was almost out for a Sunday stroll with 50 metres to run there. I'd say there's plenty more to come from her, because that was a very relaxed looking 2:07.
Yeah, it looks like she could be a good metric miler as well. Last year we saw Emer Marr run well, I think, in the 3000 in one of those, and I called she could be good at the 1500, and she did well in the summer winning the European Under-23, and I think Faye Mannion certainly one that can look at moving up a distance as well as being a classy half mile or 800 metre runner. So I think a lot of those runners can take a lot of confidence from that, even though they might have been looking to go a bit quicker. But going through in 60 shows that a good few more. Great catch in the wind here. The sheets were flying, and Ronan Duggan's rugby teaching went well there as he snatched the paper before it blew into the sky.
Cat-like reflexes.
Yeah.
At my age.
Wasn't quite like the West Ham bubble that blew away and died. He grabbed it. He's held on to the dream here in the commentary position of the Belfast Classic.
Yeah, in association with SportsShoes. But what a run from Faye Mannion there. That was a 2:07, as I said, looked very, very relaxed, and plenty more to come from her.
I'll go, yeah.
Apologies, we're sorting out lunch orders there, as you know, as we are professional commentators. Phelan is back with me again for this women's C race.
We made our name in our first few live streams talking about Kit Kat bars et al. So a long-term live stream needs the old classic bit of class of a David Duffield on Eurosport, fame of the Tour de France, which perhaps we haven't quite hit yet, but it's kind of the right balance between a bit of colour commentary and actual accuracy.
Yes,
and specific commentary, expertise commentary, one might say.
Don't let the races get in the way of commentary. That's what I always say.
Yep.
Yes, the Tour de France in particular, we're less likely to spend some time talking about the local wineries and the fromages as they would on that, and local castles, but we are spending much time talking about the wonderful Mary Peters track here.
Yeah, but one of the interesting features of the Mary Peters track that's come recently, you can see by obviously in association with SportsShoes.com, we'll go through that hoarding there is actually from a famous race course down the road. For some reason that's the inner lining of the famous race course here, which the name escapes me, but
the Armagh 5K?
No, the horse racing.
Oh.
So they're on their marks. Here we go. Pacer is on a quick turnaround.
Yeah, Niamh Kelly, Erin Levy, Jodie Foster, Sarah Lane, Chloe Cooney, Niamh Murray and Aisling Kelly. So strong start there in the centre of your shot from Jodie Foster. But getting into the 2-lap tango here, we've got these athletes that are going to try and hang on to the pacemaker. They've got out pretty strongly there, 15-16 seconds for that first 100 metres. They're going to cut in and going to try and settle themselves now. It's always a bit of a mad dash for the first 200 metres. This is where the race gets blown apart and the lactic that gets into your legs. 29 seconds through the first 200.
Perfection again.
Perfect, settled and on the money.
Yes, even splits out the door again, but it is that kind of nervous tension, and they race for that first 200 to make sure they're going fast enough, and of course they have gone plenty quick. But I think this pacer has done double duty. I think she paced the last race and back in again, gone to 3:20 and expertly out onto the grass. But this pace is well on, Ronan.
Yeah, and Aisling Kelly is leading them now, the Ennis track athlete. She's come up to 400 metres, 61-62, and perfect pacing for these athletes. She's settled in nicely to that, and just behind her then is the Bray Runners AC athlete Niamh Murray, and I think it's Clonliffe Harriers then Niamh Kelly just in behind that. So all athletes still well stuck into this group of 4 here at the front. But Aisling Kelly, the Ennis track athlete, will have seen her compatriot Faye Mannion win the last race, and we'll be hoping that everyone goes home a winner on that bus.
She's holding that type of classic Matt Centrowitz move there. What's it? Holding the rail, tempted Murray in to pass her, held her off, and now looks like she's extending her lead to 2 and 3 metres.
Yeah, she's starting to run away with this. 150 metres left to run. She's going to kick for home, and it's Aisling Kelly entering into the home straight, and will hope to get herself over the line. Niamh Murray just behind her, and just behind that is the Clonliffe Harrier Niamh Kelly, who's up onto her toes and getting after Murray here. Murray is working really hard. It's going to be a great battle here for second, but Aisling Kelly is away and home. It's Ennis track, double up, and just inside that, I think that is one of the Candor track club athletes getting up for second on the rail. Rui Silva-esque.
That was a classic inside, the shortest line. A bit of an old Mark English manoeuvre as well, has played that card. Lisburn AC, they're coming in on the inside, number 170.
We don't have a name for our 170 on our... We do on this sheet, but not on the other, do we?
There's been a little bit of a shift because Tara Rose Smith is listed, and she pumped up a grade. So
no, the 170 is a mystery athlete getting up there. We'll call her Rui Silva or Mark English, whatever you like, on the inside, but a great. You always have to make sure that
Michaela English.
Yeah.
At this stage,
it certainly always opens up on the inside, particularly in the last 50 metres.
A brilliant last 50 metres from her, and we have Killian Kerwin and a few guys now coming up now who'll be wanting to make their mark.
Yeah,
probably a touch unfortunate not to be in the international, but this is where you make your mark on Ignacio Pena.
I do believe, Phil, that Eamon Christie was on a podcast recently saying there was several 146 guys not able to get into that international race, which just shows the strength of the races here at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes.com.
Exactly. And Killian Kerwin had one of his best runs, most impressive runs anyway, when he ran 147 and a championship record at the National Indoor, the Irish Indoor Championships back in March, end of February, start of March. Was an impressive winner in 147, so he'll be hoping to clock at least 147 here, and a 146 would do quite the number. He might have to get out here aggressively, as you can do the run through there, Ronan, if you can.
Yeah, Tom Waterworth from Huntingdonshire AC, Matthew McKenna from Walton Athletics, Killian Kerwin from Raheny Shamrock AC, Elliot Savage from Sale Harriers, Roland Surlis from Candor, another 146 man, Alex Botterill from City of York, Henry Fisher from Great Britain, Robert Hewson from Kildare AC, and Jack Organ from Brighton on the outside lane there. So really strong field in this one, Phil.
Yeah, Juan Ignacio in the SportsShoes.com purple season kit. He'll have to get out hard here now to try and make sure he can get these guys into position as he cuts across. That was well done. Just about. And there's Killian Curran that said he's going to have to try and make this his own, really. We've seen plenty of 800 metre runners, and particularly in the last couple of years, see that they can dictate from the front, as Pena from Chile leads.
Certainly, Kerwin there, the virtual race leader, just sitting in second place. Roland Surlis in there as well. So plenty of talent in this one. The Sale Harrier, Elliot Savage there, you can see in the green vest as well, featuring in this one. And 204 is Henry Fisher, and he'll be hoping to be hook, line and sinker till the end and get the win. This one, Pena stepped off the track and nearly gone over the steeplechase barrier, but Kerwin has gone into the lead, and a really, really strong first 400, but everyone's still in the mixer.
Yeah, he panicked a little bit there, Juan, but again, probably just about good enough, and the runners are still well on it. Killian Kerwin, I still think, will have a little bit more as they are moving up on the outside with 2:50 to go.
Yeah, Henry Fisher there just on his shoulder, and the Sale Harrier, Elliot Savage as well, has gone by Kerwin as well. So Fisher and Savage are 1 and 2, Kerwin in third for the moment, and just trying to go around him is 199, Matthew McKenna from Walton Athletics. So they're battling there, but entering into the home straight, it is Henry Fisher from Great Britain. He's entered into home straight just ahead of the Sale Harrier, and just on the outside there, the Welshman. I'll get him in a second, but it's going to be a great finish here from Fisher. 146 high, I would say. Second place, the Sale Harrier, Elliot Savage. Third, I did not get, Phil.
147 low, I would say, but a great race there. Teed them up. Maybe there was a 146 there with touch quicker through the bell, but again, a lot to play for and some great racing there. Again, it's early doors. I know there's been so many scintillating times here in Belfast the last number of years, but sometimes you've just got to dust the rust, dust the rust,
yeah,
dust it off and get going.
It is a early in the season for a lot of these athletes, but we've excellent performances here. What a meet where we can have a 147 low, 146 high perhaps, in the A race, not even in the international race. So it just goes to show the standard of racing here, that those boys will be disappointed not to be in the international race, but what a race that was. All well evenly matched, and everyone in the mix coming into the whole last 100 metres.
Yeah, there's just more and more depth, as we know. Is it like the fly carb, bicarb, or the brand with the M and the sodium bicarbonate? Essentially, is that one of the key factors in improvement in part of performances? Obviously, the old tech game, essentially overall, between shoes, supplements, and of course the old school of Sean Kyle. Used to coach here a lot when he coached James Mack from Ballymena and Antrim, when James Mack made his big breakthroughs. The journalists are around him and he says, what is he on? He goes, I'll tell you what he's on. He's on PHW. And they said, what's that? Pure hard work. Always a key part of athletics.
Yeah, certainly, but you can see improvements across the board. I suppose, Phil, we can start to take seconds off our times, translate it to the modern era.
Yeah, you can do that, but then you realise you were still back average. But it does take away the I could have done this, I could have done that on one level. But there's no denying that the shoes. But I do think a lot of it maybe is also there's just running is more popular again. Maybe a little bit more of a middle class sport as well, and.
Yeah, and certainly I think when athletes start to run...
Psychology factor as well. Everyone else is doing it, why can't I do it? I think that's definitely kind of had that...
146 has become the new one, the old 149.
48, 49, yeah. Exactly, yeah, really, yeah.
Yeah, so it's psychological barrier as well, but you can see all those athletes getting after it and getting stuck in, and I think there's probably more of you can see there those lads are all really raring to go to run at 146, 147 standard, and not even too worried about racing each other, but wanting to just run those fast times. So an impressive run from that A race. The B race now coming up at 11 minutes past 3.
Past the hour.
We'll give you an idea of who's in that one. Finn Wudger from Metro St. Bridges, Kyle Moorhead from Crawwell AC, Ben Nolan from M11 Track Club, Caelan McFadden from Cranford AC, Oren O'Sullivan from Middleton AC, Max Murphy from United Striders, Patrick Sheridan from Newcastle AC, Callum Hurley from Ferrybank AC, Tom Bridge AC's Jordan Chambers, and Dara Donoghue from Lucan Harriers.
Yeah, Max Murphy isn't here today, but still will be a good race. And yeah, I think it should balance out again. As we said, it's early doors. The little bit of a racing experience and people getting into that sense of racing again, hopefully will level out again rather than just pure time chasing, because obviously times are one thing, racing the next. And to also quote a famous old athlete and coach, and I was watching the television, was on the blink watching the 1984 Olympic Marathon in LA live on YouTube. Well, not live on YouTube, obviously last time was in 1984, but we were live at the time in the front row.
Alive.
And alive, yes. So it was interesting commentary, and also for whatever reason the ad breaks or outtakes weren't removed, so we could get the old off-air comments, looking for coffees and teas and comments on the race and who's who and who's that, kind of the behind the scenes of what actually happens at a commentary. But again, to quote Jerry Kiernan, who famously came 9th in that race, he was leading, he came into the 4 leading at 20 miles, and he said that was as good as it got. And indeed it was. I got cramp. I said to myself, this is as good as it gets. And indeed it was. I got cramps at 20 miles and I went backwards. But it was still one of his finest hours, 9th in the Olympic Marathon, which John Tracy was 2nd. But to quote Jerry, anyway, there's a few runners here, I think. He liked to put them up the distances. So there's a few 800 metre runners here, I think, could still run a mean 1,500 metres. Just having a momentary pause in the commentary as they sort themselves out in their lane order, and we'll be back live on the air in around 15 seconds.
So we're taking a little bit of a break here because we're putting together the next 2 races. So we've got the men's B and C races are going to be put together. So we'll be back to chat to you guys about these 2 races momentarily. And
ChatGPT, was it?
yes, melded 2 faces together. No, we'll give you exactly who we have in this very, very shortly. But we'll be back on stream in about 2 minutes' time.
So we have our combined races here. Killarney Valley in the inside. We're just going to try and jumble them up ourselves on the fly. So that looks like Jack O'Leary from Killarney Valley, then Kyle Moorhead from Crawwell. Oran O'Sullivan is in 4 from Middleton. We'll get you lane 3 now shortly. Louis O'Loughlin on the outside in the purple is pacing in our SportsShoes.com, and we'll unveil the rest of the runners. Dara Donahue is in there in the red of Luke and Harriers, and Louis O'Loughlin has stormed off anyway, so now we can settle as he comes across. So settling nicely, just needs to hopefully relax a little bit. 24, 25, he's had a look and he's extended again, so they are well on, Ronan, as the drone is capturing them from a height, and we can see Ratoth's Jack O'Donnell in the mix there as well, in the famous blue and white of Ratoth. So Lewis O'Loughlin is striding them out. He led the 1500 metres, as we have our Middleton runner really going bravely. 52, 53. This is hot pace running for these athletes.
Yeah, that's Oran O'Sullivan there from Middleton, just he's now the race leader, going through 52, 53, so really, really strong running. Bobby Moore, the Bray runners AC athlete there in 2nd place. So those 2 athletes are leading this one out, but it's O'Sullivan and Moore entering into the back straight. And 215 then is Jordan Chambers from Tonbridge AC. So they're working together as we enter into the back straight here. We're 210 metres left to go, but O'Sullivan is still leading this one out the middle of the AC, man, making the journey worth it. And Tonbridge AC's Jordan Chambers then in second place, trying to get around him on the outside.
And Jack O'Leary in the green of Killarney Valley. We saw the Jack O'Leary of Mullingar Harriers in the 3000. But here they are now coming. It looks like Oran O'Sullivan still trying to hold on as the Tunbridge athletes just going to pass them. They're going to be a shade over 150. Bobby Moore coming back into third place. Looks like 151, 150 point.
Yeah, Jordan Chambers with the win there, and that one, the Tonbridge AC man, would you reckon about 151 in the end. So really, really strong running there. 53 through the bell, so good, strong second lap from those boys.
Yeah, that was a hot pace early doors, a little bit like some of the women's races there. A startlingly hot first 200 metres and then kind of settled in. So it can work out two ways, but a good 150 there. Bobby Moore, as we always say, never missed that one. The old 1966 World Cup winning captain has done a quantum leap, the old show. He's come back into 2026.
A niche reference for today's youth on the live stream here, but I thought he'd gone backwards there, Bobby Moore, in the last 220, but he came strong there with 50 metres to go. He got going again, so really good finish there from Bobby Moore.
Yeah, the stride potentially checked and then he was tired and then realised he could see the finish again and got going again. See Archie Davis, who we saw in the 1500 earlier, he's doing a turnaround, so it's great to see the athletes, kind of the community of athletics really, isn't it? You run your race and then you help somebody else with their race. Sean Carrick is striding out there from Clonliffe Harriers. I think Matthew Fitzpatrick is in the all black, looks like a flying Kiwi. That's in the Dunleer gear.
Yes, full field is Rory Quill, Clonliffe Harriers, James Gilland from Queen's AC, Sean Nolan from Moy Valley, Sean Carrick from Clonliffe Harriers, Ben Nutter from Stirling University, Michael Moore from Cranford Athletic Club, Damien Prendergast from Clonliffe Harriers, Matthew Fitzpatrick from Dunleer AC. So full field here for this men's D 800 metres. So we followed on. We're actually getting ahead of schedule here now as well after the BNC races were put together. Really strong field here. These athletes will be looking for 54, 55, and as Phelim said, we've got Archie Moore doubling back from that men's 1500 metres from earlier, so good to see the pacemakers being found.
Archie Davis, yeah, not Archie Moore.
Archie Davis, sorry.
So we had a little moment, but Archie Davis from Brighton and Phoenix, again a famous club, historically Steve Ovett, but they've a great club there down through the years, and his coach's name escapes me, but met him countless times as well. But they have a great little setup there, kind of between that kind of elite and developmental elite squad going. It's nice to see that a lot of them are in the club as well, so it's like technically an actual club group rather than a kind of a group, an inverted commas super group, as we see some of the faces at the races on our stream now.
Technicolor dream coat there, Jose Mourinho.
Dad of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, thumbs up.
Big fan. Yeah.
I think that was a setup for the wife or something else, a sort of partner.
Yeah,
I really am a good dad.
I'm working
Look
out
at
here,
me now. Doting, yeah. I thought, yeah, exactly.
It's not a Coldplay concert here.
It was either that or the other one. Thought you were going to get the milk.
Yeah. I've been gone for an hour.
And we saw Anne Gilshanen, won a multiple world record holder in the Masters category. She was just on the screen there. Sure. See what other stars we can pick out.
Future stars. And here at the Belfast Classic at Mary Peters track. It's everyone's here, Phelim. We're here.
Most importantly. So the old classic thigh slaps is another one. The jump up for the sprinters, and then the old pat of the face, pat of the legs. That's Cranford AC. And here's a few more faces of the races. Do we recognise them? Bit of Eugene O'Neill there's in the kind of golfing blue padded jacket there. A fan of golf, but also I think a 5-time national steeplechase champion.
Owner of multiple gilets, I believe. Yeah.
And Peter, I think, was beside him from East Down, formerly coach of Anna Gardner. There's Niall, the Masters podcast he has, and we see he's in the green jacket, and then Anne Gilshan. So that's the Masters section. As the whistle blows, back to the real live action.
That's Masters Athletics, not green jackets of Masters Golf. Rory Quill, James Gillen, Sean Nolan, Sean Carrick, Ben Nutter, Michael Moore, Damien Prendergast and Matthew Fitzpatrick all on the line here. We're missing lane 5, which is our man from Stirling University.
So Eamon Christie has joined us as he's looking up from our lofty perch, our pigeon perch, as the drone is taking off, capturing the action as well. But another swift start. As we mentioned, Archie Davis, there's our drone shot. Archie Davis, who's running in the 1500 from Brighton Phoenix, now has his SportsShoes pacing top on and striding sweetly. As we say, this is the community of athletics. You run your race, you pace a race, and a nice atmosphere here now. So Matthew Fitzpatrick is slotted in second there, followed by our Cranford athlete, and then Sean Carrick in fourth. So moving sweetly, 37, 38. Again, a nice swift start through 300. And Matthew Fitzpatrick shouldn't go around the outside of the pacer, but he does. And it's kind of made a tactical error there. Archie Davis pushes on and it's still nice and swift, 53, so he's well on for a PB. Matthew could have relaxed, but Archie Davis doing a great job there. Let the pacer do the work. Fitzpatrick strides away again. He's looking good as they're going to go into that headwind now with 300 metres to go.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick full of running there as he enters in for the back straight. Pacemaker finally drops out and Fitzpatrick goes in for the back straight, striding away from everyone. He was on the heels of the pacemaker, so he's obviously got plenty of energy today. Sean Carrick is up in the second place, battling with his fellow Clonliffe Harrier as we get into 200 metres left to go. And it is Damien Prendergast that he's fighting with there. Sean Carrick in second and third, but it's still Fitzpatrick entering into the home straight in that almost New Zealand-esque outfit. 100 metres left to run. They're on 1:37. Should be an excellent run here from Fitzpatrick. A serious battle on further back in the field. Carrick in second and Prendergast in third, but it is Carrick almost chasing Fitzpatrick over the line, but Fitzpatrick will win. 1:52 low. Sean Carrick in second, only just a step behind, and our third placer was Damien Prendergast, the fellow Clonliffe Harrier. A fantastic race there. We're running 1:52 low in the
1:52 low, and we'll get those results live, as you said, on the Belfast Classic Facebook page, and we've got the link coming straight through on all the live results. But Matthew Fitzpatrick looks like he's a lot more there in the tank with a little bit more of a savvy race, but he was flying there again. Great confidence running here today to springboard on for the rest of the season.
Yeah, certainly chomping at the bit there and trying to almost go around the pacemaker. You'd imagine a little bit more of a relaxed attitude in that first 400 metres, and he could have been ran even quicker. So plenty more to come from Matthew Fitzpatrick there, the Dunleer AC man. So after this, we're going to be on to the women's D race, followed by a women's E race, and then we're packing the 800 metres for a few minutes and looking after the 100 metres events. So plenty more to come from the Belfast Classic here. So flying through it, we have, I said, the women's D800 about to come on stream now very shortly. But a fantastic in the D race there, Matthew Fitzpatrick at 1:52 low. So really positive run from him. We're still almost laughing at him trying to go around the pacemaker, showing his excitement, I suppose, and readiness to run at fast time. Sometimes you just want to be left at it. Let me at the race.
Yeah, do you know, funnily enough, I was on the cross trainer in Santry during the week, Bank Holiday Monday, I think, and Matthew there was doing a session outside, and I watched him viciously throw up in the middle of the infield. So he's been working hard in training. Good to see him get the results in the race.
You really sold it. That it's very descriptive, and I saw it there in my mind's eye. I can imagine it, and he was raring to go there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's ready. Served him well.
Yeah, so fair play. It has to be done, especially over 800 metres. We were discussing, Michelle, about potentially whether you'd rather be a sprinter. You know, certainly you don't want to be a 400 or 800 metre runner. That's the They're surely the worst events. 400 meter hurdles as well in terms of the sheer misery.
Yeah,
the
probably.
puking.
It's hard to know, but then do you think sometimes the pain comes after the race? It's almost like as soon as it hurts, you suffer for 100 metres and then you really suffer afterwards.
Yes, possibly. Whereas, are you saying you never suffer? You know,
And I'm saying in the longer stuff, you really suffer mid-race.
Yeah. But then you're fine afterwards. Absolutely fine. Bounce back again. So we'll see who's going to make everyone else suffer in this one. Neela McKenna from Monaghan Phoenix Athletic Club, Cleena Riley from Dunleer AC, Eve Mooney from Ratoath AC, Susie O'Flynn from Raheny Shamrock AC, Amy Kirkpatrick from Glasgow University, Millie O'Neill from Stirling University Athletics Club, Rachel Jez from Lucan Harriers, and Hermione Sheridan from Newcastle AC. So excellent field here in the women's D 800 metres. We have athletes of all ages in this one, and our pacemaker there as well, doubling back from our earlier 800. So we should see a strong run in this one. This is the D women's 800, followed by the E directly afterwards, and then we'll be on to our 100 metre races momentarily. So this race is due to go off at 3:29, and we are pretty much bang on the money here for that time. So these athletes ready to go. So getting themselves organised. This is probably the most difficult part. You've got athletes getting themselves organised just before the race. Are they nervous? You know, taking all the information in.
I'm sure they are.
Giving Ronan Duggan a brief break as his hefty wallet falls out of his pocket, and a stretch he's been on the stream without pause for nigh on 3-4 hours, but he's used to it from his teaching duties in school. He's always on. Ronan Duggan is always on, at home, at work. He never stops. The man loves the job. So, Michelle, we have our D 800 metres. Want to call out some of the names there?
Yeah, I think Ronan just called them all out, but we have Neela McKenna, Cleena Riley, Eve Mooney, Susie O'Flynn, Amy Kilpatrick, Millie O'Neill, Rachel Jez, and Hermione Sheridan.
Very good. And Fintan Riley, who's the infield commentator, that's his daughter in the pink in lane 2, Cleena Riley, representing Dunleer AC. So always a family affair with Fintan. Passionate athletics man. I think he's in situ or potentially going to be the Athletics Ireland president.
Oh, I think I saw her competing at the North Leinster schools during the week too. Would that be possible?
It's definitely correct. She would be North Leinster region.
A big week.
A lot of the schools athletes are doubling back for a quick early season to chase their time standards and race performances as they are away. Neela McKenna from Monaghan Phoenix, Brian Peppard is in the stand, a long-time coach in Monaghan Phoenix. As we see again our purple gear, which Michelle you were wearing, that's our pacer, and striding out smoothly in the pink, that is Riley, Cleena Riley. Rachel Jez on the outside in the red of the Lucan Harriers, and then our Newcastle AC is a great singlet. That luminous side strip of the yellow on the red always helps to have a look out, and that's Hermione Sheridan, and that's Patrick Sheridan's sister actually, who I've started coaching Patrick, so he's there having a look to see how his sister gets on, and he's just down below us just at the track. So again, just on the outside in the pink is Cleena Riley, pacemaker, having a little look. I think they're running nicely enough, 61, 62. I think this is a pretty good pace for this group 65. Riley is looking smooth. Again, a little stall there. Jez is on the outside in the famous red singlet of Lucan Harriers. Who's your money on here at the moment, Michelle?
I think I'm going to say Cleena Riley has more in the tank. Although they look pretty strong coming up behind her now, actually, now that I say that.
Always the commentator's curse, but certainly three in the mix here. Jez just moving up onto the shoulder
Three of them going pretty.
But Riley, as you say, looking still strong enough as they're going to approach 600 metres, 140 on the clock.
140.
So again, around the 210, depending on how hard they can close. But you look like you're calling it nicely so far. A lot can change in 800 metres as they get rubber-legged a little bit with 120 to go. The lactic is filled, but Riley in the pink is striding out again. Looks like she has it sewn up. Michelle, you called the winner from a 350 to go. She has the strength, the speed, and a nice boundy elastic stride. So here she comes striding nicely into the finish. 2:14 on the clock as it runs on. And another great run there.
Yeah, she looked really comfortable the whole way.
It's very good going. So again, the field is rounded out, all under 2:30, as proud father now goes over and congratulates the daughter. There you go. He wasn't impressed with the other Father of the Year candidate. He had to come back across and go for it. His wife certainly does know he's here. She begrudgingly knows he's here, I think. But that's part of the deal. So as an athletics man, so great running there. And we've seen, I think Finn, his son Finn, might have been running earlier in a 400. We've seen his daughter Nasa, who runs a lot, so she's in Candor Track Club, headed by Mark Kirk as the head coach anyway. Katie Kirk, one of the founding members of that club. So again, they're tapping their toes, pushing the feet into the ground, dealing with the nerves, and also trying to keep spruced up for the next race, which is the 800E, due off at 3:35 on various clocks, and we're at 3:34, so we're pretty much on time. There's been one or two withdrawals. Christie was telling me that Abby Ives, last year's winner, who I mistakenly called as Polish, I think, into the finish line at the time, but she has had to withdraw with a sore foot, unfortunately. But there's still going to be some great athletes there, headed by Sarah Calvert, who I think has a time of 2 dead. And again, it's always a time for somebody else to make their name. And every year can't always be a record-breaking year, so it's good to see hopefully some good races. And we've seen some pretty good races so far in some of the women's 1500, men's 1500, and the 3Ks. So they're standing back from the line. Women's E, we have Lara Corrigan, Ilo Dwyer, Myrn Nivukula, Annabelle Lawler, Sive Nivukula. So it should be sisters there, twins potentially. Dara Ellie Winters, Aurelia Crotty, Erin Sproul, and Holly McNulty. Again, not all as per programme. We have, you can see Tullamore Harriers there. You can see the two Lucan Harriers there though. Myrn and Sive Nivukula. Aurelia Crotty is there from Tullamore Harriers.
A sister to Renee, who ran earlier, I'm pretty sure.
So there we go. Athletics very much is a family game. We saw Molly Daly and her sister, one running the 2, Molly in the 4. As we mentioned, again, 3 generations running for Ireland. It's the first time ever that happened. That was at the World Relays last week. So again, a nice smooth pace, 30-31 for that first 200. Again, it's hard to kind of get the pace correctly even. You're always going to go out a little bit hard, and a nice smooth 31. So our pacer are doing a good job as they're bunched up. As we see the Nivukulas there, one at the back, one just running wide, and as you mentioned there, Aurelia Crotty, Michelle, is looking pretty good there in the blue and white of Tullamore Harriers. And that's Myrn Nivukula is of the 181 of Lucan Harriers. Again, we see the 2 Fitzgeralds, Neve and Neve Fitzgerald and Owen Fitzgerald do a lot of the coaching in Lucan Harriers, as Myrn Nivukula has stepped on the gas. Michelle, do you want to call the winner here again?
I'm going to call Murren. Yeah, she's looking strong. I feel like in these ones they kind of have paced themselves pretty well and seem to be able to hold on. And again, just as I say that, she looks under a little bit of pressure from the girl in second. What's her name?
There could be Lara Corrigan there from Monaghan Phoenix.
I'm going to stick with my original. She'll come back in the last 200.
She's going to have her strength, but again, it looks like a nice, tight race here. Murren still looking strong. That's coming back into the 4. It's number 184. That's Dara Ellie Winters from Boyne. And that's Lara Corrigan has pushed into the lead.
I spoke too soon.
Yes, you did. But a nice run here from Lara Corrigan. She's coming in, striding sweetly into the finish. Murren will set a good pace, 2:17. We'll get the official. Rose Winters, and we have Crotty coming in 4th, and we have Nivukla again rounding out this next 800E race. Next up is the sprints. So we have 100A women, 100B women. So we've 4 100-metre races. Should have some quick times. I think the wins have all been legal so far. So our 100 metres, the old Tom Cruise line, they feel the need for speed. And it is at 3:41, so in approximately 3 minutes, although I don't see many blocks down there, so we'll see how we're looking for that next segment of the programme. So there's Lara Corrigan and the athletes there just debriefing, so we might just take a little pause from the commentary just for a second as we see where the officials are sorting out the hundreds, and take a breather, and then we might come back to a little bit of faces from the races. So we see Seamus McCann there in the black hat of North Belfast Harriers. He's hosted the North Belfast Harriers 5K here. He hosted that meet that famously launched Nick Riggs into national news. Anyway, he ran 14:10. He'd only run times on Strava and Parkrun and things like that. And he said to Seamus, I ran those times legitimately, as you wouldn't necessarily believe a youngster, even if it was just innocence. As we've seen before in the old COVID era, people had 5K times, but their run time was a couple of minutes longer when they stopped and started their watch. And as we see two young lads doing the classic roll down, never gets old. Some of the old games are always, there's a really fascinated fan there having a breather, getting ready for the 100 metres. Could be potentially watching the stream as we look at her, but I don't think so. Well, she's had a look to the right, maybe she has. But
looks like a fast runner potentially to me. Is that Michelle Duggan maybe?
Could be. happily seen, as we see a few more of the 800 metre runners who are going to be running later in the programme. I think Henry Jonas is here. He ran a 1:45 last year, probably 1:44 actually, not 1:45, 1:44. So again, some launch pad. There's one of the knee vehicles there. Again, as Ronan said, some of the after effects of a 400, 800 are generally can be some of the worst in terms of seeing black and white and questioning your life choices. As we have three more aficionados having a chat against the fence of what their favourite races were so far. We still have two international 800 metre races to come, and we have our 400 metre races, and then a plethora of 800s and 1500s throughout the afternoon. Going to bring us right up to 5:34. As here's a few of the lads. It's the bikers are here. There's great mountain biking land here in the forests here. So they're doing a bit of practice on the handstands, but it's famous here for the mountain biking.
Put it all in there for you, so it's not said.
So we're lined up. And Chrissy's popped up. There's a... What type of a dog is that, Michelle? You're an animal lover there on the screen here as well. I know you're looking in person, but do you know the type of dog?
I do. I'm at a loss at a second. I know. I do know.
You kind of got overly excited just literally looking at the dog, I think.
A miniature dachshund. Is that a miniature dachshund?
I think that makes sense. Ronan Duggan has come back in with the cue. Ronan, would you like to come back in? I think he's like at a loss. What do I do? I've been talking for 4 hours. I want to keep talking.
Yep, Phelim has spotted the chocolate brownie and tried to jump off the stream. I met Ger O'Donnell on my way around there as well, who sprints coach, who was very excited about some of the excellent 400 metre races we had earlier. So we had quite a...
Jared was excited. In what sense?
Well, like he was, but
his mellow self.
For him, he was excited.
Yeah.
There was a brief, a modicum of excitement.
But he was impressed by the times.
He was, yeah. No, it's been some fantastic races in the sprints and in the distance. Obviously, Jeremy Azu in the 200 round was a particular highlight in the sprints, but across the board, all the different distances, we've had some outstanding runs.
He was zooming around the track here in Mary Peters. Mary is normally here. I haven't seen her yet, but she's still kind of got Ronnie Delaney RIP in the last month or so. He always had that line of one is an Olympic champion, one must always have the air and look of an Olympic champion, and certainly Mary Peters still looks pretty much $1 million, even though I think we were talking about earlier in the week. 1972, it was Munich, she won the pentathlon, and I still think she fits into her Olympic tracksuit, which is impressive. She still looks the business, and her statue is always up to the top left. I think you can... It's in the distance there. It is. The camera is pointing towards the Mary Peters statue, of which it's a kind of a nice seated area and a bushed area, and people are kind of paying homage to her, I think, down there as they discuss the athletics that has taken place so far.
Yeah, impressive work to fit into your Olympic kit from 50 years ago. I was looking at the SportsShoes pacing kit, going, "That's some nice kit." Do they do a shot putters version? Because that would fit me.
Oh yeah, the famous line. I'm not sure if she's still. I'm sure she has the medal somewhere, but that was the famous line for Ronnie Delaney. Did you run it? Did you win it? Do you have it? Will you show it?
Yeah, and he always did.
He wasn't shy in that gold medal, but who wouldn't be winning the creme de la creme of Olympic events, the 1500 metres in 1956 in Melbourne, and the first female Olympian, Maeve. I mentioned her husband there earlier, Sean Kyle. Maeve Kyle has graced this track multiple times, and she was on that team with Ronnie. I think Maeve might still be alive. She's still doing well, always at the high jump area. But we also saw, in terms of pentathletes, and one of the athletes that's graced this track and competed at everything for the last number of years, Laura Fry, was running in the 200 metres, and she has a child as well now, so she was beaming down at the track post 200 metres. So again, that's the next in line. As we've seen here, it's kind of a family affair, isn't it, with sisters and families and mothers and grandfathers alike. It's kind of the lineage of Irish athletics. When you see a new good athlete, it's like, who are they? Oh, their father was pretty good. As we see, Molly Daly, Rob Daly and Fiona Norwood, both great 400 metre, and then Fiona in the 400 hurdles as well.
Yeah, and certainly I suppose it's a sport that it gets into the bones, gets into the families, and everyone gets involved in it. It's similar down in our club. Recently they'd opened the track, and different people were doing the traffic and different jobs in the day, and I was looking around, I was like, I'm related to pretty much everyone here. So yeah, it is. It's nearly always a family run operation, but we certainly have a good operation being ran here today. It's 100 metres up next, women's 100 metres at 3:41. I think we're a touch behind schedule, but we had to take a little break there for the 100 metres.
They were just getting the blocks set up there. Yeah. So I was there's nobody in my family really involved in athletics, keeping up my black sheep persona in the family.
It's a healthy enough effort on your part to break out and rebel by doing a very healthy thing.
I think they're happy everybody's back in the park run though now, so I'm popular again. I have something to offer the family.
So in this women's 100 metres, Janine Boyle from Finn Valley, Angelica Stelica from West Coast AC, Leila Colfer from St Lawrence O'Toole, Rachel Bennett from Great Britain, Lucy Fraser from Scotland, Lauren Ryan from Dunedin AC, and Rihanna McCarthy from UCD AC. So Rachel Bennett and Lucy Fraser doubling back from the 200 earlier.
Yeah, we saw Rachel win her 200 race, I think in 23.5. Janine Boyle, good to see her still competing. She's been, don't know if I see her just there in lane 1. She might be running a bit later in the long jump. She competes in the long jump as well, and has competed for Ireland in multiple underage international relay teams.
An 11:72 performer at her best. She is being given bib 2 on our list here, but I don't think that's her there in a bib 2, is it?
I don't think so. I think that could be Breer again, who we saw in the
doubling back. So yeah, an excellent field here. Sale Harriers in the centre shot. That's Rachel Bennett, who stormed home in that 200 metres earlier. So she may need to get a little bit quicker here on the first 60, but she certainly has a finish. Sale Harriers athlete into their blocks now. 100 metres.
As the wind whips up.
And they're off here, and Bennett is off strongly there in the inside lanes, but it is Leila Colfering as well, but it is Breer there absolutely flying it. And coming back strongly is the Sale Harriers athlete Rachel Bennett, but just running out of track as we have a faller there. That is Lauren Ryan. Hope she's alright. Looks like she is up. And other than a bit of a shaking, a bit of wind, she's probably okay. But good finish there from number 2, which is Breer, and Bennett, number 5 there, centre your shot, second place.
Some good track burn there, yes. I think there's a bit more shock there than I was worried there. There could have been a collarbone or something gone for a minute, but looks like the shock has kicked her back up, and she says she's alright, but that is going to sting.
In about 10 minutes, and then also tomorrow morning.
Yes.
You get that stiffness of, oh no, I hit something very hard. But hopefully, look, she's generally alright. Said no broken bone. That was my first thought as well, was, oh no, that looks like a shoulder or a collarbone, which it could quite easily be, but she is up and moving anyway, and all is well. So a positive end to her 100 metres there. Next up, we're going to have the women's men's A 100 metres. We've
Women's B, you were right the first time.
We look like we've lost the women's B. I think the women's A and B were put together. And I think
No, that's the back straight there. You're looking at Ronan.
Yes.
So the women are in their blocks there. I know there's blocks everywhere. Part of the commentary gig is we're actually looking at the screen as well. So they're warming up down the back straight, some of those runners, but we certainly have our next women's race. They've popped out of their blocks. They have been tested. As we see, MSB in there always. That's Chidinma Adikabi from MSB. Always a great singlet. It's one of the easiest ones to pick out. I like the luminous colours when you're commentating either on screen or live at the venue. The bright singlets make your life a hell of a lot easier than a regular blue or green, of which multiple clubs can be wearing them. So it looks like there's only going to be 3 runners in this, and then we'll get into our men's races.
Yeah, number 15 there in the left-hand side of your shot is the Orange Grove AC athlete Esther Hameen-Smith, and we've also got Finn Valley's Amy Timoney there, who's just in that lane there in the very centre of your shot, number 12. So those 3 athletes, Amy Timoney in the blue and white of Finn Valley, and we have Chindaima Adekibi from Metro St. Bridget's, and Esther Hameen-Smith, Orange Grove Athletic Club there on the left-hand side of your shot. So these 3 will be getting into their blocks very shortly.
Timoney Adikabi and Esther, is it?
Esther Hameen-Smith. Orange Grove Athletic Club.
And wearing orange.
Yes, and very much a club producing many sprinters over the last couple of years, the Sykes brothers and many more besides. So into their blocks. And out very strongly there, Timoney going really well in Finn Valley, but she's been matched stride for stride by Adikabi. Adikabi looks like she's getting away from her over this last couple of metres, but Timoney and Adikabi are working really hard to get her there, and it is Adikabi just ahead of Timoney with Smith just in third there, so really closely matched affair there.
Yeah, 12 seconds. We'll wait for the official clock, but Adikabi looked very smooth there, held her form well, loose in the shoulders and composed, so looks like she's plenty more to come. And at that rate could extend out for another 100 metres and run a mean 200 metres.
Yeah, she was very comfortable there throughout, and a good start as well. Timoney running very well, and Smith as well. They're all very, very closely matched there. Just a reminder as well, if you're on Facebook, you can, or even if you're not on Facebook, you can check the the Belfast Milers Facebook page and find the Belfast Classic live results link, and you will find all of the results that are happening throughout the day are being inputted, and you'll find them on that. So if you do want to know any specific results, they are being put in as we speak. So those 100 metre results will be up very shortly. Next on track is going to be the men's A 100 metres. So in this one we've got Rekwan Luciano of Ireland, Owen Murphy from Scotland, Joshua Awajole from Fast Twitch Athletics Club, Adam McMullen's stable, Krishan Aiken coming back from that 200 earlier from Scotland, Ben Sykes, we just mentioned, from Orange Grove Athletic Club, Jesse Osas from Ireland, Nemenkaya Onwuru from Metro St. Bridget's, and Adam Sykes from Orange Grove Athletic Club.
Jemica there on Moira. We've seen him at the indoor arena multiple times at David Matthews' NIA Live in the 60. So more of a full crew, full house here today in the men's 100.
Aiken is the class that's fielded 10:34 man at his best, but that was in 2023. It's a season opener for him here, and he was second in that 200 earlier, so he's definitely in good shape. Should go well here. He is number 20 there.
And he'll be wearing the blue of Bonnie, Scotland.
Yes, well, he looks like he's in yellow there now, but...
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of...
the yellow and black of Scotland.
Owen Murphy, sorry.
But yeah, Owen Murphy is in there, number 18, just the right hand side, and number 19 there, just the centre of the shot, Joshua Awojolo from Fast Twitch Athletic Club, coached by Adam McMullen. So a really strong field assembled here. We've got multiple athletes running under 21 or 22 seconds for 200 as well. Owen Murphy, he's got 10.64 for 100 metres, 21.46 for 200. Ben Sykes, 10.56 just last year, the Orange Grove Athletics man. Emmanuel Zoran, 10.59 last year, and a 10.88 Windy, this season, and 10.62 for Nanjika, and the season's best of 11.08. And then Adam Sykes at 10.71 in 2021 and 10.81 only just last year, so in good shape.
Very good.
He said Krishan Aiken, definitely the class of the field, 10.34. That is fast.
Krishan reminds me of Bershawn Jackson, a great 400 hurdler and good on the 4 flat and an old relay. It's a great name, Krishan, as well. Nice rhythm to it.
Will he have rhythm here? Will he need the rhythm, or will he just power to the finish?
I think he'll need a bit of everything. Rhythm, rhyme, and a bit of speed and power as they settle into their blocks.
Yeah, will we see a 10.34 today? That 20, it's his season opener over 100 metres, so he'll be looking to set a standard now to chase for the rest of the season. Into their box, the 100 metre men's A race here at the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes. And Aiken looked very strong there, centre shot number 20, but next to him is Sykes and the Orange Grove AC athlete, but going really well is number 19, Joshua Awojolo from Fast Twitch AC, and he's got the win in this one.
Oh.
And there's sleds flying all over the track there, but what a win there from Joshua Awojolo from Fast Twitch Athletic Club, beating out the favourite Krishan Aiken. Really, really strong run there. They're all really well matched in that first 40, but
yes, and Jemica from MSB ran a great first 50-60 metres, and then it kind of unfolded there, didn't it? Who's got the who can hold on to their top end speed the longest after that, and Ajula certainly did. Fast Twitch, Adam McMullen would be happy. He's had a number of athletes running, and he was nearly cleaned out on the cut across there.
Raekwon Luciano, I think, from West Coast AC, coming right across the track and moving at speed. We've never moved at that speed,
at a rate of knots.
But certainly a fantastic run. Ben Sykes running really well as well over that first 40, but it's funny that the last 40 in that 100 metres, you can really see the class separate, the wheat separated from the chaff, because those boys made a gap over that last 40.
They sure did. As I say, what is it? Speed, endurance, and holding on to that top end speed. Who can transition from each phase of the 100 metres? We'll have to get Coach O'Donnell back in here for more technicalities. But we might try and see, can we pull up the live results just to see also, do we have a wind reading there? I can go into the results box and see, do they have any wind readings?
I don't think we do.
So Hannah Breer did win that women's A 100 metres in 11.54. I'll check in the official results box. Rachel Bennett 11.7, Lucy Fraser 11.92, and in the women's B, Chidinma Adekabi 12.36, Amy Timoney 12.45, and Esther Hameen Smith 12.58. And it looks like our first time before they're all official, 10.84 for that men's 100 metres.
Yeah, some really good running there in that men's 100. As you said, the wind reading will be interesting. It has been kind of changing. I know Michelle was telling us that it's a gentle breeze, but she is from North Cork, where a gentle breeze is pretty much a gale, so who knows what it's like down there. That 100 metres 10.84. We're looking at guys running maybe 10, they've all run PBs of 10.50, 10.40, 10.60, that kind of stuff, but for an opening race this early in the season, it's a pretty good run there.
you had the Father Ted reference earlier. It'll do, Ted. For some of them, they mightn't be too pleased, but it'll do. As our next wave of 100-metre athletes are standing behind their blocks, Ronan, as the whistle goes from the official.
Yes, Cormac Crotty from Annalee AC, Leon Ewer from West Coast AC, Harry McElwain from Letterkenny AC, Ola Runtobi Orinde from Reading AC was in the 200 earlier on as well. Killian Curran from UCD AC, Kieran O'Farrell from Dunor Harriers, and Charlie Byrne from UCD AC. So good field there on track now. How many of them are on the start line? It's a different situation. We're missing Charlie Byrne, I think. Number 32 is not there. And other than that, I think we are good to go. We don't have Harry McElwain from Letterkenny AC either.
Killian Curran's gone for the hybrid look with the tights and baggy shorts in this one, as he's wearing his maillot jaune of UCD, the yellow shirt.
Yes, more cycling references today. We're gone mad for the cycling film. Getting into the blocks here now, getting ready for the set and the go. And they're off really strongly here, but it is our number 30, Killian Curran, they're running really well, but number 26, Cormac Crotty from Annalee, going storming along, but in the end it looks like Killian Curran with the arm in the air, getting the shoulder over the line, breaking the line first. I think he got the win on that one.
You think? Yeah, I think the Ratoath athlete is that. Jesse there will get the name right from Ratoath there anyway. Wasn't Cormac Crotty anyway, no. But Killian certainly bounded down that track, and he can't hear the commentator anyway, so he wasn't bounding down with fury of the commentator, but he was bounding down with precision and pace. And a pair of half tights, full half tights, he can maybe shave another 0.1 off that. So great running though from the lads there. We'll look again for the official times coming through for the Belfast Classic.
Yeah, number 26 is down as Cormac Crotty from Annalee AC, but that does look like more like the Ratoath
singlet,
yeah.
As written on it.
Yeah.
In the blue and white. Annalee are green and yellow from Cavan. Ratoath would be more of the Meath variety.
So we've
Killian Curran was announced as the winner, so
there you go, called it.
Duggan called it.
Never doubt me.
Doubt me now, as one of your athletes once said after Leinster Schools Championships, of which nobody had doubted him, but anyway.
Yes. But the less said about that, the better. So,
athletes do have a great way of dressing up stories in their minds and portraying them as fact. But anyway, that's whatever gets you going and motivates you on the track is the most important thing, as we have our two-lap tango wonders coming back onto the track, probably the most popular event in track and field, nearly, particularly in terms of participation as well. You'll never be short of filling out an 800-metre race at any type of a meet, from low to high. Everybody is looking to try and get into the 800 metres, whether it's the Diamond League, the Belfast Classic, or even an old Dublin graded or a Donkey Derby. Everyone wants to run the 800
until the second lap. Somewhere on the back straight, the dark back straight of their soul. The men's 800 metres e-race is on track now. We'll get you a start list for that. All the way down, as you said, there'll be many races. Esosa or Omoregbe from Dunleer AC, he's going to be in a black vest.
That's Victor. I can't see him though.
And then we have Joseph O'Connor from United Striders AC, Thomas McKenna from Walton Athletics, Ben Clavin from Corran AC, Shane Hart from Havering AC, Mason McCreary from Longview AC, Ted Collins from Nina Olympic, and Dylan Kelly from Dunor Harriers. So we have yet another 800 metre race, but they're so entertaining.
They are entertaining. I am a cynical man, but I wasn't being cynical on that front. It is a popular distance. It is a great race. It's easy for spectators and fans to watch. It's 2 minutes of action, kind of even fits in the TikTok era and all that.
Yeah.
As I ever increasingly become a dinosaur with age, but it is a great race. A lot happens, and as you say, it's kind of the They say what the 1500 mile is the perfect distance in terms of the old 4 verses. The old, you would reference Shakespeare before, don't they, for the 4 parts?
Yes, yeah. Start, middle and end. The 4 acts of a mile, but the 800, yeah, very much. You got 2 minutes. You got winners, you got losers.
And it's prolific and popular on the international scene. Obviously, Keely Hodgkinson and a number of her teammates from the M11 Track Club have been gracing the track today and in previous editions of this meeting. And we've seen Ben Pattison, a world bronze 800 metre medalist, storm to glory in the 1500 metres. He won that in Budapest in 2023, and it's certainly hot right now to coin a better
Zoolander.
Look for a better phrase than that. So Cian McPhillips came 4th in the World Championships and ran 1:42, and that we've seen sub 2 broken in the marathon with Sebastian Solway, and I think they're pushing that 100-second mark of David Radish, and we might see a 1:39 sooner rather than later, particularly if we add an extra plate or super foam as part of it with the sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah, I suppose it is one of the events that's probably most affected by that, the bicarb. It's with the lactic acid.
Seemingly so. It was kind of levelled off for a few years and kind of called the hardest event to coach, but now it seems to be more and more straightforward with Trevor Painter, particularly on the women's side. They're going to push that world record even more, run a world indoor record, but they'll look to break the Russian world record or the USSR. Was it Marita Koch or Kratochilova? I think Kratochilova has it with 1:53, and certainly Justin Rinaldi and his Fast 8 Track Club kind of delivering more. I suppose he's been broadcasting more publicly rather than some of the other groups who are flying as well. But they seem to have gotten the knack of a type of double threshold, if you want, for the 800 metres, which is more doing your top end speed, flying 30s and your mechanics, and then getting the blend between, as Garrett Sanford, one of the most venerable sports scientists, say, between mechanical training sessions and chemistry training sessions. So running your 200 metres at rhythm with enough recovery, like 2 minutes, and then delving more into the chemistry, which is what we've kind of been generally talking about in the 800 metres, which is basically a body going into full hydrogen ion mode and the lactate trying to clear those hydrogen ions. So basically your head is in the bin and your body is going to bits. So that's your chemistry session. The mechanicals getting the rhythm, as these guys are going to try and blend a bit of mechanical and chemistry together for the 2-lap tango.
And you forgot about the most important thing, intestinal fortitude.
Exactly. And turning left and running straight always goes well on a track.
So Oromengbe, O'Connor, McKenna, Clavin, Hart, McCreary, Collins and Kelly.
No Asosa and no Clavin on the track as I see, but we've seen Jack O'Leary, I think, is pacing in the Killarney Valley. We saw him run a little bit earlier. And the tall striding figure of Ted Collins, I think that is in the Nina singlet on the outside.
Yeah, Dylan Kelly just outside him, and they're coming through nicely there. They're trying to get up on Jack O'Leary and get into that rhythm, as you were saying. They're coming through 200 in about 27 seconds, so a decent lick at this moment in time.
A very decent lick for these lads, so they are rolling now, and O'Leary trying to glance over the shoulder and trying to encourage them along, and I think there could be plenty of change, so we'll see how smoothly they're running as they go around the bend. Once they go through the lap marker, around 53, 54, looks like it's settled down nicely, so a 25 and a 28-29, so they're going to have to keep it moving now, Ronan.
Yeah, Clavin working well there at the front, and O'Leary still hanging on as the pacemaker there. He let a little bit of a gap, but he's just letting Clavin take the lead there with ease. Kelly then in second, and the tall athlete Collins then in third place. So those 3 athletes are making a little bit of a gap with the rest of the field, but this can turn around massively in that last 200.
Yes, I called it wrong. Clavin is in the race. He's wearing his heaviest track club singlet. I was looking for a Sligo, but he's wearing his team training gear. As Dylan Kelly is stalking on the shoulder, followed by Collins and the United Striders athlete in fourth. So all can change now. Kelly is pushing in the famous Dunor singlet in the white and black.
Yeah, and here comes Collins into the home straight as well. Will he get up and use those long levers and get around the corner? There's 3 or 4 of them across the track at the moment, but it is looking like it's going to be Kelly followed by Clavin. But on the outside, you get an idea who that is in the cap, but he's got up for second place. But it was Kelly holding on for the win.
Yes, Kelly hung on lovely. And
Thomas McKenna perhaps? 2:36.
I think you're right. I think it's Thomas McKenna. He had a little fist pump as well, so I think he was happy enough with how he came through. I think he's wearing the old cap which has been donned today. Nearly pulled off full Dave Wattle coming through for the victory. As you can see there, it was like a wall of lactic as they were all running in treacle, as they call it, coming into the finishing line.
Yeah, a touch of rigor mortis in the last 50 metres there for the lads, but not for McKenna, who got up for second place. Storming finish from him. Really strong run. Next up, another 800. Would you like another 800, Phil?
Wouldn't
Yes,
mind.
please, yeah.
At least 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 more. What's 4 more?
So we have, as they're such entertainment though, so why not? Why not? In this one, Senan O'Reilly from St. Catherine's AC, Owen Rogers from Finn Valley, Godwin Matthias from DSD, Daniel Golden from Leeville AC, Alan Hagerty from Castlebar AC, Adam Kelly from Moy Valley, Adam Withers from East Down AC, Sean Hayes from Nina Olympic, and Samuel Manny from Havering AC.
Havering? Alan Hegarty there as part of the stable. Let's have a look and see how the pacing is done. So again, still think there's a lot can be done on that last 300 metres, 250 in the 800, particularly on these, for want of a better word, lower level 800s. You've only got around 60 seconds that you can give in an 800 metres, so kind of using up your energy in that first 60 seconds, and then there's a little bit to go. Learned that before from an famous Irish athletics journalist, Cathal Dennehy, who was storming to media world titles at these world championships, but looking at how he was able to close in the last 60 seconds was a good observation, and how you have to manage your energy even in an 800. It's won in the last 200, not in the first 200, as we've seen throughout the afternoon. There's been a lot of races to the first 200, and there's still 600 metres to go. Nice little camera angle there as we are on our marks.
We certainly are, and Havering AC is in Essex.
Oh.
So the only way is Essex, and he's out there in lane 8.
Alan Hegarty was a little bit keen there from Castlebar AC. Great.
Then 800 metres on the way.
Yeah, out strong in the Leeville AC athlete, Daniel Golden there as well. Long striding athlete has got himself into the lead as we come around to the first 100 metres. He said it's going to be a race to the first 200 again. Finn Valley's AC's Owen Rogers there just on the inside, so but they've settled down nicely, and it's going to be the Castlebar athlete Alan Hagerty is going to get himself into the lead.
Yeah, he's in the green, he's settling in, and Goulding is ahead from Leeville, so the pacer had to sprint up there in 27, but it is going nicely enough now. This should be a reasonable pace, hopefully going to go through in at least 55 seconds. So Goulding is looking good in the Leeville. Is it gold or yellow of Leeville?
It is a
gold and yellow.
Leeville fringe there to your left there. But it is golden, whether it's yellow or not, it's golden in the lead, the virtual lead here in second place, just behind the pacemaker. They're coming through in 57 seconds, and he is leading it there. And around the outside, the East Down AC, Adam Withers, with a withering look to the rest of the field. He's trying to get himself around golden and to the front.
Yeah, there was a bit of argy-bargy between him and Hegarty up the home straight, and then another one at the bell. So a little bit too aggressive, but Hegarty goes around the outside again, and he is striding into the lead in green, and he is turned on the jets, Ronan.
Yeah, he's actually storming away there with 250 metres left to run. He's left the field for dead. Is it too soon? Will he blow in that last 50? It doesn't look like it from here. He's storming away to the finish. It looks like he's got it wrapped up here as he come up with 150 metres left to run.
A big aggressive move. He got a little bit of argy-bargy on 2 occasions, but looks like he has it with 100 metres to go. Can he run 155, 156? be happy to take home the victory, as he is tying up a little bit in the last 50, Ronan.
Adam Kelly there in second place as well, charging after him at the moment, but he's not going to run out of track. And it is Hegarty with the win from Castlebar AC. Moy Valley's Adam Kelly in second place, and in third we have Samuel Manny from Havering AC making the way over from Essex.
So a little bit of a messy race there from Alan Howdy. Looked a little bit disappointed, but at times, sometimes it's just nice to win. It's easy to forget, and you can get a second or two here, but as we said, it's a long way to go this season. You can blast this meet out of the traps and kick on, or else you can have a slow start and pick it up through the season. So the national championships for most countries are not till the end of July, and it's the start of May. So we've seen it before. You can come out of the traps early, but it is good to be starting well. But there's still a long way to go if you can make a few adjustments and see where you are in your journey in the season. Either you've overcooked the training a touch and have to back off, or else it's time to now up the ante. And again, a lot of people are going to altitude, and that can play around with a few days here and there on their performance, and then also sometimes maybe they can decide they could have done the same performance minus a trip to the mountains.
Yeah, but it was, as Michelle said earlier on, the mountains are quite nice to look at. So sometimes it's not about the altitude, it's just about the view.
The view. Just go for a hike up the Cooley Mountains. They're not far from here.
So in this one, Conor Irving from Lagan Valley, Callum Irvine from Annandale Striders, Zach Hall from Dungannon AC, Pádraig Kelly from Keeper Lit, Fionn Begley from Bray Runners, Keelan Moorhead from Crowell AC, Pádraig Kelly from Keeper Lit, Owen Aylward from St. Senans, Sean Cotter from Crowell, and Ben Walsh from Nina Olympic.
And the Keeper Lit, that's the singlet there, and we were looking for it earlier, the yellow and green, and it's the top named club of the day. We're going to give them a prize.
Yeah, the prize is no prize.
The prize is pride. They've been announced as Istvan Sogi, who ran in the 3000 earlier. He's in the purple SportsShoes.com in association with the Belfast Classic gear, as he's striding out now smoothly to try and bring the lads along. An Olympian in 2021 for Hungary in the 1500 metres. Running nicely, and he's going to have a little look and drag them along nicely. So 27 seconds. He's had a little look at the clock. Have a look behind. He's running smoothly enough.
Yeah, lovely start to the pacemaking journey there. 27 seconds through that first 200. Now, they haven't really got right on him at the moment, which they should do if they want to try and run personal best here. But it's Keelan Moorhead there from Crowell sitting in their virtual race lead at the moment, and he's been overtaken by 2:58, which is Owen Aylward from St. Senans AC. 2:52 is Callum Irvine, then the Annandale Strider with the sunglasses coming up there on the outside.
So a nice drag along. As I said, the St. Senans man now closing the gap. The pacemaker was a little bit far ahead, but at the same time it's a nice marker for him, and he's done a good job now bringing him to at least 500 metres there. So 300 to go, a little bit of a headwind, and Irvine from Annandale Striders might be trying to do the Eddie Irvine, as it were, in this last 250.
Quite possibly, and we also had in the Olympics Ben Walsh in third place there, and one of our Keeper Lit men then in fourth place, but still leading this one is the St. Senans AC man, Owen Aylward. He's got a bit of a gap there back to Irvine, and there's a bit of a three-man attempt here to take down our friend from St. Senans, Owen Aylward, as we enter the homestead. He is starting to tie up massively. It is Walsh from the Olympic getting up on the outside, getting onto his toes into the lane of high hopes, and he's getting after it.
He is, and he's coming sweetly as Keeper Lit is keeping it lit to get past Irvine in for the podium position in third.
That was Pádraig Kelly getting up there for third place, but great finish from Ben Walsh from Nina Olympic there.
Another great squad down in Nina Olympic there. There's a few woohoos there, so somebody's happy here in the stand anyway, and there's a few people waving from the bottom down there of the track.
Yeah, so it's once again brilliant runs there across the board, lots of fantastic 800 metre times, even down here in our G race. Up next is the 800 metre H race.
The G unit race, the G majors.
So on this one we've got Dean Varley from North Down AC, Dermot Hanna from Ballymena and Antrim Athletic Club, Scott Owen from Lagan Valley, Daniel Hanley from Ace, Noah Sheridan from Lagan Valley, Fergal O'Hare from No Club, Daniel Connolly from Raheny Shamrock AC, and Ronan Keenan from Leeville AC. I feel like we should set up a club called No Club, or a club called Unattached.
Unattached, as it were. And just from earlier, see a message coming in that Cleena, Michelle, you mentioned in the Northlands, you did. She won the under 16 mile on Wednesday. So there you have it. From Dara Green, who may or may not be a friend of Fintan Riley's. He might want to be labelled that publicly, but
I heard he just claimed not to even know Fintan Riley, who's doing a wonderful job here, infield commentary. Has an eye at all the races here and knows who's who and is getting the crowd going.
The who's who. He's commentated on the under 11s and the under 12s at races right up to the Morton Games and even the European Cross Country Championship. So he's had a little swigging of water himself and clearing out the throat on it. More dulce tones from Dunleer on the infield as we have Bandon and Dublin on the mic. I'm in a Cork sandwich here between Finn and Duggan.
We're about to kick off here in this H race.
I was about to say there was a blatant false start there. Oh!
There's guns going off left, right and centre here. Rarely do you see a false start in 800 metres.
That was like a 3-shot salvo. Yeah. He jumped the gun, which brings me back to a former life of ours. Yes. We had a website, Jumping the Gun, and a podcast before podcasts were popular and everyone had them, but again, never was a smart businessman and ahead of my time.
We were actually brought down by this very meet, if you recollect, by Cathal Dennehy.
Was it?
Way back in whatever it was, 2018.
Okay, on our marks.
Dean Varley, Dermot Hanna, Scott Owen, Daniel Hanley, Noah Sheridan, Fergal O'Hare, Daniel Connolly and Ronan Keenan.
And a clean start. So who's setting the pace? Maybe we don't have a pacemaker. And maybe they have the Let'sRun.com Jakob Ingebrigtsen t-shirt. Somebody's just going to say, I am the pacemaker.
2.63 is Scott Owen there in the Lagan Valley vest, and outside in the...
It's Jack O'Leary is pacing actually.
Going again, yeah. And Leeville AC's Ronan Keenan is getting on his shoulder.
The Kerry man is the king of pacing, and look at this lovely shot now. Look at the beautiful trees there. They're going to be wrapping around the steeplechase water jump. Mary Peters, give her a wave on the right. How are you, Mary? You're looking good in the statuesque. As we come into the 100 metres, they are striding smoothly and swiftly. Again in that colour of yellow of Leeville. We'll get the correct Dulux marking, but Lagan Valley are looking good in 3 and 4 as well.
Yeah, so you've Ronan Keenan there in the virtual race lead, and just out behind him is Scott Owen from Lagan Valley, and our other Lagan Valley ACL is Noah Sheridan. So these three together. O'Leary is going to step off the track now shortly, and these three are going to duke it out for the win, and they are locked together in lockstep as they go up the back straight.
Lagan Valley, and there is no lagging now as they have 250 metres to go. Can the Leeville athlete hold that inside rail and hold them off? Rather than tighten up, can you get loose and keep the cadence going? 200 metres to go. He's doing a fine job of it so far. As the Leeville alley with the Lagan Valley, are they starting to lag behind?
It is Keenan now with 150 metres left to run. The Leeville man all the way up from Cork going for the win here with 100 metres to go, and behind him Scott Owen's head is going rocking back and forth. He's gritting the teeth, he's trying his best to try and get up here on the inside, but I don't think he's going to have it. It looks like it's going to be Ronan Keenan, but he's going back at him all the time. It's going to be a serious battle over this last 20 metres, but Keenan is going to hold on at the finish to win at 1:59, sub-2, and the only.
Look at these celebrations. The famous sub-2s, the Lagan Valley teammates are legging it. The Leeville man is happy, and we saw Noah's Ark there was chuffed as well, and his buddies are running around. Look at this, there's fist pumps galore going around on the side of the track. So happy days. It's great to see the innocence and the joy of those marks still matter.
Yeah, sub-2, the original and the best.
It is the original and the best sub-2, and the 800 sub-4:15, and then what is it? It's probably sub-4:20, I would say, for the women's 1500, and maybe sub 208 maybe for the women in the 800. Obviously doesn't quite have the same rings. I've said it before, but there should be more for the girls and the women to know what that sub 420 for definite in the 1500 metres for women is a nice marker then into your sub 410. But anyway, we are back up for another 800 metres, I think.
Yes, please. We have the I race here. We've got Niall Armstrong from North Belfast Harriers. We've got Jamie O'Reilly from ACC. We've got James Rhodes. We've got Eddie Black from Clonif Harriers and a student of mine, a Belvedere man. And then Joshua Chalmers, also Clonif Harriers, and Ollie Hanna, Lagan Valley, and Adam Craxton from Bray Runners AC.
So James Rhodes, he makes his annual pilgrimage. I think now he photographs a lot of the races, and then he's from England, and he's running a race himself as well. So he's become quite a permanent fixture on social Twitter, for now X, and a few others, and he gets a lot of the photographs going from international meetings. He's a big fan, and he's also putting his feet where his fingers click as well, and getting on that tartan track, Mondo even, as it were.
Yeah, he's just there in the yellow vest, just on the left of your screen there. So they're off nicely in this one. So we had a sub 2 clocking there, and that one is Eddie Black. He gets out strongly there in the centre of your shot. I think it's Eddie Black anyway. You can have a good look. It is. Striding down the back straight, the Lagan Valley man there as well is Ollie Hanna, and he is going well there. He's gone by the pacemaker and letting the pacemaker get to the front now. So these three look to have gotten away. Pacemaker, Ollie Hanna and Eddie Black are 2 and 3.
And they are away and clear from the rest of the field. You can see O'Reilly from ACC. Is that Ian O'Reilly? Has been a prominent coach in Drogheda for the last 15 plus years. Has had the likes of Ty Donnelly under his wings, and helps a number of the other athletes in ACC at the moment. So our pacemaker having a look at the watch, doing a good job, but sometimes it's also just having a little look around as he pops off. So Lagan Valley versus Clonlift. This looks like it's going to be a mano a mano, a duo, a tete-a-tete.
It certainly will be, and Ollie Hanna there is leading at the moment. Eddie Black sitting in behind, trying to do as little work as possible here, just hold on for dear life up the back straight, but it is Hanna into the lead here on the back straight. The Lagan Valley AC man is striding away. Eddie Black just needs to sit in there and let him do the work, try and kick by in the last 150, but he's going now.
He's gone the opposite, and I agree. Sometimes they're looking in, question their life, and they're hurting, and then they get a bolt of energy and say, damn it, I'm just going to go now anyway. Now he's got 2 or 3 metres. Can the Lagan Valley man again re-muster as well? Especially at this level, he might see the finishing straight and gallop it once more. It's a long last 100.
It certainly is, but it's going to be shorter for Eddie Black. He looks like he's going to get himself over the line before Ollie Hanna. He's working hard. He's to relax the shoulders as he's driving up the home straight. Eddie Black looks like he's going to get the win up here at the Belfast Classic, and he's going to be very, very close to 2 minutes. It's a brilliant run from Eddie Black here, and he looks around 2:01, 2:02. What a run! Personal best for him. And Ollie Hanna then in second place. Black is not happy, but he should be. Good run.
He should be. O'Reilly and Rhodes and North Belfast Harriers rounding it out, all under 2:15. The camera on the cameraman. There you go.
A super run from Eddie Black there, Clonif Harrier with the win in that one. We're delighted. Won the part of the team that won the All-Ireland Schools cross country earlier this year.
Very good. And his coach Stephen Bateson's very happy there as well. He's holding the phone up to him. He's showing him all the splits.
He's gone, here's the live score of Premier League
patting
scores.
the back. Exactly, yeah. Liverpool drew with Chelsea, you'll be glad to know. Haven't been able to keep up the rest of my fantasy football team, but anyway, I'll check again. Brighton got a double fire, 2-0 in 5 minutes against Wolves.
Yeah, it's all go, but no one's watching that. They're watching the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes.com.
I know, it's only when they get a quick break to their app, the Premier League app.
So we're on. Film, there's no more 800s until the end. So we've got 1500 metres. Stepping up now, we got the men's A 1500 metres. And we've got a couple more besides that. And then a 4x4 mixed relay. And then we're on to the 800 metre international races. Hitting it hard.
They are hitting it hard down the back straight.
So we've got 3 3/4 laps, the metric miles on the track. 1500 metres. We'll start this now very shortly. And remember, you can check in on your live results link and on the Facebook page.
We have 9 races left on our race card programme.
And our next one up is the men's 1500 metres. Louis Wudger, Oisin Toy, Miles Hewlett, Fintan Kearns, Frank O'Brien, Sam Stapley, Jack Miskela, Lorcan Ford Dunn, Cian O'Boyle, Franklin Shepherd, Lucas Lyons, Oisin Davis, Jamie Wallace, Finn Diver, Evan Savage, Craig McMeekin, Stephen Lister, Cian Hodgins, Shane Spring, Oscar Schofield and Shane Moran. So it's a big field.
It's just, I was going to say, just a light field of this 1500. I think there's so much depth in that it's nearly going to be a challenge. I say they could have split that race in half and both would be equally as good. I've seen that before. Remember down there at some of the Oxy meet in America, some of the lads complaining I'm not in the A, but both can be good. Sometimes there's nearly too many lads of the same calibre and they're all going to watch, and there's still a few lads who would like to be in this race. But again, if you could talk sensibly to athletes, you could split that race up in two and they'd run equally well and run a PB. But we'll see how they bundle off. But there's a lot of young athletes there looking kind of for, like Lorcan Ford Dunn, these kind of European under-18s, world under-20 standards are getting close enough. You see Lucas Lyons, and again a nice singlet there, the North Leitrim. There's Craig McMeechan, a former
National Junior
cross-country champion, didn't he win that one? Yes. Shane Moran and the Swinford. We saw his teammate Shane Bracken. There's Lewis O'Loughlin on the pace. He has had a latest release. It's out on Spotify. If you look up DJ Lewis O'Loughlin, he had his release on all major platforms. By himself yesterday.
I genuinely thought you were messing.
I'm not. I certainly haven't. I never joke. I might be an idiot, but I never joke.
Yeah, so that European under-18 standard 3:53.50 is what a lot of those boys will be looking for, which is fair running.
We had it all, it's called. I've been telling myself that before. I did have it once. So they've lined up and away they go. So Louis Wudger is in the inside there in the MSB singlet. So Louis O'Loughlin's going to take this one out. Let's see, can he do a stellar job?
3:45.50 then for the under-20s in Eugene, Oregon. So these boys will be getting stuck in there, trying to hit something in and around that pace. Louis O'Loughlin has gone straight to the front there, and behind him the MSB man is directly in behind. That is Louis Wudger there, sitting in behind the pacemaker, Louis O'Loughlin. And 3:59 just behind that then is Lorcan Ford Dunn from ASAC, sitting in there in the kind of green singlet. And we'll figure out exactly who that is just behind him in the cap. Just all their age these days, Michelle. Not a cap wearer yourself, are you?
No, just a cap knitter.
This is true, yeah. And they are available on your website. So Wudger now into second place, just behind the pacemaker there, which is Louis O'Loughlin, and Ford Dunn just in behind that in the ASAC singlet. We'll get a handle in on the couple of athletes there as the field starts to thin out a little bit. It's a big field, all bunched together here as we go around, and all very much in the mix. And kind of hard, I suppose, but it is mixed like that, Michelle, to kind of find your feet or to get out where you are getting blocked in, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you almost need to settle and try not to fight too hard for position, I think, at that point.
And that, I suppose, comes with experience over time, whereas all these athletes are young and maybe not as experienced, and then trying to get out of the gap that they're in rather than just letting the race settle. We see plenty of argy-bargy there. We've had a faller. Not too sure who that is. It's
North Down AC.
North Down AC man Craig McMeekin there, who is probably one of the more experienced athletes in the field, but it was quite a heavy fall as well, which is you can see he's got up and walked away anyway. A bit of track rash perhaps afterwards, track burn, but it's still at the front. Our pacemaker has now dropped and Louis Wudger has taken it the lead, but hasn't really pushed on with it because he's got a lot of people together there, a lot of pushing and shoving there for the lead as they make a bit of a drive for home with 600 metres left to go. We're coming into the home straight for the penultimate time now, and it is 3:59. who is Lorcan Ford Dunn, who ran over in Boston earlier this year. He'd be looking to run a pretty good time here. 3:62 then is Lucas Lyons from North Leitrim AC, and 3:71 is Oscar Schofield from Sale Harriers. With 400 metres left to run, he'll be trying to break out of this prison that is the rest of this field and get himself to the finish. Schofield with 350 metres left to run. He's trying to get away from the field, but he's struggling to get away from the reaches of the North Leitrim man Lucas Lyons. And up on the outside there as well, we've got a handle on exactly 360 Cian O'Boyle from Ennis Track Club. We've seen some of the Ennis Track athletes winning earlier. He'll be trying to get himself a W to bring home to Clare. 200 metres left to run. It is the Ennis Track man Cian O'Boyle just ahead of the Sale Harrier Oscar Schofield. These two have a little bit of a gap back to Louis Woodshire. And we've got runners back in the field making their way up. Beachman Harriers, Finn Diver is making a late run for home and has gone for it. He's gone into the outside lanes here, lane high hopes. It is Finn Diver, but Cian O'Byrne and Sale Harrier. Oscar Schofield looks like he's going to get over the line this one. It looks like it's going to be Schofield just from Finn Diver with our man from Ennis Track Club, Cian O'Boyle, in third place. And if you thought the 800 metres were good, that was a smashing finish in that 1500 metre men's A race. I have no idea what the time was. There was too much happening.
I think was it 340 lows?
341,
42, something low, not sure.
That would be incredible running from those lads. That was
we were too busy watching the actual race than the clock.
Which I think says enough, you know, that says it all, that it was a fantastic finish there. Kind of changing of the lead over the last couple of hundred metres. And O'Boyle really looked like he had it sewn up, but Schofield came back at him first, and Finn Diver making a really late run there from Beachmont Harriers on the outside. You know, stay in the pack for as long as possible.
I know, but the pack lasted 1,500 metres.
Yeah, it was a really tightly bunched field, and you can see there was a lot of athletes of a very similar standard, and they all came in together there. Normally we get a good chance to figure out who's fourth, fifth, but they all just came together there, so it was an impressive field there in that A race. So we're on to the men's 1500 metre B race. It's a high standard been set there now in terms of action, so no pressure on these guys. Sebastian Havens from Sydney University Athletic Club, Paul Delahunty from Dublin City Harriers, Ewan Lagan from Mullingar Harriers, Nicky Faulkner from Thames Valley Harriers, Ryan O'Neill from Rathfarnham, Charlie O'Neill from Donore, Luke Kelly from Candor Track Club, Ben Brunton from St. Bridget's AC, Sean Healy from DSD, Rory McAvoy from Kilkenny City Harriers, Shea O'Donnell from Ace Athletics. He's another man part of the St. Mary's schools team that went close battling with Charlie O'Neill, who's in this race as well in the schools cross country. Luca Hamlin from Aldershot Farm and District, Oran McBurty from Finn Valley, Garrod Toohey from Sligo, Ed Tottenham from Clonmel Harriers, Ferda McDonough from Lucan Harriers, Luke Johnston from Moy Valley, James Foote from Bray Runners, and James Gracie from Beachmount Harriers. So really strong field again in this one. Ben Brunton in there as well, a teacher like ourselves.
Yeah.
And where he's teaching now?
I don't know, but he's just back from altitude there over the Easter holidays, so testing himself over the shorter distances. He often runs a marathon or a longer 5k even, well, longer than 1500.
Yeah, so he'll definitely have the endurance, but will he have the speed? Particularly, we've seen some pretty quick opening 200s in a lot of these races here as well, so he'll enjoy trying to stick with that pace, Ben Brunton will. But a strong field here, Rory McAvoy in there as well, Shea O'Donnell. So they're off. Another big field in this one, evenly matched throughout, and Pacemaker will try and get himself to the front as quickly as possible. We can see another really quick first 100 metres, 13 seconds. They've gone through the first 100 metres in there, so trying to settle themselves on a big field, people trying to get into position and trying to push hard over that first 150 metres. See Charlie O'Neill is sitting in there in third place, second in the actual race, third on your screen. And just in front of him, 3:74. That is Paul Delahunty from Dublin City Harriers. So another really good field here. We got Beachmont Harriers in there in fourth place as well. That is James Gracie, in fourth in the actual race. So he's sitting in there nicely as well. And those athletes have come through. We're going to see it get a 400 metre split here shortly, which is fairly fast. We've gone through in 59 seconds, so 3:45 pace for these boys. I know Charlie Neal's ran, I think, 3:53 back there in the third place, as you see it on your screen. And he'll be looking to break that 3:50 barrier if he can, after running a European under 18 qualifier there recently over 100 metres. He's sitting in there third in that white vest of Dunor Harriers. James Gracie just behind, or 2 places behind him then. I think that's James Faulkner then, or Nicky Faulkner from Thames Valley Harriers there, sitting in just behind that. 3:79 is Luke Kelly from Candor Track Club. And 3:84 there is Luca Hamlin from Aldershot, Farnham and District there, just behind Charlie O'Neill. And leading this race, or second as you see it on your screen, Paul Delahunty from Dublin City Harriers. Running well there. They're coming up towards 800 metres now, and they're still almost perfectly paced here through this. Gone through in 2:01, so really strong pace here. Pacemakers dropped out now, and the race is going to be won or lost. And we have Charlie O'Neill getting up onto the shoulder here. He's obviously raring to go, and he's gone into the lead here. The Dunor Harriers athlete has gone by Paul Delahunty from Dublin City Harriers. We still have Aldershot, Farnham and Districts. Luca Hamlin sitting in there in 4th place. Get a handle on our man in 3rd place here now. And that's the Candor Track Club man Luke Kelly there in 3rd at the moment. So they're coming in here to the home straight for the penultimate time, and it is Charlie O'Neill, the Dunor Harriers athlete. He is in transition here in Belvedere College, won the All-Ireland Schools cross-country team title earlier this year, and leading them into the last lap here in this men's 50-100 metres, 2:50 at the bell. So he'll be hoping to close and as quick as he possibly can and run a personal best. It is Charlie O'Neill. In fairness to Paul Delahunty here, he's passed by O'Neill but has just sat on his shoulder then from there on out, but he's sitting in nicely there. And 3:79 or Luke Kelly from Candor Track Club, so he'll know this track really well. These 3 athletes are working really well there and have moved away from Hamlin. These 3 are going to be the medal men in this race. 200 metres left to run, 3:19 on the clock, and a little bit of a stumble there from Delahunty, but O'Neill is looking really good in front and hoping to get himself over the line here. Kelly has sniffed blood though, and he's got 150 to go. He's gone around, he's chasing down O'Neill, and it looks like the Candor Track Club man Kelly is going to take on O'Neill over this last 80 metres. He's going to try and get up on his shoulder, but O'Neill is holding strong. It is O'Neill and Kelly, and they're battling hard here. Will O'Neill hold on? Doesn't look like he will. It's going to be Kelly just on the line, photo finish. Kelly and O'Neill at about 3:51. So O'Neill may not have won the race there, but he'll be happy with a personal best. And delighted with that run there from O'Neill and from Luke Kelly. Really, really strong performance there. Very impressive.
Yeah, it was so impressive. Great to see Charlie take it on as well.
Yeah, he ran a 3K there in the schools, and he's obviously ran well out in the cross country earlier this year, up in age, running up at senior, even though he's an intermediate, so he's strong for sure, but good to see him taking on there. But Kelly had just had that in the home straight.
Good finish.
He certainly, with about a 150 there, you could see he just got up on his toes and went, oh, I have a shot here, I'm going to go for it. And they go for it, he did. And O'Neill did try to battle him hard in that last 50 metres, but just couldn't hold on. But he'll water for ducks back for Charlie O'Neill.
Yeah, was it a PB?
I think so. I think it was 3:51, and his PB is 3:53, I think.
Nice.
So he won't be upset.
No, he won't complain with that.
No. And his father Eugene there, as you mentioned earlier on, wearing the gilet, and he'll have plenty of good advice from him, I'm sure.
And what about Luke Kelly? Was that a PB for him or just a strong finish?
Well, you're putting a lot of pressure on me there now. Thanks.
Sorry, I should do this work myself.
Yeah, it's okay.
I've been sitting here taking it all in, doing very little, just putting pressure on you two all day.
But that's what people need to do, you know. Somehow you put the pressure on me and I'll have to step up. He's ran 14:10, which is very impressive, over 5K, 8:20 over 3K. And of course, I'm getting absolutely nothing over 1,500 metres here, but he's certainly got the strength. 14:10 is lovely running. No, AI is giving me nothing here.
Well, he got the win. PB or not, he got the win.
We'll figure it out. We'll chat. We're on to the women's A race now very shortly, and it is almost certainly a PB it is a massive PB according to World Athletics for Luke Kelly, who has ran 4 minutes flat. So he's ran potentially a 10-second PB there, which would be incredible running. So we're on to the women's 1500 meter A race. So who have you got in this one, Michelle?
We have Denise Toner, Eleanor Fush, Tara Rose Smith, Amy Hayde, Aisling Fitzpatrick, Ciara Rowan, Abby Smith, Kelly Neely, Catherine Martin, Lisa Conlon, Elizabeth Reams Bosham, Isabel Cuff, Carrie Foster, Cora Scullion, Eve Dunphy, Maeve Caffrey, Alex Mundell, and Karen Hayes.
Yeah, and I may be completely wrong here, but Elizabeth Reams Bottom from Mid Sutton, maybe a cousin of Charlie O'Neill, as there is a Con Reams Bottom in our school, and who's Charlie O'Neill's cousin, and they live in Sutton. So
Mid Sutton. I can neither confirm nor deny.
No, I wasn't asking to. I was really speaking out loud. Yeah, an excellent field here. Eleanor Foot, the steeplechase club. Bit of an aficionado as you were of the steeplechase. So she has ran that many times. Amy Hayes ran some sparkling times there. The Newport AC athlete as a juvenile athlete. So really, really strong field. We've got our Carrie Foster also in there as well, the Candor Track Club athlete. So an excellent field here. So at the moment we've settled into a nice leisurely pace here. It's kind of more sensible pacing here in this one. 34 seconds through that first 200 metres, 68 second pace, around 4:15 for the 1500 metres. So it'll be good runs all around if we were to hit that, which would be no harm at all. 3:06 is Catherine Martin of Lagan Valley AC, and she's sitting in nicely there behind the pacemaker. But we've got a good field all together here at this moment in time. Everyone nicely packed as the pacemaker has come around and is going to come through in, I would say, about 71 seconds when we get there. Yep, 71 seconds or so, which is strong pacing here, and these athletes are all starting to go with that pace now and settle into their rhythm. We can see there the Lagan Valley AC athlete, Catherine Martin, is leading that race virtually. She's in second on your screen, as you can see. And we'll try and figure out who the third place athlete there as well is, but some really positive running here from these athletes. The field is stretched out nicely, good rhythm to the race at the moment. And we will figure out who that is. As you can see, a wonderful drone shot there as they come around the corner. You can see the fantastic arena here at the Mary Peters track for the Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes.com. See, 3:15 there is Karen Hayes from Dublin City Harriers there, settling in nicely into third place in that field. So it is a excellent group there of about 5 athletes that have moved with the pacemaker. Pacemaker has done sterling work here. We're getting our way up to the kilometre mark here very shortly, and
through 800 metres, so on around 4:26.
we have Ciara Rowan there in the blue singlet, is now up into 4th place as well. So she's taking closer order of that group of 3. Pacemaker's going to presumably drop out here at the kilometre mark, which she does, and will make Rowan a 3rd place overall there. She's closing that gap with every stride and getting herself into that group as we enter into the home straight for the Plumstead time. Catherine Martin still leading this one, and it is 3:13. That is Maeve Caffrey of St. Cocos AC there in 2nd place. So it is 3:06. Centre of your screen there is Catherine Martin from Lagan Valley, and our St. Cocos AC athlete Maeve Caffrey in 2nd place with 1 lap to run now. They'll get the bell, and it looks like Ciara Rowan, the Waterford AC athlete, she had full running there. She closed a massive gap and has done was worked wonders to get herself into this position now in 3rd place. And now that she's there, she's going to have to try and get around some St. Cocos AC athlete and get onto that back straight, which she duly does. And she's behind Catherine Martin here now. Rohan still looks full of running here. Very long, bouncy stride, kind of reminiscent of Laura Nicholson, the Bannon AC athlete, and she's tearing after Catherine Martin there, the Lagan Valley AC athlete. She's gone by her now. She's really making a burst for home with 200 metres left to run. It is Ciara Rowan, the Waterford AC athlete, opening up that stride and tearing away here. 150 metres left to run. She's working the arms and she's powering to the finish. She's already made 2, 3, 4, 5 metres of a gap and is into the home straight, and it's Rohan with 100 metres left to run, and the race is sewn up now. It's going to be a serious battle on for second place between Catherine Martin and St. Cocos AC Maeve Caffrey, but it is Rohan a clear winner in this one. She's going to try and break 4:25 here. She's going to get 4:25, 4:26. Really positive run there for Ciara Rowan. Caffrey in second and Martin in third, and then we have the field storming in here with athletes all coming in together. Lagan Valley AC coming in there at the same time, and a really strong finishes there from plenty of athletes. So a good positive run there from Rohan.
Yeah, that was really good, really well paced, and a really strong finish.
I suppose it's one of those situations, Michelle, where she was gaining on the field from a lot of running, which gave her a huge confidence.
Yeah, it's a nice way to run it. It's a nice way to be finishing strong and catching people rather than being the one suffering home.
I always preferred to do that as well, but I think I tended to over commit on the sitting back.
I know, do you know there's a time and a place for both, I feel like. Depends on the day.
Certainly, but over 1,500 metres, yes, well, when you were dropping down from the steeple and that kind of stuff, the steeple is one where technically it's probably not the same. Like in the 800 or 1500 you can go, well, I'm going to sit back here, I'm going to come through, whereas the rhythm and sighting the barriers and all that kind of stuff comes into the steeplechase, and you can't really stroll around in the steeplechase. You have to kind of commit to running a decent pace.
Yeah, I suppose you do, although I've run a few I ran a strolly steeplechase here and there. It can be a long way home.
It doesn't count if that's as fast as you can go in the day. It just happens to be a poor pace. That's a different situation.
It makes the barriers very difficult when you're not going very fast.
Yes, that was my point. That was perfect.
But still, a nice wind-up finish in the steeplechase is still nice too.
Yeah, and certainly one where, as we get our drone, a shot of the drone, and we get a shot of the cameraman on the drone, it's all gone very Inception here. Who knows, Shutter Island, who knows what reality we're actually in anymore. As we get into the reality that is the women's B 1,500 metres. So in this one, I think you've got the sheet there. You go for it.
Thank you. Okay, women's B 1,500. We have Caitlin Hughes, Aoife Murphy. I'm not sure what Phelim is trying to tell me. Angeline McShane, Alana Cooley, Lucy Clinton, Anna Jones, Freya Woodhead, Rachel Gibson, Kyla Mariana, Alva Morgan, Holly O'Brien, Darcy Clark, Anya Gilhooly, Sarah Gilligan, Laura Chush, Katie Keown and Nia Byrne.
Certainly, and we're underway here, and these athletes are all getting stuck in over this first 100 metres. We're going to try and get a good idea of our pace here. Our pacemaker's gone to the front, and it's all gone single file already, so we've got an orderly setup here for this women's B 1,500 metres. As we get in to this first 200, we're going to hit it in approximately 33 seconds. So we should see that slow a little bit. We had 71, 72 in the last race at the 400, so hopefully we see something similar here. You can see the Dublin City Harriers vest there, I think, in second. I'll try and get a handle on exactly who that is. But we have lots of representatives from Lagan Valley here in this one, and they're all getting stuck in. We have the pacemaker going to come around now to that 400 metre mark, and it's a little bit quicker than our previous race. We've got 68, 69 seconds, and it's Lucy Clinton there who's in second in the race and first overall if you discount the pacemaker, which, considering I have a pacemaker next to me, we never discount the pacemaker. They're very important. They're the most important athlete in the race. They can make or break the race. But Lucy Clinton is making a break for it here. Now she's sitting in behind that pacemaker and leading the field virtually. And I think just behind that, my eyes are deceiving me perhaps, but it looks like a Clonliffe Harriers vest sitting in third place there overall. As you come into the home straight here, it is 338. Or 3.
Alana Cooley, maybe?
Yes, I suspect so. Yeah. 319. Yeah. And yeah, she's sitting there in third place, but it's still.
Sorry, 319 is 5th place, so I've got the wrong Clonliffe in 3rd potentially.
Yes, it is.
Laura Chewett.
Laura Chewett in 330 there is sitting in 3rd, and in 5th you're telling me that we've got Alana Cooley in 5th, so really strong field there. North Down AC in there as well. Rachel Gibson, probably better known as a 800 metre runner, but stepping up out the 1500 metres. She's sitting there in 4th place. Pacemaker still leading us out for the moment.
Going down the street, 900 metres,
and potentially going to go even further for us here. Might even get to the kilometre mark or beyond the kilometre mark. And going nicely at the moment, we have Chewett there in 2nd. Gibson now is making her way up onto the shoulder as well. So we've got these 3 are away here. Pacemaker doing a great job, going as far as possible here. And possibly even all the way we could have a classic Pacemaker winning the race type situation here, as we have 330 that is confirmed, Laura Chewett, and just behind her Rachel Gibson, and then we have a little bit of a gap then just beyond that to our Clinton from Waterford AC and Alana Cooley then from Clonliffe Harrier, so a bit of a gap has grown there to the rest of the field, so it looks like it's going to be Chewett and Gibson, and the Pacemaker, it's continuing to drive on in this one and may even get up beyond. We're at 1200 metres there now, could be the longest pacemaking effort of the day, so fair play to her. The Gibson and Chewett will have to give a bit of prize money afterwards, because she's gone a long way, and even a bit of an applause there. Real solidarity there for the Pacemaker, but it is Gibson has gone around Chewett here with 200 metres left to run. We're on 4 minutes, so we could see a really positive run here. Pacemaker still going and encouraging Gibson all the way to the line. Will she even try and race her to the line at this stage? She may as well. And it is Pacemaker followed by Gibson, followed by Chewett. Gibson comes into the home straight. Pacemaker drops out. The longest pacemaking job of the day. Gibson into the home straight. She's driving to the finish. Chewett in just in behind. Really strong running here from Gibson all the way to the line. She's going to run probably something around 4:35 here, and she's accelerating to the line here. We see her running over the line. North Down AC's Rachel Gibson with the win, 4:36, and Laura Chewett then in 2nd, about 4:37, 4:38, and a serious battle on here for 4th, 5th and 6th. We see 3rd crossing the line there, and a whole slew of athletes crossing the line at the same time. So an impressive field there, but great run from Rachel Gibson.
Yeah, really good, and really good pacemaking from I'm not sure who, but she did a great job.
She did a fantastic job. Is it Anne-Marie Nielsen from who's in the 1500 earlier, or am I completely?
I think you're.
It's okay. You can say I'm wrong. You go for it. But an impressive pacemaking job nonetheless. Putting the rest of our pacemakers to shame, some might say. It's impressive work. So we are on to the 1500 meters C for men. This is followed by the D race, 1500 metres. Then we've got a 4x4 mixed relay, which will be good fun. And then we're on to our 800 metre international men's and women's races. So plenty more to come over the next half an hour or so. So we're scheduled to finish in around 5:36 because those women are going to run 2 minutes.
Yes. We have Aaron Shorten left a shot there in the St. Lawrence O'Toole. Joe Ryan has been down in that position there, one of the coaches there. I mentioned Keane Phillips earlier, that's his coach there, looking after his other stable. So we see, as you mentioned, the Gilade smiling Eugene O'Neill there.
I want to just question just before we get into the field. Eugene O'Neill has just been finding himself in the background of the shot all day long. Alright, he's got the sunglasses, he's got the gilet on, and then he's just following the camera. Oh no, I'm on camera again. Eugene, get out of the shot. That's all I'm saying.
It's a skill. So another big field here in this 1500.
Yeah, so in this one we've got Philip McGee, Jacob Kobeck from Logan Harriers, Oren O'Hare, Paul Carty, Richard Thomas Patterson, David Gormley, Conor Sherwin, Thomas McStay, Noah Harper, Aaron Shorten, Daniel Dines, Fionn Campbell, Barry McCarthy, Matus Wannick, Jack Dunnigan, Cormac McDermott, Drew Donoghue and Aidan Benjicar from Clontarf Harriers. So a really, really strong field here for the men's C 1500 metres.
Another big field, yeah, so again, Pacemaker is back out. See, can he drag them out? Aaron Shorten has sprinted out with gusto, but they'll want to settle down now as they go through 100 metres, 12, 13, 14 seconds. So they're well on pace. 15 seconds per 100 would give them a 3:45, and I'm not expecting a 3:45.
No, and I think we've lost an athlete already there. I think it could be Philip McGee from Letterkenny AC. Stepped off the track within the first 100 metres, so may have been spiked or maybe pulled up with an injury, but we are one man less.
Yes, Jakob Siomek from Lucan is in the virtual leaders, say, behind the Pacemaker, followed by Mullingar Harriers, and then Aaron Shorten there. And then Lagan Valley, North Down and Dublin City Harriers. As I mentioned, Jack Donegan there, one of the Donegans at Tullamore Harriers. Nadine and Danielle Donegan's brother, so he's up on deck.
Yeah, another family affair there. As you see CMX there in second place overall, the Racool schoolboy. Won the 4x4 at the West Leinster Championships as well as his own individual events. So he's certainly had a sparkling start to the season.
Yeah, he's won national medals over the triple jump as well, but I think Finton called out 61 seconds for the first 400. So again, a lively start. Probably going to start settling down, and the concertina, or the well stretched out field, might concertina back together as it were, but they are still in a single file.
Yeah, Conor Sherwin there then in second place, then the Mullingar Harriers man. Third, as you see it on screen, 3:98 there. He's just settling nicely, looking very relaxed there in third overall. Lagan Valley AC's 4:08 there, that is... no, it is not, I'm wrong. It is Noah Harper, sorry, my apologies there.
Noah Harper's been prompt and seen, and he's moving up nicely now, the Lagan Valley man, as the pace is starting to drop a little bit. 2:03, 2:04, 2:05 through 800. So 61 followed by a 64. Again, a lot of these guys were riding checks. Their body couldn't cash early doors as the field starts coming a little bit back together.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than the realisation, particularly in an 800, of, oh no, I've ran too fast. But it looks like our man from Lagan Valley there, Noah Harper, is still full of running. Conor Sherwin then just sitting in behind, and Jakob Siomek there is losing a little bit of ground on the man from North Down AC, who is Richard Thomas Patterson, as the pacemaker drops out. But yeah, 1,000 metres gone through there, but we've got a lap to go. We've got a huge field here. Everyone's still together. 4:08 is Drew Donoghue from Bray Runners AC, who featured strongly throughout today.
Drew Donoghue,
yeah.
James Gormley.
But it is Harper here with a lap to go. He is the leader, but we've got probably 8 guys sitting in behind, all looking to take their shot. Conor Sherwin will be the first man up to try and take him on down the back straight. DSD athlete in there as well is David Gormley. He's going to try and take a shot as well. But with the North Down AC man, Richard Thomas Patterson, looks like he's got the most amount of running left in his legs. Candor Track Club.
Paul Carty.
Paul Carty is going to get stuck in there as well. He's going to try to hold on to that group. He's going to go onto the shoulder of the Lagan Valley AC man. But it looks like it is Sherwin and Patterson in the lead here. And they're going to take it out with 150 metres left to run.
Yeah, around the curve they go. Patterson, the North Down man in the yellow and blue, has moved into contention. Not sure if he's related to Mark Patterson, a former North Down stalwart over 800 metres, but he's got the stride, and as Sherwin comes in from Mullingar Harriers, can he get it again if he drives hard enough? I think Patterson just held on. Could the Mullingar Harrier have driven harder to the line to take that victory?
It's hard to tell. It looks it'll be a photo finish, but it looks like it was the North Down AC man Patterson, I think, should hold on to that one. But yeah, close
but no cigar. He certainly held on there, and no guts, no black pudding, but they went out fairly sharpish there. 61 again. It's a funny, the races are kind of running funny, as it were. The kind of races seem to be going out okay, and then they slow down quite significantly in the middle of the race. Even other races that seem to have been betterly evenly paced. Whatever is happening, the pacemaker seems to be 2 or 3 yards ahead, and it looks like the pace is going on, but it's actually slowing down. So none of the athletes are actually getting on the pacer and pushing the pacer on. So it's kind of just lagging altogether. And then this is where you're getting this effect of the pack being bunched together, and it looks like the pacemaker isn't necessarily doing their job, but it's kind of a funny between the two kind of version that nobody is, as you mentioned, Nick McCormack earlier, there's no athlete really brave and strong enough to really get on the pacer, and for a pacemaker to do their job sometimes you've got to be on the heels clipping. If you leave a pacer a yard, they're going to lag, they're going to drag the pace, and they're half waiting and wondering what does the field feel like, and what are they doing. And especially in these windy conditions, it seems to be a lot of stalling, whether they're nervous of the wind, and then when the race gets going, then whatever the athletes have done, they don't seem to have been particularly able to bounce forward and get it going, unlike maybe Ben Pattinson in the men's 15, and then Melissa Courtney Bryant, obviously, well, she just got at it and was able to maintain.
It could be an aspect of it being early season as well, so a lot of athletes maybe haven't got the confidence or desperation of later on in the season of I'm going to have to get after this because I want to run my personal best, and I've ran 5 bad races in a row.
Istvan Sogi's lining up the pace, but there's an element of them all wanting somebody else to do the work for them, that this is a fast track and the Belfast Classic I run a PB, but to run PBs you've got to make it happen as well, not wait for somebody to.
If you want to run fast, you got to run fast. Rian Collins, Alex Ainsworth, Jude McGann, Oisin Maher, Dallin Curran, Liam O'Driscoll, Tommy Arthur, James Kelly, Ronan McAree, Josh McDowell, Owen O'Grane, Niall Murray, Stephen O'Hara, Jack Quinn, Charlie Gunawara, Dylan Clark McGuigan, Aaron Murray, Liam Arthur, and Johan Schmidt from Bray Harriers, or Bray Runners AC.
About Schmidt, Jack Nicholson was in that one, but this man is a young man. That was about an old man, and it's a young man's game. So Istvan Sogi, the Hungarian, not bad for these lads. You're pace by an Olympian, as Eamon Chrissy said. There's Olympic pace makers here, 2021 in the 1500 metres, European indoor finalists before as well, top 8 in the 1500 indoor. So look, you've got the luxury of being towed around by an athlete who knows their onions, and hopefully they're rhythm.
Yeah. We've got James Kelly there sitting in second place overall, and we've got just behind him the Leavell AC man Liam O'Driscoll. So he's sitting in nicely there in that yellow vest. So Ratote in second, Leavell in third, and we'll get a handle there. I think that's a Lagan Valley AC man. I think it could be Tommy Arthur there in third place. We'll get an exact idea who that is. Is that Ace AC then just sitting in behind?
It is, and that's
we have 2 of them.
Navian Green, yeah.
Niall Murray or Owen O'Grane. We'll get a handle on
that. It will be Owen O'Grane. O'Grane, our Irish, which should be better.
Yeah, we've got an Irish teacher and we've got a man called Phelim here, and yes, we're struggling with that one. And I went to a Gael school.
Can't see the fodder, but we have our Ratote man just right on Istvan Sogi. He is really stringing along. Nice bit of wind. They are striding sweetly. The 2 Lagan Valley, 1 in the white shorts, 1 in the red shorts. Crusaders next, followed by Galway City Harriers, Clonliffe Harriers, and Waterford AC in the blue, just in that nice line. So they're going to be around 2:10 through 800 metres, 2:09. So good pace making. Istvan Sogi now dragging them out again in the ace singlet. That's O'Grane. He's looking good there, as we still haven't deciphered that yellow of Leavell. We'll attend to that later on the Dulux colour scheme.
Yeah, we'll need to get an official commitment down from the Leavell AC board as to what colour it exactly is, but it's certainly noticeable anyway. And he's sitting in third place here on your screen as Sansogi there is coming up towards a kilometre, and I suspect will take his dues. And we've got our man from Ratote AC, James Kelly, in the lead. Liam O'Driscoll from Leavell AC just there in second. 4:16 is Tommy Arthur. He's going around into that third place overall. And 4:21 is Niall Murray from Ace AC. So he looks full of running there on the back straight, but he's left a little bit of a gap. Liam O'Driscoll there in second. James Kelly from Ratote in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for, and there's a chasing pack that somehow might come into play. Probably a little bit too much track to run. Can O'Grane, he's going to make a move with 300 metres to go as well. But Kelly has stolen a march, as it were. The ace athlete is moving down the back straight. Has he another ace in his pocket?
Up his sleeve, in fact, but it looks like James Kelly has too much of a gap for the rest of the pack here. He's really motored on that back straight and given himself a little bit of an easier run in here with 150 metres left to run. It is Kelly entering the home straight.
Yeah, Kelly looks like he has it sewn up, but there's two of the chasing pack are moving into second and third. We've got a Waterford man coming out on the outside. Arthur is digging in, but there's no doubting our Ratoath man. We've seen a bunch of Ratoath athletes compete throughout the day, but Kelly, he's just going to be a shade outside. It's going to be a 4:01, probably around a 61 second last to 400. Nice second place finish there.
That's Rian Collins in second place, and the Waterford AC man was Stephen O'Hara, 4:22. There were strong finishes there in the end from those
They ran
athletes.
a brilliant last lap. They were storming through, come up to the bell lap and really got it going as Ace, Denor, Annadale Striders and Bray runners round out this 1500 4:23 unofficial to round out that race.
Yeah, that was the 1500 metre D race. So we are on now to the 4x4 mixed relay.
Should we go back to a mixed commentary just to get it back to correct? Ronan is going to take a break, I think, to even it up, and then we'll be back to our international 800 metre races. So 3 to go. A 4x4. Michelle, you famously ran in a relay.
We actually discussed this earlier.
Well, it's back on the discussion table as we have a 4x4. It has well over 1 million views. I don't know how many, and then multiple millions probably across all the different YouTube channels. But it was a famous race where the line was the depths of hell. Ronan Duggan, it was a kind of another incident, a classic Ronan Duggan moment. He carried the commentary for multiple hours, and then he stepped in for the closing line from the depths of hell when Phil Healy was just basically announced herself as able to run the 400 metres. Came from a good bit back, catching a steeplechaser on the line, as it were.
I announced myself as very much not a 400 metre runner.
That was in the university championships where you get everyone coming out for their colleges, a bit like the National League. You see the varieties doing a steeplechase, a 4x4, and a mixture of events in a good environment. And that was a viral, probably the first athletics in Ireland, a viral moment anyway, as Phil Healy stormed to victory and into being an internet YouTube sensation. So the mixed 4x4 on this list, we have North Down, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Michelle has mixed through the papers. We don't have the names of the start list, but North Down, Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland. So we'll have a look trackside, see if we can pick a few of them out. So we've had a bunch of relays. We had 4x1s earlier in the day. We have our mixed 4x4. Normally the 4x4 kind of rounds out a programme internationally and domestically, but there's still going to be our two 800 metre races. Still two top races to go to round out the Belfast Classic. Meet director Eamon Christie. And we are nearly there. 3 races to go. 1 relay and 2 individuals. It's nippy up in the stand. Our cameraman is doing some calisthenics. Terry is doing some calisthenics to keep himself warm.
Because I've stored his blanket.
Yeah, we've acquired his blanket to keep the warmth going on the commentary here at the Mary Peters track. So nearly ready to go. Lining at our teams, we have let's see the lane draw again. We can see the Welsh runners, North Down, Scotland. Again, some of these guys will probably be looking for some Commonwealth Games standards, which is on in Glasgow this summer. So not that many opportunities sometimes for these relays and some of the other races, like a 10,000 metres. Kind of become extinct on the track, so good to have opportunities on the track here at the Belfast Classic. A lot of the women's 10,000 metre runners, their times haven't counted on the road, and Eilish McColgan is one of those questioning the fairness of that, which is a reasonable point. It's not going to be very many women's races on the road that are going to be all women's 10k road races, whereas the lads obviously are going to be able to run in these road races and gain the advantage or to get advantage essentially from running into higher end shoes. And with the Highgate 10k not on the cards again this year, it's been very difficult for athletes to get a 10,000. So similarly, these type of mixed relay opportunities, either you're good enough to go to the World Relays, but particularly for Scotland and Wales looking to come in the Commonwealth Games, you're not going to get that many chances. So great to see Eamon Christie putting on an opportunity here for the Northern Irish, Scottish and Welsh teams. And North Down, Rachel Gibson is making a quick turnaround. She's been on the scene for years and has been running well. She's won that 1500, her 1500 race, and now is back for a mixed relay. So good to see the game and willing club athletes still getting out there racing and not overly worrying about performance at all times. Get out racing and get stuck into the sport. So we're nearly at a conclusion, waiting for our starters orders, and then we'll be into the 800s. Can we see another sub 2, and will we see a 144? I think it's going to be challenging for the sub 2 today and even for the 144, but certainly there's some good caliber athletes here just to round out the programme. Again, that wind is kind of a crosswind swirl. It's hard to know what the wind is exactly doing at times again, which I think is kind of upsetting the apple cart in terms of the races and the consistent pacing. Okay, so just 5 minutes over, but it should be coming back in touch. Fintan Riley is back on the infield commentary. You can see Keith McClure there, who takes a lot of the photographs there. He's in his yellow high-vis vest. Amongst photographers, he's a mainstay at this meet, and seen him at multiple international races and meetings as well. We see Henry Jonas, he's just off camera, but he's going to be one of the main players in this international 800. He had a great run here last year, so we'll be hoping to replicate that. We'll see, can we get it going again here at the Mary Peters track in Belfast. So Michelle, we have our North Down in 3, Scotland in 4, Wales in 5, and Northern Ireland in 6. Do you want to call a winner even off? We don't know.
I'm going to call Wales. I'm going to say they've come on a mission and they are going for the win.
I think that's a decent shout. We've seen the Welsh athletes, Hannah and Joe Breer, run well already so far today.
We'll find out soon enough.
We will. As we can see here, that drone, it always sounds a bit like Honey, I Blew Up the Kids or Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, those two movies, that type of noises. Back in the day, that movie. So away they go. North Down in the yellow, Scotland in blue, looking to make their move. Michelle, you've called the Welsh team. They are starting nicely. I think that is Joe Breer starting as well. And then on the outside is Northern Ireland. So far, so good for your call. Going down the back straight, Wales are well smooth and clear into the lead. So again, rounding out the bigger stagger as well in the 4x4. So we'll see, the field might come back together a little bit closer, but Wales are absolutely flying. Looks like Joe Breer there is really nailing it down. We saw him in the 200 metres, I think it was, earlier. So here he comes, steaming down the straight. CYMRU, the great Welsh nation. We've seen them flying the Commonwealth Games down through the years with Colin Jackson and the lad. They've had some famous wins. So your call, Michelle, so far is looking good. They are well and clear. They are now going across the stagger and going down the back straight.
25 metre lead over Rachel McCann then from Northern Ireland.
Rachel McCann is making some good moves. As Fintan Riley said, she was in the World Relay Championships in Gaborone and Botswana, closing up some nice ground. So she's absolutely rolling here to try and get Northern Ireland back into the mix. But I think that could be it for the Northern Irish team after Rachel McCann. But here are the Welsh running strongly, still have a good 30-40 metre lead as they change over. Little bit of a tangle. McCann hands over. Scotland, can they get themselves back into the mix? North Down are rounding out our 4 teams. And Wales still steaming. We still have to see what's going to happen next, but it looks like Wales have this, as Scotland are making good waves into second place. But it really is a solo run from the Welsh team. So again, how close or how much under 3:20 can they get? So 2:22, 2:23 in the clock. She'll need to run off a little bit more. That was a better change over 2:26, 2:27 on the clock. So probably won't get under the 3:20. More like a 3:25. Or how much can they get under the 3:30 anyway? So Scotland running well down the back straight as well. But there's just far too much for them to do. There's a good 50 metres between them. Rolling around the curve, we've got our drone shot. That's a nice shot just to take in that kind of splendid isolation that she's in, and we can see that distance between Wales and Scotland. And now coming into the home straight, Fintan Riley will call us home here as well. 3:10 on the clock, so probably be a shade over 3:20. But can she get under? She's having a good run. She will get under 3:20. I was wrong on the changeover. Got my maths wrong. 3:18. So that's a pretty good run. That's a, what, 3:20's around a 50 average, is it, I think? So again, maths could be well wrong, but they'll be happy with sub 3:20. As North Down are now going to come in and round it out. I think that's Rachel Gibson just to round out the North Down outfit. Again, they'll be well under 4 minutes. Again, a tidy time for a club team in a mixed relay.
After 1,500 win.
Exactly, yeah. So 3:54, 1,600 metres. Not bad. 3:54 miles. So Wales, you were right, Michelle. You called the victory early doors. They were on a mission. They got the job done. So the relay is over. Now we have our 800 metre races. Sarah Calvert, I see her down there getting ready to go. Not sure if she's still in the Birmingham, still a Birmingham University student, but that's where she has been based. So as we said, Abigail Ives is out. We still will be looking for some of our other runners. Is Jenna Brommel there? Is Alex O'Neill there? We'll have an eye out. We see our pacemaker there. Anyway, I see Sarah Calvert. Ahisa Malanga is one of our runners listed. So
yeah, I don't see Jenna or Alex down there yet anyway.
So we'll keep an eye out. So we've had Hannah Cameron, Vanessa Sconay, Louise Shanahan, I don't think is running either. I met her coach from Cambridge. I saw her father on the back straight, but I don't think she's running either. So look, there's been a couple of dropouts, training camps and injuries, but Calvert, I think, is Eamon was kind of fancying her as the pre-race favourite, judging off that, and I think that could be Malanga then in lane 2, so we'll finalise that. Michelle's going to hand over to Ronan Duggan. Got this International Women's 800.
Excellent. We
are missing a number of bodies. Myself and Michelle were kind of doing I Spy with my little eye. Are any of these runners actually here?
Always difficult to tell, and then you have to figure out who they are on the line. But I went down and got myself into the sun for a moment, which was lovely. I met Charlie O'Neill as well, who won the B 1500 metres.
Was he pleased with his performance?
He was. He was also surprised he was credited with the win in that race, even though we thought he lost. So he was
a joint victor.
Take it.
Why not? We'll take anything that's going. So again, looks like we have Hannah Cameron, Vanessa Scone, Sarah Calvert. Sarah Calvert is in 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 runners, 1 pacer. So last year in the men's 800 there was only around 4 or 5 runners, and it proved to be successful, so it might also work in their favour. On one level, the less runners can...
Yeah, particularly over 800, where if you've got a big field and somebody cuts your stride or something like that, then you're in a bit more bother, whereas the lesser numbers, actually, everyone knows what they're doing, everyone's here to run fast, and fast they will.
Yeah, so Calvert has gotten out aggressively. She's going to get right in behind the pacemaker. Now, unfortunately, the wind is after really whipping up here at an inopportune moment, but they are rolling through the first one, 27, 28. So again, this should settle down. Hopefully still aiming for a 59-second 400 metres. So they are away and clear. Calvert is on
the charge for sure. She's really got after it there. Sarah Calvert from Livingston and Edinburgh University, a very famous running town is Edinburgh these days. And she's really got after it there. And the back of the field, just get a handle of it. She's gone for a 1:37, who is Alex O'Neill there.
No, Alex O'Neill.
Well,
so our pacer is off, so some of them are gone, but we have Sarah Calvert to the 4.
So we'll find out exactly who that is. But is Sarah Calvert still there into the backstretch? She's storming up the backstretch. She's striding along, driving those arms and getting after it here with 250 metres left to run.
Hannah Cameron is on the back of Sarah Calvert. Calvert has shown great strength over 1500 metres, winning UK titles, making some big leaps forward in the last year or so. So 1:30 at the 600 metre mark. Can she have the strength? Can Cameron summon the strength of Scotland? And that Braveheart moment, but doesn't look like it as Calvert gets 2 or 3 metres. Can we see a special moment once again at the Mary Peters track? Can we get a sub-2, or is it going to be a shade over? It's going to probably be touch and go, Ronan.
Yeah, Calvert's getting after it though here. She's really striding into this home straight. She's driving towards the finish. She's going to be really, really close. Sarah Calvert here, not going to make it under 2 minutes, but going to be the winner here at the Belfast Classic. She's around 2:01. Calvert wins it, Cameron in second.
Yeah, and I think the wind has turned and nearly blown straight into their face in the home straight. I was hoping they might get a bit of a wind on their back, so that wind has turned and twisted and nearly stuck the knife into these runners, unfortunately, in that women's 800. But Calvert will be pleased with that effort, particularly when she steps up to the 1500 metres. And again, to borrow a phrase of Jerry Kieran, I think she could probably do a good 3k and 5k by the looks of her. She's got good potential going up the distances, and obviously she's good at the 800 there. I think she's got a sub-2 in the bag there again this season, in more favourable conditions.
Exactly, and it was unfortunate there that it did pick up, because she looked full of running there.
She did, yeah. She still looks happy. You know, sometimes when you're running well anyway, you'll be happy with your
lot.
With your lot. I think the main thing is to run well, and looks like Archie Davis is jumping back into pace this one. They're kind of looking for that 50-51. He should hopefully get a bit of speed work here. The Brighton and Phoenix man, as we see Justin Davis made his name. We've the Higgins twins, one of the Higgins. I think it's Ted is running in the 800.
Yeah, so Jack Higgins. A full field here. Andrew Thompson, Guy Learmont, William Rabjohns, Henry Jonas, Callum Dodds, Jack Higgins, Justin Davis, Tom Randolph, Tom Keane and David Rees.
Tom Keane will be one to watch out for as well. He's done a good bit of training with Jake Whiteman, and he's run well in the indoors. And Guy Learmont, we've seen him in the 800 metres for at least the last decade. He's a bit of an old Mark English kind of...
He's been around a long time, yes, for sure. He's 144, 73 man at his best.
And he still looks wonderful down there. He's an all black and in the Nike spikes. The Scotsman, the flying Scotsman, he's hoping to
be chasing a Commonwealth game standard as well as a European standard as well, I'm sure.
He's trying to get himself back in the game. I think he's based in France a lot now.
That'd be that's a good option, I recommend. Last race of the day, we've the under-23 bronze medalist from 2021 as well, Tom Randolph, on this one, 144.88, man at his best. Justin Davis, and there's a 144.35. And we also have
800. Last race.
Large man at 144, and a 336 man at his best as well. And David Racing there, 145.66 in 2023. His name is an antronym, which is when somebody has a name that makes them similar to their job. Usain Bolt, it's a similar thing.
Oh.
Yeah. I looked this up the other day.
Well done. And we saw that Gateshead Harriers singlet, famously the Gateshead Harriers Stadium, where I saw recently on the Athletics Weekly Legends, I think Brendan Foster was on. He got the track built and made, and he said, if we get this track sorted, I will run a world record. Put himself under pressure, and he did deliver. He ran like 7:32 or something like that back in the day, 7:36 at slowest. So it's a good thing to do. I've had fanciful ideas that I've never been able to back up, but Brendan Foster has been a leading light in athletics as an athlete, Olympic medalist and world record holder, and famously now runs the Great North Run, which is his birth child as well. So he's Big Bren, as he's been affectionately known, and he's a hero of the old school Irish athletics aficionados, him and the likes of Dave Bedford. But we've got a few lads here looking to restake their claim and have made their name. Callum Dodds
from Great Britain there, yeah, in the centre.
He got a chance here one day, and he said, you've got to deliver here, and he came and he delivered, and he produced.
Yeah, 144 man at his best. So it's a really strong field here, Phelim. As you said earlier, if you're running 146, you're not getting in. It's 145 at least. The slowest man in the field is the North Belfast Harrier, Andrew Thompson, at 146. Which, the fact that I said slow and 146 in the same sentence.
So Thompson, Learmonth, Rab Johns, Jonas, Callum Dodds, as we mentioned, Jack Higgins, Twin-tastic, Justin Davis has also excelled here on this track. Tom Randolph, Tom Keane will be keen to impress as well. Archie Davis is going to get out and try and pace here now as well. The Brighton and Phoenix man is going to fight his way out, but he will settle in.
Yeah, and Learmonth going well there on the inside as well. So it's a really strong start here. They're gone through pretty swift. 24 seconds for the pacemaker. The field then probably just half a clip behind.
Yeah, they're half a clip behind, and this is the danger. As we mentioned last year, there wasn't as many runners. Davis kind of checked his stride, and he's going to have to come around, which he is doing on the outside in his purple and yellow of New Balance. You can see the tall, rangy runner trying to get into the position. Archie Davis has stolen a yard or two as they are now closing in.
Yeah, it's 191 there. It's Henry Jonas there from Norwich. He's got into second place, as you see it on the screen, with Dodds just behind, and we're flying through that 400 metre mark with Dodds there in third, Jonas in second, as the pacemaker is going to step aside, and he does, and it is Jonas in the lead, Dodds in second.
And Davis lurking on the outside. Can he make his mark once more? Tom Keane is now taking closer order. He was a little bit further back at the start of the race, but he's coming strong. Dodds makes his move with 200 to go.
Yeah, Dodds into the lead. Randolph getting up there as well. And it is Dodds in the lead, Jonas in second place. Dodds looks like he's going to try and recreate that 2024 where he ran 144. He's entering into the home straight here. He's pumping the arms. They're in to the hardest part of the race, the last 100 metres. Dodds is flailing, and it is Jonas, the 191, flying up there. The Tunbridge AC man is Higgins. Jack Higgins on the outside, Phelim.
Can he get the Hurricane? He can't get the Hurricane, and Jonas is on 145. There was a lot of changes there. But Higgins, the twin brothers, have been running up a storm in the last 12 months. Ted and Jack Higgins both have run sub 4 minute miles together. Not bad as twins, and won medals and British titles over 1500, 3000, dropping down to 800 metres. So Jonas will be happy with that. The Jonas brothers, but he's only one, Ted Higgins. And yet I digress. So that is the end of the action. Looks like 145. We might pull up a live result on that one, as Bill O'Hurley would say, live.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether we'll have that exact result up yet, but certainly an incredible run there of 145, we reckon. particularly, as I said, the conditions have changed slightly there in the last 20 minutes or so.
The wind has turned and the
We don't have those results up yet.
bitingly cold as well. So Henry Fisher won in 1:47.21 in the A race, so we'll get that another look at this international. So again, a few more bodies means a few more checks, and then runners checking their stride and also doubting themselves, being a little bit less aggressive. But 1:45.76 is the winning time. We're waiting for the rest of them to come through, but that's a pretty good run in these conditions, so he'll be happy with that. We'll hand it over to Michelle now as well in a second. What's your kind of performances of the day? Anything that...
Well, it's hard to... There was so many good performances earlier on, but Azu in the...
I was thinking of zooming around the track.
Yeah, Azu in the 200 is probably the race of the day for me. Incredible run from him, and then we just had some brilliant races throughout, some fantastic battles, even if not necessarily even in the international race, just brilliant races throughout the day. So I have to say Azu in the 200 for me is certainly the race of the day, performance of the day. An impressive run. Phelim, yourself?
I'm just trying to draw up that. What was that women's 1500 metre time? I thought Melissa Courtney Bryant was Michelle Finn was kind of going to go for that one, but that one kind of stood out just from a visual point of view. But we'll give that one to Michelle. So if she's going to go for that one, I will. What will I go for?
This is similar to you when you're in a shop. Melissa Courtney Bryant was 4:04. It was in fact a Mary Peters track record. Possibly the 3K earlier on with also a Mary Peters track record, international men's 3K.
I was thinking that men's 3K was good with Jack O'Leary and
Henry McLuckie won it.
Henry McLuckie was plucky. Yes.
Callum Morgan with a brilliant run there.
There was a number of good runs there, and even Diarmuid Fagan, a young man making his mark in 8:01, came up for 5th. So let's go for the men's 3K. Michelle, you're happy with your Miss Courtney Bryant? Would you like to say it on air officially?
We just swapped mics just so I could say this. Yes, Melissa Courtney Bryant is my number one for the day. So went with the pacemaker and kicked off. Great run.
Good aggressive running. So I think we're ready to wrap up here on another day at the Belfast Classic. Terry is happy. I think Paul and the team are happy. We're going to keep talking for a second we're all happy. We're listening on our earpieces here as well.
For the closing.
Okay, yeah, so we're ready to wrap up. We've called our races of the day, or athletes of the meet, as it were. So Ronan Duggan went for Jeremiah Azu. Assuming we're in the track, Michelle Finn went for Melissa Courtney Bryant, and I went for the men's 3000, as I recall again. But there was plenty of great races, plenty of great performances. When you're watching a race a minute, it's always hard to remember. But Henry Jonas wrapped it out there today with a 1:45.76. The Belfast Classic in association with SportsShoes.com and all the other sponsors and brands. From myself, Phelim Kelly, Ronan Duggan and Michelle Finn, it's been nice to see you nice.
Whereas today he looked like he was head up and moving forward.
It feels like it's a bag. He makes the best of the bag. Like, he pulls it out the bag. You don't want to keep doing that. No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, he looked